Yep, there you go.
Okay.
Good morning. Hey, good morning, folks. As we get started, I would like to ask folks to adhere to the social distancing. So no standing in the back, please. There are seats without signs on them. We ask that you sit in those seats. I mean, obviously, a couple can sit together, but there are clearly seats that are separated from one another so you can sit there, and that way we can adhere to the social distancing. That's really important for all of us, please. Thank you very much, and we'll start in just a few minutes. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the September 1st meeting of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. Nice to see some people in person. We are going to begin with a flag salute led by Supervisor Whitehand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Welcome back. We had technical difficulties last week, so we're going to try a lot of our board agenda again today. Megan, do you want to read public participation and let folks know how they can participate in the meeting?
In order to protect the public health and safety of the Placer County citizens, the public comment portion of the Board of Supervisors meeting will be offered telephonically by calling 530-886-1800. Public comment will be called for each item, and callers should be prepared to call in when the chair announces the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. First order of business is our consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be taken with one motion unless we have any item that someone wants to pull. So do board members want to pull any item? None. And did we have anybody from the public who wanted to pull an item, Megan? All right. So with that, I will take a motion. Motion by Holmes, second by Euler. Roll call, please.
Wygant.
Yes.
Holmes.
Yes.
Euler. Gustafson.
Aye.
Gore.
Aye, thank you. All right, next we have public comment. And as I mentioned, we've got people in our chambers. We appreciate you social distancing and appreciate you all being here. First thing, we are going to limit public comment because we have a very, very dense agenda, timed hearings and appeals. And because we had to not have a meeting last week, we will limit public comment. But that being said, first of all, I want to say thank you to everyone who is here. I really appreciate folks showing up, showing their concern, and showing in particular your concern about our sheriff's office. Last night, and actually through this morning, we have received close to 600 emails of our residents showing support of our law enforcement. And I have to tell you that actually, I really, really appreciate it. I appreciate that our residents, during this really challenging time in our society, when people are looking and when communities don't support law enforcement, Placer County residents clearly support our law enforcement. And so for that, I really do appreciate it. And I want people to know that the residents of Placer County support our law enforcement. And I want you all to know that our board clearly supports law enforcement as well. We support our law enforcement. We appreciate the work they do, and we respect our law enforcement officers. We have shared with you all here in the chambers some information about the last best and final offer, along with some additional details about what that proposal looks like and why our board is taking the step that we are. So just to summarize, there is no proposal to cut the sheriff's budget. We will continue to fully fund the sheriff's budget. And in fact, our deputies have received a 5.15% increase this past February. Our goal as a board is to be fiscally responsible for the entire community. And we need to cut future costs from escalating too high, because as a local government, that is our responsibility to balance our budget and keep our expenditures in line with our revenues. So I want to make that statement. I want you all to know that we appreciate our law enforcement. We respect them. We stand behind them. And we are very fortunate to have the law enforcement officers that we have in our community. And this comes down to a negotiation between the board and the union to hopefully continue to move forward to make sure that our sheriff's deputies are some of the best paid in the region. And we are fortunate that we have a board that has supported our law enforcement over the last 20 plus years. So with that, we have one comment via telephonic, two comments that were reserved, and they called in early to reserve. So we will take those calls.
Madam Chair, may I briefly, one quick comment?
You know,
Just tagging on to what you just said about the inbound emails. It'll be quick. I promise.
be quick,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Euler.
For those of you that didn't or weren't paying attention to the board's conversations around our budget in June and July, we received a number of inbound calls from folks asking us to redirect funding away from the sheriff's office and to other things. And this board stood firm in June and July saying, absolutely, we're not going to be redirecting any funding away from the sheriff's office in the budget. And so I appreciate the inbound emails in support of the action that our board did take to make sure that our sheriff's department was fully funded in the budget cycle.
Thank you. All right, we'll start with the first comments there. Then we will take public comment. We ask that folks limit their comments to less than 3 minutes, 3 minutes or less, and we will move forward. Thank you, Megan. Go ahead.
Good morning, caller. Please state your name for the record and begin your comments.
Good morning. My name is Pam Salcedo. Members of the Board of Supervisors, thank you for this opportunity. My comments today are in reference to the memo I sent to you on August 28th. The purpose of this memo is to provide some additional information that perhaps your board and others may find useful about the Great Plates Delivery Program that was offered to the governor's office but was not implemented in Placer County. As of the governor's press conference on August 12, 2020, the Great Plates Delivery Program had provided 5.6 million meals and supported 8,000 jobs. This is not the only, the final count, because the program was extended for a second time. This program has been a success that is now being replicated in other states. At the Board of Supervisors meeting on July 28th, I raised questions about the Great Plates program, which, although funded by the state of California, turned out to not be the Great Plates Delivered program that was intended to serve a different purpose and would have been another important source of funds to our county. And it would have supported local restaurants. The governor's announcement of April 24 had two purposes: to help seniors and other adults at risk of COVID-19 to stay home and to provide them 3 nutritious meals a day, but also, and I believe more importantly, provide essential economic stimulus to local businesses struggling to stay afloat during the crisis. These funds would have been an economic development stimulus to our local economy and would have been a great opportunity to be used, however, through an economic development lens rather than a social services or health human services lens. During the meeting of July 28th, it was stated that the Placer County Board of Supervisors had chosen to not apply for the program. Among other reasons, it was not easy to apply for, and 40 other states didn't apply. Upon my further review, the application format and process were short and extremely simple as compared to the typical state or federal funding sources. And it clearly stated that CDA and Cal OES were available to provide technical assistance. A total of 48 awards for this program are listed on the COVID-19 website. And they include counties as small as Del Norte and our neighbors, Nevada County, and even an Indian reservation.
Yes, wrap it up.
If that's my time, I'll get to my very last point because you do have the memo available to you. That even though the 6.25% was required as a local share, the job retention results would have had an excellent return on investment. It's a multiplier effect, and economic development people will probably have jumped on this. So in closing, it should be mentioned that, to my knowledge, it's likely Great Plates Delivery Program is no longer accepting proposals. However, if another program with strong benefits to the local economy becomes available, it's my hope that Placer County Office of Economic Development participates and they are consulted about the benefits of this program or anything like
Thank you very much for your comments. We really appreciate it. We need to move on to the next caller, please.
Good morning, caller. Please state your name for the record and give your comments. Caller, you'll need to Okay, go ahead.
Hi. Well, first of all, thank you so much for your service. It is very, very much appreciated. I'm part of a big group of parents that reopened Placer County schools. There's a bunch of us that are just trying to learn the system and who makes what rules. Our question to you is, what role does our county supervisors play when it comes into reopening our schools? Do you guys is it completely up to our board?
Well, since you're asking
Our
the
school
question,
board.
it's up to the school boards. As of today, September 1st, Placer County no longer is under a waiver process. So any school that is ready and has its safety precautions underway is able to open up, and that decision will be made by each individual school board. So you'll have to advocate with your local school board members and find out from them when they plan to open up or what they plan to do.
If you see that they're lagging, can you help anyway?
You know, we're doing our best. So
I know.
I know
I know you're doing your best. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I know it's very frustrating. I know that many folks want to have our schools back open. And we're actually working with our schools to make sure we get testing available to the schools so that they have that testing in place. So I encourage you to talk with your school board members. I know many parents, that's your avenue to do that. And we are no longer under a guideline saying that we can't have our schools open, which is a very good thing because our residents have kept the numbers down. So thank you for your call. And we
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right.
Bye-bye.
Any more callers?
No more callers.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take public comment. For those of you who'd like to make a comment, you are welcome to stand up. Please make sure you space out. There are markers on the floor, and we ask that comments be kept to under 3 minutes. Thank you. Sheriff? I have to say, it's actually nice to have people in the board chambers because we haven't had it for like 5 months.
Devin Bell, your Placer County Sheriff. Well, I'm here to actually express disappointment that I'm here, to be perfectly blunt. Negotiations with the DSA have been dragging on since 2018. And I understand fits, starts, stagnation. I understand that happens. And during those negotiations, some things started to happen nationally within the state of California, COVID being one, civil unrest, wildfires, and for months, understandably, not much was going on with negotiations. They were put off until fairly recently. The Deputy Sheriff's Association, during that time, recognized that they needed to modify their proposal, and they took every ask out of their contract. It presented a contract that was an extension asking for zero, with Measure F, of course, which is outside of the negotiation. Zero was apparently too much. The county, within moments, presented the last best and final offer. Followed fairly quickly by a DSA vote where the request was rejected and an impasse declared. The government's primary responsibility is provide for public safety. That's accomplished a number of ways. And you folks have been diligent through the years in funding the sheriff's office, the district attorney's office, probation. Everybody who's a part of that, you have absolutely been responsible. It's also accomplished through the men and women who are willing to put on a badge and a gun and go out and face society's worst. And I'm proud of the job that they do. And during all of this, a lot of people started working from home, not the deputy sheriffs. They were deemed essential, and they are absolutely essential. They worked all the way through COVID. They're working to this day. I don't know that every county entity could say that. I think we still have people working from home, telecommuting. Deputy sheriffs have been here every day. I'm concerned about the national narrative that has shifted to criticism and hostility towards law enforcement and the impact that that's had on our ability to attract qualified candidates. And it has been impacted. I'm not going to get into the statistics, but we're testing a classification that normally would draw vast numbers of people, like hundreds within a few minutes. We had 78 over 2 weeks. It's a calling, and people are not answering the call in the numbers that they used to. Also, I'm concerned about retention. When people leave an agency, you lose experience. You lose part of the organizational culture that makes this place special. And certainly the fiscal impact on all the training that those people take with them when they go to other organizations or just get out of the business altogether. My request, real simple. Impasse and imposition is not the pathway. I recognize you want to be fiscally responsible. I think the deputy's simple response to that is they don't want to go backwards. That's why they put a zero contract in front of you. I'd ask that you take real meaningful steps during the mediation to arrive at a resolution that's satisfactory to the board and to the men and women who serve with pride and distinction every day. The deputies deserve that, and frankly, the community deserves that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Bell.
I'm going to try and read this off the phone and see if I need glasses after this. Dear men and women on the board, thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. My name is Jason Davis. I'm a sergeant with the Placer County Sheriff's Office. The last time you guys saw me, I was giving you active shooter training, which is the times we're in. I've been serving this county for 22 years. I've never addressed the board in this type of forum and was hesitant to do so today. However, after much contemplation, I felt I needed to address the board regarding the impasse in the contract between the county and the Deputy Sheriff's Association. I'll just start off by saying I plead with you not to impose this contract. I started my career with the Placer County Sheriff's Office, transferred to the Roseville PD, and then returned to the Sheriff's Office during my 22-year career. So why did I go to Roseville? Plain and simple, the compensation package Roseville offered at that time in 2004 was far better than what we offered here. But after I got to the Roseville Police Department, I realized I was stuck. I missed home. I missed the family atmosphere here. And then we negotiated those incentive pays that we talk about. And I came home. And for the last 12 years, I have been serving here at the Sheriff's Office proudly. The community members and business owners in our community are the best, and they deserve the best. My family and I experienced the love and support of our community in a way I never thought possible. Oh my gosh. On October 24, 2014, my brother, Detective Michael Davis Jr., was killed in the line of duty. This is 26 years of the day after my father, who had started his career as a reserve deputy with the Placer County Sheriff's Office, was killed in the line of duty. When I lost a biological brother that day, the Sheriff's Office, family, and our community lost a brother as well. The Sheriff's Office and the community have always had a special relationship, but this tragic event brought us even closer together. We have always had tremendous support from our community, but the love and support I experienced on that day and every day since has meant more to me than words can express. It showed me that Michael's sacrifice was not in vain. Our community demonstrated they were deserving of Michael's sacrifice. I didn't cry this much at his funeral. I do not say that lightly because there is not a day that goes by that I don't think about him. I get in work now at 4:30 every morning since I've transferred from community services to patrol. And what a blessing it's been. I spend time near the bench we've dedicated in his memory every morning where he used to sit outside and hang out with other coworkers. Does that mean my time's over?
You can continue. Please do.
No people around. I find myself standing there 6 years later, and the same thought goes through my mind. Wow. Can't believe you're gone. I usually follow up with, well, you ain't missing much. This location was selected because this is where Michael would hang out with friends, his work family. Every patrol vehicle in our fleet has stickers with his picture on the rear bumper. I often travel to our Loomis substation, and I see Michael's memorial sign on I-80 at Horseshoe Bar Road off-ramp. While one might think these memorial pieces would be painful, they are personal reminders of Michael's commitment, his dedication, and heroism to a community I am blessed to continue to serve. This community deserves the best we have to offer. It is during these quiet times near that bench when I reflect and think about the conversations I would be having with Michael if he were there. One conversation we would have had would have been about the crazy political climate that we are living in. We would have shaken our head as we discuss how it is okay for large groups of people across the country to call cops racist, burn buildings, beat people up, and even injure and kill cops and celebrate when they're done. Being the optimist, I tell him, yeah, but not in our county. We are blessed to work for a community that loves us, to which he would reluctantly agree. Our community is so awesome, even a salty and cynical detective couldn't deny working for the people in this community was a blessing. But neither one of us would have seen coming what I saw on a video last week. And I don't mean to call anyone out, but one of our supervisors posted on the social media in which this person stated, innocent lives are being taken because of fear and racism, and that should never happen. There are people who are afraid for their lives, not just right now, but every day. They're afraid for their lives because of their color. I would love to ask my brother and my father what they think about being called racist killers because of the uniform they wear. But I can't because the innocent people got them first. I've tried to figure out the meaning behind this message, giving the benefit of the doubt. Who says this? Are we racist?
No. Ask what race they are before you respond to a call.
Ma'am, please allow this gentleman to finish his comments. Thank you.
I tried to figure out the meaning behind this message of the video, and I'm still confused. I interpreted it to mean cops are killing innocent people of color just because of the color of their skin without justification, without consequences. If this is occurring, please show me where I'll go with you. I will march. No one wants a racist cop. No one wants a bad cop. Let's get them out, period. I saw a George Floyd video. I'm as disgusted as anyone. That's not who we are. I know the men and women I serve alongside, and we are all falsely being accused and branded with unforgivable labels that people use to justify to kill cops. I do not often talk about my family sacrifices, but the reason I am here today is because of my wife and my kids. My wife and I were driving, and my son was in the back seat on the freeway, and my wife had a worried look in her eyes. She said, "What does this contract mean?" I go, "I don't know, sweetie. I don't. I'm not in negotiations, and I usually don't get involved in this stuff too, meaning I didn't get into this job for the money, period." I go, "It might mean I have to work a couple overtime shifts." And I just saw a look in her eye, and I go, "You know what? I'm tired of not sacrificing for you. I work overtime. I miss my kids' games. My kids are at homeschool now. They barely have a father. This career has an impact on you. If you've never worked it, I highly recommend you don't criticize it." To be honest, I often get tired. I get tired of the national narrative that cops are racist killers. I get tired of turning on the news and seeing my brothers and sisters on the front lines getting beat up and hearing another cop is shot and killed. I get tired of people tearing this country down, a country that has its warts, but is the greatest country in the history of the world. And when I get tired and I ask myself, is it worth it? I remember the people that were lined up along Taylor Road during my brother's funeral procession. I remember the line of cars at the Dutch Brothers to raise money for Michael's family. I remember Hank Gonzalez paying for and having a granite rock flown in from the East Coast and building a memorial for Michael. on the spot where he was killed. I remember the 19-year-old kid who gave me a hug after watching his friend fatal motorcycle crash just last week. I remember the 18-year-old girl who jumped in front of a semi truck in an attempt to end her life because she was addicted to opioids. I remember meeting this young woman 10 years later and the hug she gave me simply because I was on scene when she was loaded into the ambulance and I notified her parents. I could go on, but when I get tired, I remember the people in this community, the love they poured out on me and my family in the sheriff's office after Michael's death, and the special bond that has been developed, and it can't be undone. No matter what happens with this contract, I promise you this, we're going to work. We're going to serve. And you're going to get professionalism from us. But it doesn't make it right. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. That's what I've learned from Sheriff Bell in our many meetings. He's told me that a long time ago, and it's something that stuck with me. In 2000, we would get 4 or 5 lateral transfer candidates. The quality wasn't there. Today, we have over 50% of our organization on the line staff is lateral transfers. They're starting to promote. These are professionals. These are people that we are able to recruit the best of the best from across the nation. I just urge you, I understand you have to be fiscally responsible. I get it. But I don't know that this is the right move if you decide to impose. Thank you guys so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sergeant Davis. Thank you. Any other comments, please?
Good morning. My name is Brian Thompson. I'm a resident of Newcastle. I'm also a firefighter in a neighboring county. So I have a little insight into how these negotiations go. I'd like to start off saying, Mr. Euler, at the beginning of opening arguments, you stated that back in, I believe, June, people were pushing for defunding the sheriff's office. You almost gloated, I don't know what other word you'd want to use, that you guys voted not to do that. I think most of the constituents and resident Placer County would go, duh, like, obviously you're not going to defund them. So I kind of take offense that you kind of gloated that to us. I'm not going to be long-winded, but I noticed in your handout that you're wanting to force employees, deputies, to take the most popular insurance plan, I believe Kaiser. What about the employees that don't live in a Kaiser area? I live here, I work in a neighboring county. The inconvenience being imposed to take my children and my family to a preferred provider because that's the only one that, I would be able to use seems kind of ludicrous. I'd ask you to reconsider forcing them to go with the most popular plan and continue paying 80% to any plan that they so choose. I don't believe there's a Kaiser in Tahoe. You're asking that deputies that take that location as their duty station have to live or reside within that area. So does that mean they have to drive back down to Roseville to go to a Kaiser facility? That seems kind of unjust or unfair. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next public comment, please. And you can separate and come forward and stand in line, please. That would be helpful so we can move this along because we have another 10 minutes and that's as far as we're going with public comment today. So stand in line and then let's move along. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you for serving our county. I know this is a difficult time for you, but you know what? We're sitting in this yard. Are you afraid for your life? No. Why? Because of your deputies. If you are having money problems, why would you cut the safety for you, where you live, where the people that you represent live? Why? If you're hurting for money because your budget can't be balanced, how about taking a straight 1% cut of the whole county? Your salaries, everybody's salaries, 1%. but keep us safe. I believe the citizens of this county would support you in that. But when you want to cut the safety for our children, the way the world is today, do you want our children to be afraid to walk down the streets of Auburn or Newcastle because there aren't enough deputies and so people are going to come? We're lucky here in Auburn. I've been an Auburn resident for most of my life. Freedom to set my children, my grandchildren could walk down the street. I wouldn't fear for them. What about in Roseville? Roseville's getting a little bigger, a little tougher. If they don't have, I know they have Roseville City, but outside of Roseville, you know what I mean? Will you want your grandchildren to walk without having proper deputies? And we're losing people retiring early, right? You heard the officer just say, recruitment is down, 75 people instead of 400 people applying for jobs. Who's going to fill them? I just say, please, take this seriously, not just your little budget and not because you're having an argument with the sheriff's department. And when you say budget and put that up in front of people, that's a little to me, it seems a little phony because that's different than the deputies' salaries. We're not cutting the sheriff's department's budget. That's a different point. And when you put that out there, I think that was deceiving a little bit to people. But please, consider us. Consider your safety. And if you want somebody to respond, if you're somebody breaking into your home, oh, well, sorry, we'll be there in 10 minutes. Now they're there fast. We have wonderful deputies. Please don't do this to them, and please keep our county safe.
Thank you. Can you give us your name for the
I'm
record,
sorry.
ma'am?
Cheryl Berg.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Deborah Searle. I've never done this before, but I feel very passionately about this. My husband is a former retired Oakland policeman. The first year he worked there, 5 policemen were killed. He worked there during the riots. It was a dangerous situation. That was Oakland, and that was that time. But now, it's everywhere. And we don't want that here. We were so happy to move up here because it was a pro-police community. You supported your deputies. That's where we live. We live in a rural area. We rely on them to respond. When you attack their salaries, and what you did was dishonest. You said you're not attacking their salaries, and yet you're going after their benefits. You have not negotiated with them in 2 years. They said, keep our contract that we had that expired in 2018, and you rejected it every single time. You're not negotiating with them. You're saying, you take this. We've devised this plan, and you take it. You're lording over them. We did not vote you in to lord over us. We voted you in to represent us, to keep us safe. Out of all of the county employees, they are the only ones that lay down their life 24/7, 365 days a year. If I call 911, are you going to respond? I don't see you cutting your salaries. I don't see you cutting your benefits. We can do without a lot of you in the county offices, but we cannot do without them. You're creating an unsafe environment. When you have less police, you have more crime. When you have more crime, you have more victims. And criminals are an equal opportunity victimizers in your community. Do you want to put your loved ones at risk? And that's my statement.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is William Irving. I have lived in Placer County for the last 25 plus years. I spent a 28-year career in the military protecting this country and to guarantee the rights that we enjoy. I'm fortunate to have two sons, both of which served on the Placer County Sheriff's Office, one of which is still with the Sheriff's Office. I worried about them every day when they got up to go to work. I worry about my son that's still with the Sheriff's Department today when he goes to work, and he's on duty now. I full well know what they do every day and the risks that they face. I spent 4 years as a civilian volunteer with the Placer County Sheriff's Department, working as a civilian patrol. These kids are dedicated to the core for you, this county, and me as a resident of this county. They're asking for nothing other than to hold status quo. I understand that we are in a terrible situation revenue-wise, not just Placer County, but the whole United States and the world economy. But somewhere, someone has to draw the line. The real pathetic part about it is these kids will continue to serve regardless of what you do. My son will get up every morning, he will put on that uniform, and he will go out and climb into his patrol cruiser, and he will go out to protect the citizens of Placer County, myself included. For that, I am totally thankful. He chose a career that is one of service, not one of being able to get rich. They earn every penny that they are paid. They are deserving of way more than what we, and by we, I'm not just talking about you as Board of Supervisors, but me as a voter, should be able to give them. I encourage this board to reconsider the stance that you're taking, to allow the deputies to continue in their present contract without cuts and benefits. They're not asking for raises and pay. The gentleman from Newcastle made a valid point. Not all of these deputies live in a Kaiser Permanente area for medical service. Therefore, they need the other entitlement, the Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's not that they don't want to go to Kaiser, it's just not available to them. I'm not going to demean anybody. I would not want your job, even though I voted several of you into it. I'm just asking you to please reconsider your stance, listen to our deputies, and do the right thing by them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and we'll take this next woman, and then we will wrap up public comment because we need to limit it this morning to 30 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name's Taryn De Silva. I've never done this before either, but I actually left my little baby so that I could be here today and address each one of you. Looking over the contract that was handed to the DSA and looking at what it gives to the deputies and what you're taking away from the deputies, I have to agree with everybody before me who said you're not taking money from the Sheriff's Department, you are taking it out of the pockets of your hardworking men and women of law enforcement. And as the wife of one of your deputies, I see him wake up every day and put on that badge and that gun. We have a little 1-year-old baby girl who's just our pride and joy, and a 13-year-old son. And he's willing to walk into work today and lay down his life and not be there for the rest of my children's life in order to keep each one of you and all of our residents of Placer County safe. And it's a slap in the face looking at the contract that was handed to them and what you want them to take as a cut, because none of you, I can't speak for sure, but I would be willing to bet that most of you would not be willing to walk out this door today and lay down your life for a complete stranger and leave your children and your family to have to deal with the aftermath of not having you there. And to ask someone to have to make that sacrifice and then to take a cut in their contract and to take that pay cut and to take, just looking at it for our family and looking at I can only look at my husband's paycheck and see we're taking a significant decrease in pay, and we are not the only ones. You are asking every deputy in the whole Placer County organization to take a significant decrease in their pay. And I don't know how each one of you can sit there and know that you are living in a safe county that is protected by each one of these men and women every day who are willing to go into their job today, potentially die, and you're okay with taking some money out of their pockets. You are asking, in today's world and what is going on in the world today, they already are faced with so much opposition, and you're asking them to continue to do that job, but to do it for less. And I would highly encourage you guys to really look at what you are asking them to do and find another way. From my understanding, the sheriff's department, these deputies are the only ones who are looking at taking a pay cut. You're not looking at cutting benefits in any other departments. And I used to work for the county for Health and Human Services. So I know that there are other cuts that can be made in other departments, and nobody wants a pay cut. I understand that. So like the woman who came in here before said, why not take the 1% pay cut in the whole county? And if you truly are asking your men and women of law enforcement to take this cut, then you should take a cut as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. And with that, we will close public comment. Appreciate those being here to show your support of our law enforcement. And we are going to go ahead and move forward with department items. So, but before department items, so get department items queued up. And this is the opportunity for any other CEO or board updates. So anybody else on the board want to make give any updates?
I think my only question is at what point, because there is a lot of information floating out that has been maybe not fully explained to the public, and I find that that's hard for me sitting here and hearing the comments, because I think every one of us is so dedicated to our law enforcement, and that's why they're so well compensated in this county. And that's a legacy that I've just walked into as a new supervisor, having lived in the county all these years and now understanding how dedicated my predecessors have been to fully funding that. So I just would ask the chair and the other supervisors, how do we report to the community some of the other things like the medical plan? We do have a plan in place for those who are not able to access Kaiser. That was part of the offer. I think that needs to be explained, that it was a 2-year process of negotiations and some of the other things. So whether Todd explains it now or we issue it in some manner, it may not. People may still not agree with what we've done here, but I think it is, because it's become political, I think we owe the public the full explanation. So
thank you. And yes, we are so we will go into negotiations, and our intent is we'll actually go to next step. Todd, go ahead.
Yeah, so I believe next week we're actually meeting with the DSA representatives to, speak to this and kind of the discussions about mediation and see if we can, maybe get to some sort of agreement. But I do think there is, just based on the statements, there needs to be some clarity about really what this last and best final offer was provided, because I think there seems to be some varied views about that. And I think it's really important to be clear about what we're actually asking and what is actually being proposed. So I think we're happy to work on some messaging, and we've done a number of those things up to the state, but I think doing more is going to be really important.
if I could just ask that we make sure we address the medical plan, that we also address that the comparison with all of our other employees who have gotten far less in increases over these last 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
I asked for that chart over the weekend and got it, and I thought that was very helpful because it isn't that we're picking on one group at all. In fact, taking away, in my mind, is not controlling costs is different than takeaways, and how we deal with that and how we get to the table in negotiations so that there is an opportunity. So I just ask that we make sure all of the public comments we heard today, that we address those. Whether people agree or not at the end of that, at least they have the facts from both sides, because you have to hear both sides.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Supervisor Wygant.
Yeah, I just want to add to that a little bit. I have a list of statements that are just bad information, or at least I'm misunderstanding a lot if that's not the case. For example, we're not asking anybody to take a pay cut. It's a function really of driving it, constraining our future cost increases, which in my view are out of control. And my reaction is that over the last few days and this morning, it's a pretty dark day in Placer County. 25 years that I've been on the Board of Supervisors, we have never done anything but provide the largest and greatest support of public protection and law enforcement. And to be charged that I might be an Antifa sympathizer for crying out loud in this county is just, it's just dark. And I want to emphasize that some of the misrepresentations and bad information literally also came from our sheriff. So I have a list of things that I heard that are inaccurate. I share with Cindy, and I think all of us, that we need to do a really good job of making it clear to the public exactly what has happened. And then at the end of the day, people might disagree about what we're trying to accomplish, but at least they'll know what we're trying to accomplish.
Thank you, Robert. All right, anything else?
I'm sorry, I do need to say, if others of us aren't going to, use this platform to let the public know how strongly we support our deputy sheriffs and our law enforcement. I grew up in a family with a father who I just lost, who spent his whole career in law enforcement. So I appreciate what you're saying, but we have to be also fiscally prudent. And so what we're asking is what we feel very fair. And while others don't feel it's fair, let us at least lay out both sides and let people know what we're faced with. It's not for this year and it's not for next year, but it's the longevity of Placer County. And when we are paying, and every one of us have agreed to continue paying our sheriff's deputies more than any other surrounding county or local jurisdiction, let's be very clear about that. No one is leaving us for higher pay or benefits. We have the best of all, and nobody is reducing that. Even the 2% that was asked for, that one woman brought up from the, that is still less than what others are contributing to their own retirements in other counties. So I am absolutely convinced that we are the best, and we deserve the best, and we are paying the best, and we need to continue to do that.
Thank you, Cindy. All right, we are going to move to item 7A, our first department item, which is the Placer Retirement Residence Minor Use Permit extension of time. As Kelly comes up, if those of you want to exit the chambers, thank you for your attendance. All right, go ahead, Callie.
Good morning, Supervisors and Chairperson Gore. My name is Callie Kettinger-Cecil of the Planning Services Division. Do I have control here? Okay, wonderful. The item before you this morning is a request for an extension of time for the Placer Retirement Residence Minor Use Permit. The project site is located at 3905 Old Auburn Road at the intersection of Sierra College Boulevard and Old Auburn Road. Surrounding land uses include residential to the south, rural residential to the west and north, and high to low density residential to the east. The project site is 8.7 acres and is located in the island area of Granite Bay. The project consists of a 3-story residential care facility for seniors, which includes 145 congregate living suites for up to 160 residents. On May 28th, 2019, your board approved the minor use permit, certified the project's environmental impact report, as well as approved a rezone from residential single family, combining agriculture, combining minimum building site of 100,000 square feet to a new zoning designation of residential agriculture with a combining minimum building site of 100,000 square feet. The applicant is requesting a 3-year extension of time in order to continue to process plans, obtain regulatory agency approval, construct site improvement project, construct site improvements and fulfill the project's permit. So the project was initially approved on May 28th, 2019, and approval of this extension would establish a new expiration date of May 28th, 2024. The ability of the applicant to exercise the permit has been affected by two things. The first was a CEQA lawsuit that was filed immediately following the board action, and all work on the project stopped. The other thing that it has greatly affected the project is the global pandemic have impacted the project's ability to obtain construction financing. On September 25th, 2019, the CEQA lawsuit was dismissed, and since that time, the applicant has been diligent in pursuing implementation of the project, as evidenced by submittal of 2 improvement plan sets, as well as satisfaction of mitigation measures for biological impacts. I recommend that your board approve the 3-year extension of time based on the analysis and findings contained in the staff report. I'm available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here remotely. Thank you.
Thank you, Callie. It looks like there are no questions from my colleagues, so we will open it up to public comment. And we're opening the public hearing. Thank you. So we'll now open the public hearing. Any comments?
No comments.
All right, so we'll bring it back to the board. And any discussion? All right, we have a motion to approve a second. Vice Supervisor Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, item 8A, which is a new classification of senior elections aid. And do we have Kate on the line? There she is.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Okay, great. You cut out there for a minute, so I'll just jump right in. Good morning. I'm Kate Sampson with your Human Resources Department. I'm requesting introduction this morning of an ordinance amending the schedule of classifications and compensation to reflect the new classification of senior elections aid. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic and transition to voter service centers for this year's general election, the Elections Office has reevaluated its staffing plan and determined the need for an extra help senior elections aid to serve as the lead workers outstationed at voting centers. The proposed action adds the senior elections aid to the salary schedule. And if I may take a moment to encourage any interested persons to consider applying for our elections aid or senior elections aid recruitments, we are actively looking for lots of willing folks to help assist us with facilitating this essential democratic process this year. And with that, I would invite any questions from your board.
Thank you, Kate. Looks like there are no questions. We'll open it up to the public. All right, and bring it back to the board for a Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, just quickly, Kate, the position, can you describe as you're looking for people to perhaps consider applying? Could you describe kind of what the workload is anticipated? Is this just people working at the election centers for those few days that they're required to be open?
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. As I understand it, there will be 4 days that the voting centers are open this year during the election period. In addition, there's some additional training offered for these employees, and I believe the Elections Office has additional administrative duties to help prepare for and facilitate voting this year. So we are looking for anywhere from a couple weeks to a more extended assignment for folks who would be willing and able to participate.
But just to clarify, we're not asking people who are just starting out their careers to make a career commitment to us. This might be suitable for people who might already be retired and have an opportunity to spend a little time getting paid, helping us with our process, all of that, correct?
Absolutely. This is a temporary assignment.
Okay, thank you. And then my only other question is there a reason why Ronco had you do the heavy lifting and he wasn't here to present himself?
He keeps saying he's busy. I don't know what that's about.
Slacker. All right.
All right. Supervisor Euler, do you want to make a motion?
I would gladly move approval. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And Kate, why don't you go ahead and take item 8A, and then we'll move on to our timed items. But 8AB. Go ahead. This is the new classification of Director of Health and Human Services, Chief Psychiatrist.
Thank you. I'd be happy to. Again, I'm Kate Sampson with your Human Resources Department. This morning, I'm requesting introduction of an ordinance amending your schedule of classifications and compensation and associated code provisions. Due to the upcoming retirement of Jeff Brown, HR recently facilitated a recruitment process to identify the next Director of Health and Human Services for Placer County. As a result of that process, the CEO created a new classification of Director of HHS / Chief Psychiatrist to provide additional flexibility in making the staffing decision. This department head position will be responsible for directing the operations of our largest department, in addition to managing psychiatric medical activities within the county's mental health program. Based on these expanded duties, the recommended salary range is consistent with a previously used existing classification of Director of HHS / County Health Officer. Also proposed for consideration are updates to code sections to extend premium pays currently offered to the Chief Psychiatrist position to this new classification as well. Please note that I've incorporated in the ordinance the reintroduction of some existing code language that was inadvertently adjusted during a prior administrative update. With that, I'd like to extend my thanks and best wishes to Jeff Brown as he embarks on his well-earned retirement and we pivot to this next chapter for the department. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Kate. No questions from my colleagues. We'll open it up to the public. All right, and bring it back to the board for a motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. And opposed, motion carries. Now I have to say, somebody will really enjoy retirement because I don't think anybody has worked as hard as Mr. Brown has in the past 6 months. So we're glad to be able to hand the reins over to somebody who will do a good job as well. Thank you, Kate. All right, we are going to move to the 9:50 timed item this morning, which is item 1A, confirming annexation of Glen Willow subdivision into improvement area number 1 of the county of Placer Community Facilities District, and approve the Glen Willow subdivision final map and other related items. And good morning, Michelle.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Michelle Kingsbury with the Community Development Resource Agency. We also have Leslie Amsbury, our county surveyor, who's also on the electronic platform too, if there's questions. We'll keep this quick. The first item, as you mentioned, was to confirm the annexation of the Glen Willow subdivision into our existing Community Facilities District number 1, 2017-1 within the Riolo Vineyard specific plan. And the second item, as you mentioned, is just to authorize the chair to sign the final subdivision map, the subdivision improvement agreement, 2 improvement agreements, and approve the recordation of both the map and the agreements. Glen Willow is a 177 residential lot subdivision. It's phase 2 within the existing Riolo Vineyard specific plan, which is located in West Placer. The property owner has signed a unanimous approval, which was included as an attachment to your board memo as well, to confirm the annexation into the CFD. And with that, both Leslie and I are available to answer any questions. This is more of an administrative item to keep moving forward with the subdivision.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Looks like there are no questions from my colleagues. Any questions from the public? No. All right, bring it back. And we need to take 2 separate motions. So the first motion is to adopt a resolution to confirm annexation of the Glen Willow subdivision, assessor parcel numbers 023-200-089 and 023-200-076, and ordering and directing related matters for CFD number 2017-1. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. And opposed? Motion carries. And the second item is to authorize the chair to sign the Glen Willow subdivision Riolo Vineyard specific plan phase 2 final map, subdivision improvement agreement, and 2 improvement agreements, and approve recordation of the final map and the agreements. Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Oh, and for the record, Supervisor Euler was temporarily absent on that. Thank you. Item 2A, it's our 10 o'clock timed item, and it is a third-party appeal, the Wilson Minor Land Division. Good morning. And I think some folks are coming in. You can come on in and sit in seats that don't have placards on them, but if there's two of you and you're related, you can sit next to one another. Thank you for helping us maintain social distancing. Good morning.
Right. Thank you, Supervisors. I'm Delaney Farnham with Planning Services Division. Today, the project we have before you is a third-party appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the Wilson Minor Land Division. Actions requested today are to deny the third-party appeal, uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the Minor Land Division, and adopt the prepared mitigated negative declaration and monitoring reporting program. The project site is located in Granite Bay, approximately 1.2 miles southeast of the intersection of Auburn-Folsom Road and Twin Rocks Road, and approximately 0.3 miles south of the intersection of Twin Rocks Road and Vogel Valley Road. The 3.31 acre parcel is currently undeveloped. It is zoned residential single family, combining agriculture, combining minimum build site of 40,000 square feet, combining planned residential development of 1 dwelling unit per acre. The site is located just west of the Folsom Lake Recreation Area. The topography of the site is moderate with a gentle downward slope from east to west. The site is largely covered in oak conifer woodland with annual grassland. The surrounding land uses include residential, equestrian, and lake recreation. One site directly north is undeveloped, while all other adjacent parcels are developed with residential residences. The applicant is requesting approval of a minor land division to subdivide a 3.31 acre parcel into 3 parcels consisting of 1.15 acres, 1.07 acres, and 1.07 acres. The proposed access to all 3 parcels would be from Vogel Valley Road, which is a privately maintained road, and is accessed from the county-maintained Twin Rocks Road. On-site improvements include extending Vogel Valley Road along the eastern property line and a new driveway constructed along the southern property line, which would provide access to all 3 parcels, ending in a hammerhead turnaround. Off-site improvements include improving the encroachment of Vogel Valley Road and Twin Rocks Road to a plate 116 and widening the first 100 feet of Vogel Valley Road to a 20-foot width. Additionally, the proposed project would connect to the Placer County Sewer Maintenance District 2 for sewer service and connect to San Juan Water District for treated water. A 6-inch sewer line will be brought in from the south directly from Warren Court. It will be brought in and then run along the southern on-site driveway and then stubbed out along the eastern on-site road. South of the project site is a 50-foot wide easement for utilities and emergency vehicle access. That easement runs from Warren Court to the southern edge of the proposed project. This item was initially heard at the April 16th Parcel Review Committee hearing. Ultimately, that item was continued to allow staff further time to investigate comments about the off-site and on-site improvements made by the public. The item was then heard at the May 21st Parcel Review Committee hearing. Neighbors provided verbal testimony in opposition to the location of the on-site driveway. The Parcel Review Chairman considered public comment and ultimately approved the project as designed. At the July 9th Planning Commission hearing, a third-party appeal of the Parcel Review Chairman's approval was heard. The Commission considered public comment and ultimately unanimously approved the project. On July 16th, an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval was filed by Dana Lyon, contested that the project is not compliant with CEQA due to an invalid Phase 1 environmental site assessment report, the presence of deer on site, and impacts to the on-site driveway location. Additionally, the appellant suggests that the driveway design is inconsistent with the surrounding area and questions the intent of the driveway location. Okay. The appellant questioned if the Phase 1 ESA report was valid because it did not describe an existing on-site well and the above-ground tanks found on site. The Phase 1 ESA was requested for environmental review by the Environmental Health Department. A Phase 1 ESA is completed to research the current and historical land uses of a site. The intent of the report is to assess if any current or historical land uses pose a impact to the groundwater or soil beneath the project site. And this is to assess any threat to environmental or human health concerns. The on-site well had already been identified prior to the request of this report. The on-site well is conditioned to be destroyed. Additionally, environmental health reviewed the Phase 1 ESA report and found it satisfactory for our environmental review. The appellant suggests that placing the driveway on the northern property line would better coincide with the existing surrounding residential subdivisions and would also provide a potential future driveway access to the undeveloped property to the north. The property immediately north does have the potential to be subdivided into 3 parcels. However, the site is currently undeveloped and it is unknown as to whether or not that property will be subdivided in the future and to what constraints exist which would dictate the location of access. Additionally, there are several properties that are in the Vogel Valley neighborhood as well as in the Hidden Creeks Estate subdivisions that do have backyards that back up to roads. So the consistency we found to be consistent with the general area. The appeal letter suggests that concerns with off-site trees within 50 feet of the proposed driveway location will be impacted. The driveway, if it were to be relocated to the north, we did analyze that the impact to oak canopy would be relatively the same, if not more. Additionally, if the driveway was relocated to the north, the same mitigation measures and conditions of approval would apply for the impacts to trees. So tree removal along the Hidden Creek Estates subdivision may impact the existing screening and natural buffer between the project site and the subdivision. However, this project is conditioned to construct a 6-foot-tall privacy board fencing, which will run along the extent of the on-site driveway. And this should provide sufficient privacy for the residential neighborhood to the back. The appeal letter also suggests concerns with flooding due to the on-site driveway from runoff. The Stormwater Management Manual requires that any runoff pre-construction or post-construction cannot increase beyond the existing conditions. This will be ensured during our improvement plan phase. And additionally, the project is designed with a vegetated swale that will run along the extent of the driveway, and that would collect and disperse any excess runoff to the site. So no runoff will be leaving the site. Additionally, the appellants assert that a deer nursery was not identified on site and that it should trigger an EIR. The biological study was prepared and provided an inventory of the flora and fauna found on site. Mule deer were identified in that inventory, but are not considered a federally listed or special status listed species, and therefore we found no significant impact to that. The appellants also assert that the design of the driveway along the southern property line is to ultimately gain access to the EVA easement from Warren Court. So the existing EVA easement from Warren Court to the southern boundary of the project is limited to only utilities and emergency vehicle access. It is not for the purposes of residential vehicular traffic or pedestrian traffic. The project is conditioned to gate and lock that easement, so there will be no access that way. And the project site has legal access to Vogel Valley Road, and the county cannot compel a grant of a private easement from Warren Court to the project site. So the photos here, just to explain, the one on the left is of the appellant's backyard, and then the forefront of the picture is where the proposed driveway would go. Also, that's where the proposed 6-foot-tall fence would be running along that property line. And then the picture on the right shows where the on-site road would go facing the EVA easement. It's currently fenced, and that area is actually going to have a lock gate in the future. So the Development Review Committee recommends that the Board of Supervisors deny the third-party appeal, uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the Wilson Minor Land Division, subject to the conditions and findings attached in the staff report, uphold the Planning Commission's decision to adopt the prepared mitigated negative declaration, and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program pursuant to CEQA. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate the report. Any questions? Yes, Supervisor Euler.
Just a quick question to council. Just in full disclosure, my parents' home is within 1,500 feet of this project. I have no financial interest in my parents' home. Is there any conflict for me participating in this conversation?
No, there is not.
Thank you.
I just want to let the public know that you don't live there anymore either.
That's true. Thank you for that.
I'm sure they're grateful that their grown son no longer lives at home.
And I will say the financial interest in Hidden Lakes Estates finished when my father sold Unit 6, which you access Haley Drive through Unit 6, when they sold it in the early 80s when my dad built out Hidden Lakes Estates. So his financial interest ended quite a while ago in this neighborhood.
Supervisor Gustafson, questions?
Yeah, I just had a question on the condition number 35 related to tree. Can you point me to the wording on that?
Yeah.
The tree, the issue of the
Sure.
restoration of vegetation. Sorry, it's quite a lengthy packet.
I know,
as
I was
well as
gonna
a
say, I
very
don't
big
have that
board book,
condition
so-
memorized, so let me just make sure I'm reading the right one here.
And if you could cite the page, just so I can read along with you.
Yeah, so we are on, well, I don't know if I have the right page now. I'm on page 7 of my conditions out
Okay.
of 12.
Page 185 of your packet.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's always easier. There's so many documents. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay, so really, condition 35 is more related to occurrence of a species of birds and nesting. So I will point you to condition 36,
Okay.
which is more related to the impact of the trees.
Okay. I
Yeah.
must have misread that. Okay.
That's okay. So I'll just kind of read the first part here. Condition 36 states, prior to issuance of improvement plan and/or grading permits for the extension of Ogle Valley Drive and prior to issuance of a building permit on lots 1, 2, or 3 for future single-family residents, mitigation for the loss of an estimated 3.3 acres of oak woodland through one or a combination of the following is subject to the Planning Services Division approval, consistent with the requirements of CEQA Section 21083.4. So we provided 4 different options or combination of options to mitigate for the impact of a 3.3 acre oak woodland assessment. So when we're looking at this project, we're not just looking at the proposed roads, we're also looking down the future to the proposed build out of all 3 sites.
Right.
Once we looked at the proposed build out, we assessed that it's going to be a full 3.3 acres of impact. So although some trees, not all trees will be removed, we do anticipate impact to the oak woodland entirety. So the options for that is submitting fees, and we do have a fee schedule for $24,000 per acre of impact. So that's one option for mitigation. They also have the option to purchase offsite conservation easements. They can do a combination of payment to the tree preservation fund, and as well as doing some like replanting options as well. So once it comes to improvement plans, we will assess which options go forward.
Okay. I just, some of the appellant's arguments were about the screening. And obviously, depending on where they relocate and replace trees, that can add to the 6-foot fencing
Correct.
that is being required. So just wanted to make sure I was clear. They have that option, and more than likely, I would think the other homeowners would feel the same way, that they would want screening and buffering between themselves and others. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think just a couple of clarifications. I asked you this last night, I believe, but just to confirm that the emergency vehicle access to Warren Court will stay that way, right? There won't
Correct.
be any change to the easement.
Yeah, the only changes to the easement are improvements. So we will improve the surfacing of the easement for fire trucks to be able to access, and also adding the locked gate, which will also have a Knox box for any fire to access. So we are adding the gate and surfacing improvements.
No public access.
No public
Okay.
access.
And then a question I have, is it more costly to install the sewer if the road was on the north side of the property versus the south side of the property? That question came up as well.
Yeah, I will point to a. Okay. So to point out, the sewer is being brought in from the south from Warren Court. As the county reviewed the project, we've required that the sewer be constructed along the eastern property line and stubbed out for future property owners nearby to use. So if they were to relocate the driveway to the north, the sewer will relatively remain the same as far as the amount of sewer that needs to be constructed. As far as cost, there may be some site preferences to the south, such as topography and existing. Look, I'm not an engineer, so I don't know exactly the costs that would go into the sewer construction. However, the amount of sewer constructed would relatively be the same.
Okay, thank you. And then just a question, there was a concern about how, where roads should go. Typically, I think somebody mentioned that the roads go typically in front of homes and on the back side of homes. And is that part of the Granite Bay Community Plan? Is that consistent with that area? Can you explain that, please?
Yeah, so the Granite Bay Community Plan does not specify driveway location with the minor land division. If you look at this area up and down Vogel Valley Road, you have several parcels that have backyards that back onto Vogel Valley Road and access off of other roads like Turner Road. Additionally, there are some lots within the Hidden Creeks Estate subdivision that do have backyards that front along a residential street as well. So I'd say it's commonplace, being that we have over time subdivided this area through different processes. So it's not really that cohesive. So you see a lot of larger lot subdivisions as well as the standard lot and block subdivision that you see to the south.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and open the public hearing. And I think we need to probably start with the appellant, yes? All right, so I don't know if the public appellant is on Zoom. Okay, terrific. And so I believe, is that Dana Lyon? We're going to bring that person in, so let's be patient with technology.
Dana, go ahead and unmute your mic and start your video. You should be able to give your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for asking great questions there. I appreciate that. The one point that I did want to make on the phase one environmental study, the other part of this, if you look at the California Penal Code 115 PC, filing a false document in California, and 115 PC states that every person who normally procures or offers any false or forged instrument to be filed, registered or recorded in any public office within this state, which instrument is genuine, might be filed, registered, or recorded under any law of this state or of the United States, is guilty of a felony. So if you look at the report, you'll see that they said there is no wells, no above-ground storage tanks, no discarded barrels, and I think that was possibly it. So, so yesterday I went ahead and I contacted the district attorney, Gear, and gave him this information and request that they investigate this matter to see if in fact there has been a violation of Penal Code 115 PC.
All right. So you've shared that with the DEA. I understand that. I don't know if that has any bearing right now on today's hearing. So if there are any other concerns that you want to bring to our attention, this would be your opportunity to do so, sir. I want to make sure you fully share your concerns, share the reason you brought the appeal, and then we'll move forward.
Okay. Again, they did talk about the trees that are to be removed. If you look at the arborist report, they're rather large trees that are probably 50 to 80 years old that they're going to take down. And if you look at the canopy itself, the canopy is probably the same up to the north as the south, but it's pretty much scrub oak. And really the only big tree that's tagged up there is a pine tree. Again, as you said, it wouldn't cost any more for Miss Wilson to put the road on the north as opposed to the south, because the way the sewer line goes. It will adversely affect our backyard. It will not allow us to enjoy our backyard anymore. And if you actually drive that road, even if you put a 6-foot fence in there, as the cars come over the crest of the road, the lights are going to come right into the backside of our house. I've talked with the owner on the north side of the property. He agrees with me that it'd be much better to put it on the north side than the south side. If you look at the topography of the north side of the property, it has a much gentler slope, which would mean it would cost a whole lot less to build a road on the north side than the south side of the property. I could go on. And you know, I've talked about all this. I'm just trying to get along, and I'm, it's really sad that in all the turmoil that we have, we can't figure out how to work together and just move the road to the north. I offered to pay any extra cost to move the road to the north, and there's no budget. So I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. All right, any other public comment? Yes, sir, it looks like you'd like to make a comment. You're welcome to come up to the podium, please, and state your name. No problem. Well, that's not a bad thing.
Okay. My name is John Vogel. I live in the Vogel Valley Road. I built the road in 1974 and kept maintaining the road for years on my own cost. When Mrs. Wilson came in and bought the property, there was dirt road, narrow lane. She saw she was getting, and the last 15 years, I've improved the road by hauling in 70 truckloads of ground up asphalt. No cost to her. She was hidden in the corner someplace. And graded. I bought a road grader. Had a road grader for years just to keep the road up. Also, I want to talk about that north side. The north side of the property, could you bring that map up there? On the north side of the property, I own that property also. It's, to my opinion, I've been there since 74. I owned that property at one time. I sold it in 1978 or 80 or something like that. The 3 acres, I sold it to Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie sold it to Wilson. She's been there about 15 years. And to put the road down on the lower side by the fence, it's ludicrous. Have anybody just been out there and looked at the situation? I mean, the drainage, you're putting a road in a drainage area that's run off from both properties and it continues on down behind us to Hidden Valley Estates. Put a road down there. Whoever thought of putting a hole in the ditch, a road? I mean, somebody should go out there and take a look. When the road comes up the high spot on the north side, it's high ground. In a road area, you got to pump the sewer. Makes no sense. Got to go out and take a look at it. And another thing is, I don't know if she's been successful, but she's trying to push her way into the development next door where we got a lock and key. For my property, nobody get over that, cross that gate. Only emergency exits only. It's written in paperwork that way. It says it there, emergency exits only. Is she trying to get into it? And that because her property values will go higher. But here she is when they move the gate back. Oh, I let my people in there on Warren Court. But Warren Court was not built to have other people come in on the back because that's not the way it was designed. It wasn't designed that way. When Wilson comes in, she's trying to change everything around to suit her. Again, putting the road down on the low part on the south side, taking out a big heritage oak tree, get in there, over 100 is a heritage oak. They're big around. It was big oak tree. They tear it out. It's the only one on the property. Why? Just put the road up on the north side. Take out a couple of digger pines. They're all a bunch of scrubs up there. I know because I got the property next door. I know what it looks like. I've seen it. It's scrub pine. We're not denying her to put a road in, but put it in where it was designed to put in. And that was up next to the other parcels. It doesn't make no sense. She wants to get down there in a hole. I think she wanted to, I don't know if you guys could answer me, Rob, but did she one time try to push her way into the people next door? I don't know. That's out of the question. You can't do that. It's a locked gate. It's for public fire trucks, ambulances only.
Yes, sir.
I put it that way when I bought the property. If I wanted to go through there when I bought the property, I could have set it up that way, but that ain't the way we wanted it. Warren Court wants his own little subdivision. Why should I take we got a good road going out on Vogel Valley Road. It's 60-foot wide easement. 60-foot wide.
Mr. Vogel, can you wrap up?
Yeah, okay, I get talking. I'm
Well,
an old guy, I get talking. But anyway, you gotta go out and take a look of decisions to put the north side is the only place. It's high ground. It's high all the way in. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
This is my mouth talking, but
I appreciate you coming
Okay.
out. Thank you very much. We have the applicant. Yeah, I didn't realize that okay, so we've got the applicant on, so we'll go ahead and take the applicant. And then is there anybody else in the audience that wants to make public comment? Just checking. All right, thank you. We'll take the applicant, please. And if you hear us, the applicant can turn off or turn on your mic, turn on your camera, and go ahead and we'll take your comment.
Ms. Wilson, can you turn on your mic, give your comments?
Technology.
Oh, it looks like she accidentally just removed herself from the meeting.
All right, she's going to probably dial in while we wait. She'll come back in, and I want to make sure that we hear from her as well. Any questions while we're at it from my colleagues and nobody else we have one caller, so let's bring the caller in.
Hello,
Oh,
can you hear me?
there she is. Is that?
Okay, I was able to call in. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Oh, okay, perfect. So I would say the comment that I have is before I even purchased this property, the real estate agent had to put a gag order on the Vogels because they were so difficult to deal with for any potential buyer. And I'm actually still having the same problem. I have been harassed and my character's been bashed in costly delays, and the neighbors, including the Lions, have trespassed on the property, taking photos of my well and my windmill and being on my property without permission. I know nobody wants a property developed right behind your property when you've had 20 years plus of enjoyment of a vacant lot. And I apologize to the neighbors that development is happening. The Vogels they actually involved me in one of their own lawsuits. And so anyway, it's been very costly being a neighbor with the Vogels. As far as the sewer, it is more costly to put it on the north side. I understand the Vogels would like to put it there because they'd like to increase the value of their lot. But you need a pump on the sewer on both sides. And I've never really pushed to open this gate. They presented to me that if we could open that gate, that it would increase the value of our lots. I am a horse girl. I just wanted a property that I could ride my horses on the Folsom Lake trails. But I've decided to sell and develop this lot because I don't want to live there with all the animosity that goes on that street. So I think Delaney has presented an incredible slide. Excuse me, I'm very emotional right now. I think Delaney and the team did their due diligence. I believe that this property fits in the neighborhood as it's always been zoned for 3 lots since day one when I purchased it and when the Vogels did the initial split. There are trees on the property. It is heavily treed and it is an incredible fire hazard. Like the Vogels call me and tell me that I need to clean up the lot because it's a fire hazard. So, and they send everybody away because they don't want anyone driving down there because they're afraid something from their cars may spark a fire. So I think it would be a good thing to develop the lots for fire safety. And again, I apologize that development is happening. But when they purchased their homes, they knew that this was a potential of happening. So again, I believe the team did a great job with the presentation, and I don't really have anything to add.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Ms. Olson. It looks like we have another caller on the line, Megan. Is that correct? And another public comment.
Please transfer the caller in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lisa Catalano. I live on Vogel Valley Road at the opposite end of the project where Vogel Valley meets Twin Rocks. And I participated, earlier in the project. Delaney and the team came out and considered the road improvements on this end, and I appreciate the attention to that. My concerns really, are being a resident. I've been here for 10 years and sympathize with Dana and Mr. Vogel, who's been here much longer. I think anytime there's development, even though it's allowed and, follows the rules, we want there to be the least possible impact. So, my concern is on the road, as well as just for the trees, for the area, but environmentally, we all want the area to be preserved as much as possible. My feeling knowing these 2 lots, because I'm, spent a lot of time out on the trails and in the area as well, is that if this property is developed the way it is with the road on the south side, then those backyards of these 3 new homes are potentially going to face the driveway on the other lot that Mr. Vogel owns, depending on what he does with it in the future. If the roads were in between the 2 lots, it provides access for both of the undeveloped lots to share access, therefore avoiding the headlights and all the other issues and the backyard dilemma, and potentially, preserving some of those better trees. So, my, request is, I think we should go look at the trees. I think we should go look at the sort of good neighbor aspect of it. And if Mr. Lyon is willing to pay the additional cost to move the road to the north side, as he said he was for a potential sewer, then, why shouldn't that be encouraged? I want everyone on the street to get along as well as possible. I haven't experienced the animosity that Mrs. Wilson referenced. So that's my concern. I think also, I'm just hoping that as this project goes forward in whatever way it's approved, that there is some requirement that we participate. So I have concerns that I've mentioned once in writing in terms of how will I be notified? This is the front of my house is where the traffic is going to go by. At some point, there's going to be paving. I need to make sure that's happening at a time when my family can get in and out and those kinds of things. So, I haven't heard in terms of, when something like this happens on a road like this, a private road that we all share, how are the neighbors notified and informed, and how do we agree on project development that doesn't impact the existing residents?
Thank you for your comments. All right, any other public comment? And, all right, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to our board. Delaney, were there any questions that were brought up that you need to answer?
I just wanted to reiterate from Mr. Vogel's comments, the EVA easement is gated and locked, so we are not granting any access from the Warren Court, the Green Creek Estate Subdivision to this project site. This project is legally accessed from Vogel Valley Road, and that's going to remain with the approval. Additionally, the comment that we just heard regarding when improvements start occurring. During our improvement plan phases, when we're doing those offsite improvements like the encroachment improvement and widening of Vogel Valley Road, there will be, traffic routed to avoid the paved area. And that stuff is temporary in nature once that's constructed. But during the time it's being constructed, they do have traffic in place to help folks access their homes. So just to reassure that.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, quick question. So this is an RA zoning?
Correct. So RA B40.
Okay. So the folks living on those lots potentially could have livestock horses?
Correct.
Okay. In the RA zoning, the rear yard setback for a barn is, I believe, 10 feet?
Yes, on a parcel under an acre, that would be correct.
Okay. So if we put the road on the north side, the backyards you could have, as the woman expressed, she bought this as equestrian property. The subdivision right next door, Hidden Valley, is equestrian property. A lot of people in Vogel Valley purchased it as equestrian because of the immediate access to the lake trails, all the rest. You could have 3 barns within 10 feet of the fence line of the neighbor who doesn't want a driveway there.
That's correct.
For the life of me, I don't understand how the impact to him is greater by having the road on the south than if the road were on the north. Knowing the kinds of activities that take place in backyards, having grown up in this neighborhood, I would much prefer to have somebody's driveway adjacent to my backyard than to have 3 separate backyards backing up to my backyard. I don't understand it, having lived it myself personally. So if there aren't other, I'm prepared to move forward with the motion.
I guess I just have one question. Well, I mean, the applicant, right, owns the property, right, and had basically the choice as to where to put that road. I mean, I certainly hear the arguments of moving it north, and it could certainly benefit the property to the north of that. At the same time, this is an individual piece of property, and they have the option. Yeah, I can see the desire of Mr. Lyon and not wanting to have a road along his back property. But at the end of the day, the property owner has that choice, correct?
Yeah, so the project was initially designed with the driveway to the south. If this were not split, if this was just a 3-acre lot coming in for a single family dwelling, they would be allowed to put that driveway anywhere they'd like. We wouldn't be able to dictate where that driveway goes.
So even if it wasn't subdivided, the owner could bring it along the back.
Yeah.
The southern portion.
Correct.
Also.
Because her easement runs along the entirety of the eastern property line, so she can encroach onto that for her driveway. And we wouldn't be able to tell her differently in that case. In this case, we have a little more oversight with the entitlement. I think her engineer came up with the cost effectiveness of being closer to the utilities is to the south, and then there is option to move to the north, but as far as cost effectiveness, it's probably about the same, if not more.
Right, thank you. Supervisor Euler, and I heard the last speaker, and, this is when I wish people could actually be good neighbors and work together, and it just sounds like there's been attempts, but it just hasn't worked, and that's, I'm sure, very frustrating on everyone's part. I really wish we didn't even have to get to this place, right? And the folks could work it out, but that doesn't always happen. Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, I move we deny the third-party appeal, uphold the planning commission's July 9th decision to adopt the mitigated negative deck and mitigated monitoring reporting program, as well as uphold the planning commission's July 9th decision to approve the minor land division, subject to the conditions attached.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, for staff, and thank you for those who are participating. We'll move to item 3A, which is the 1025 timed item. It's a third-party appeal, the Sayre Winery Administrative Review Permit. And good morning, Nikki.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Nikki Striegan, Planning Services Division, here today to present a third-party appeal for the Sayre Winery Administrative Review Permit, which is a small winery and tasting room in the community of Granite Bay. Before you is the project location, so you can see the project site shown in red outline. It's located on Cavett-Stallman Road, about 0.65 miles west of the Auburn-Folsom Road intersection. It's immediately west of Laird Road, east of Barton Road, and the project site itself is almost 80 acres. It includes 20 acres of existing vineyard, one of the largest in Placer County, 10 acres of olive trees, a barn, and a 1,200 square foot caretaker residence. The zoning for the site is residential agricultural, combining 4.6 acre minimum. Its land use designation in the Granite Bay Community Plan is rural estate, 4.6 to 20 acres. And surrounding land uses, as you can see, are rural residential, with all adjacent land uses zoned residential agricultural. So here are some site photos. You can see a pond on the property, some of the vineyards that have been planted, and some of the oak trees that are interspersed throughout the vineyard. This is a site plan at the 80-acre extent. So again, you can see some of the existing site improvements. There's a patchwork of vineyards throughout the property, as well as some other features on the site. There's a solar-mounted array south of a caretaker residence. There's a gated driveway to the southeast, and so that starts in this corner and terminates in the northwest of the property at a barn. There's also an improved driveway that's shown in the dark black, and that was a driveway that was constructed under a prior grading permit. This is the access that the public would use for the winery, which is shown here at the south end of the site. The site is fenced. It has frontage that's been extensively landscaped, and then you can see some creeks that are in the dashed lines on the property as well. This is zoomed in on the actual site, so you can see the winery here on the left side of your screen. There's the parking on the right side with a rotunda. There's a access road to the back side of the facility, which is for employee parking. The main structure itself is about 11,200 square feet, and it includes space for production, for wine tasting, offices, and a wine cave. And of course, there are outdoor patio areas and paths and so forth with some extensive landscaping. So as I mentioned, the proposal is for an administrative review permit. It's to operate a small winery, which is a winery that makes less than 20,000 cases of wine per year, as well as a tasting room. The proposal actually includes less than 20,000 cases of wine and operates 5 days a week with hours from 10 to 6, with a couple of nuances there that we'll talk about as far as operation or limited operation. The proposal also includes the sale of olive oil from olive trees grown on the property, as well as 6 events annually. That is for winemaker dinners, pickup parties and that kind of thing, but a limit of 6 per year. The facility, as I mentioned, is 11,200 square feet. That includes a 4,300 square foot grape processing facility, 4,600 square feet of tasting room, and 2,300 square feet of wine cave, out 6,200 square feet. The operations are scaled and limited. So the tasting room, while open from Wednesday through Sunday, which is pretty standard of a lot of our wineries, it is open by appointment only from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and open to the public from 2 to 6 p.m. The total number of guests per day is 203, and that is a limitation set by their septic system capacity. There are 6 promotional events per year with a maximum attendance of 102 people, and the hours of operation for promotional events are Sunday through Thursday, 10 to 8, and Friday through Saturday, 10 to 10. This item was heard by the zoning administrator on April 16th of this year, where it was referred to the Planning Commission and heard on May 28th of this year. The Planning Commission took action to unanimously approve the administrative review permit, and the items above are some of the issues that have been raised in those hearings and in some correspondence. They include the use being misconstrued as an ag event center, the uses or the administrative review permit's independent utility from the winery and farm brewery zoning text amendment, the project's analysis under the winery and farm brewery EIR, traffic on private roads, traffic safety, the inclusion of a VMT analysis, event hours, project-related runoff, and that's related to hydrology and water runoff, concern for grading that was occurring related to agricultural in fall of last year, compatibility with the neighborhood, and of course, monitoring and enforcement. But in light of addressing those issues in staff reports and through our Planning Commission's deliberations, there was an appeal filed for this item, and we'll go through those points in the next couple of slides. Those are also addressed in the staff report, and we'll talk about some of those as part of this presentation. So the points that the appellant raises are as follows. The appellant raises the analysis of cumulative impacts as related to the winery and farm brewery zoning text amendment, including in accordance with CEQA guidelines, section 15378A and C, which defines a project under CEQA. The appellant also raises the lack of analysis within the winery and farm brewery's ETA EIR, and why it was not included if entitlements were modified. It also raises traffic safety, including turning movements on, to, and off of Cabot-Stallman Road. The use of private roads were raised, the failure to address VMT and potential increase in relation to the adoption of the winery and farm brewery zoning text amendment. Clarification of how the septic system design limits events to 6 times per year and how the change in a project would affect that design, or project description would affect that design, as well as clarification of parking limitations, an explanation of how the project is inconsistent with the home occupation land use, why road improvements for bikes, horses, pedestrians are not required in accordance with the Granite Bay Community Plan, why the M&D, in light of some modifications to the project and conditions of approval, does not need to be revised. A request in the appeal is made to disallow outdoor amplified music and assign an appropriate buffer to neighboring properties, as well as concern regarding traffic impacts and proper mitigation along Douglas Boulevard, and also raises a potential violation of the Williamson Act Code Section 51250B for structures exceeding 2,500 square feet. So we'll take a couple of these, or rather most of these that haven't otherwise been addressed by our commission, one by one. Excuse me here. So one of the points from the appeal is related to this project's independent utility or independence from the winery and farm brewery zoning text amendment. These are in fact separate projects with separate proponents. The project before you today is implemented independently from the Winery and Farm Brewery zoning text amendment, and in fact continues to be reviewed under the limitations of the 2008 ordinance with a maximum of 6 events. The Winery and Farm Brewery zoning text amendment framework for analysis, it did focus on a specific geographic area based on a number of things, but mainly zoning, where events could occur by right. However, on this property, no winery uses, either production or a tasting room or events are afforded by right because of its zone district. We'll take a look at a map in the next slide. For CEQA purposes, and the appeal raises, well, why wasn't it analyzed if the entitlement was expanded? For CEQA purposes, it is speculative to make that assumption, and so it was not required to be analyzed. The additional events weren't required to be analyzed in either our mitigated negative declaration or the Winery and Farm Brewery zoning text amendment EIR. So here's that map I mentioned. In the green area, you can see that is farm zoning in Placer County. The yellow area represents residential agricultural zoning. The proposed Stair Winery is located at the black star on a property zoned residential agricultural. And as I mentioned, the Winery and Farm Brewery zoning text amendment only afforded events by right to properties that are located within that green area. The subject property and much of Granite Bay is actually in the yellow area, so that's zoned residential agricultural. And as again, as was mentioned, under both the current and proposed ordinance, or rather the 2008 ordinance and the recently adopted ordinance, any winery and a tasting room in this yellow area, so in the residential agricultural zone district, requires discretionary approval, and it needs to be noticed and evaluated under the California Environmental Quality Act. Another point here related to traffic and circulation. There was a traffic impact study prepared for the project dated September 5th, 2019, and it analyzed traffic generated from the winery. The study indicated that the proposed winery would not result in unacceptable level of service at the intersections near the site. The report also analyzed the estimated number of trips that were generated by the proposed winery as compared to trips generated by generated if the parcel was otherwise converted to residential use under the existing zoning. So if the 80-acre property was subdivided into lots according to its 4.6-acre minimum zoning, that would result in 17 homes, and that is how the analysis was done. So the winery is actually expected to generate less traffic than 17 homes based on the study of other wineries in the county, which generate significantly less traffic on a typical day. Additionally, the septic system capacity limits people and trips, so I mentioned that 203 person maximum. And then additionally, trip generation that was anticipated in the Granite Bay Community Plan was factored into the Winery and Farm Brewery zoning text amendment, so those levels were included in that analysis. The appellant raises the issue regarding safety on Cabot-Stallman Road as well as private roads. The access driveway to the winery and the tasting room are acceptable in accordance with engineering standards for safety. Site distance requirements and acceleration and deceleration tapers for Stair Winery satisfy those standards. I'll make a clarification here for the record. The access was designed to meet a 40-mile-per-hour design speed, but it does meet stopping distance for 50 miles per hour. So there are 440 feet of site distance provided, and that exceeds the 430 foot minimum. Let's see. Additionally, some comments have been raised pertaining to increased traffic along nearby roads, and so there is a quick Google directions analysis with some figures in your staff report that shows that the private roads don't represent faster drive times or shorter distance to the facility, and therefore it's not anticipated that cut-through traffic will occur. The proposed project would result in the construction of a new on-site sewage disposal system for domestic waste. That system is designed to accommodate 203 people people per day. It's also designed to accommodate a maximum of 6 promotional events per year, so that 102 people 6 times per year. It's got some special design considerations to accommodate that. The applicant is in fact required to adhere to this maximum number of guests in order to protect the efficient operation of the system, and it's conditioned as such. Additionally, according to the Regional Water Quality Control Board, treatment of wine waste is also required. So you can see in the red circle on your screen, the project includes a separate wine waste treatment device, and that's located near the trash receptacle facility, about 40 or 50 feet to the west of the production area. Parking is also raised in the appeal. There are 41 spaces included, including 2 ADA spaces. The appellant raises the idea of event sizes being, event sizes being limited on the days that day-to-day tasting is happening, and that there's truth in that. Event size is limited by the parking spaces available on site. There are 41 spaces, as I mentioned, and they would need to make those accommodations if an event took place during normal tasting hours. Again, the appellant also raises the Williamson Act contract. So they cite a Senate bill which points to Government Code Section 51250. That section applies to development of incompatible uses on lands with Williamson Act contracts, and those are uses like subdivisions and commercial or industrial buildings that aren't otherwise associated with agricultural operations. This use is associated with an agricultural operation, and on February 10th of this year, the Ag Commission took action to recommend to the zoning administrator that the project is an allowable and compatible use in accordance with Placer County's zoning code, section 1764090. The appellant also requests that no outdoor amplified music be allowed, or a greater buffer from neighboring residences. And so you can see an exhibit to the right of your screen showing some of the distances to property lines in relation to the facility. The winery does propose an outdoor patio where people could gather. And for day-to-day operations, the project description reads that amplified music would either be restricted to the inside of the tasting room, or other music like a classical guitarist or a string quartet with a single small amplifier would be allowed on the patio for ambiance. So there are mitigation measures, conditions of approval that are proposed to reduce noise, and those are to limit amplified sound equipment to a standard household electrical current device, also to prohibit outdoor amplified music after 6 p.m., as well as to limit indoor amplified sound to occur only if the doors to outdoor areas are closed. And then finally, any outdoor amplified music associated with the 6 promotional events would be subject to the Placer County noise ordinance. So as detailed in the staff report, staff has found that the appeal issues raised by the appellant are not with merit, and the actions above you are above on the screen are requested. So the first action is to deny the third-party appeal. The second, to uphold the Planning Commission's May 28th, 2020 decision and adopt the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program prepared for the Sarah Winery project pursuant to CEQA and supported by the findings in the staff report. And then finally, to uphold the Planning Commission's May 28th, 2020 decision and approve the Sarah Winery administrative review permit subject to the conditions of approval attached in the staff report. That concludes my presentation, and I am happy to answer questions for you. We have our staff on the line as well.
Thank you very much, Nikki. Appreciate it. Looks like we have a couple of questions. Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you for your presentation, Nikki. That was very good. So this property is zoned and would allow up to 17 single-family homes on that property? Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what's anticipated in the Granite Bay Community Plan.
I was out there and toured the property. It's a very beautiful piece of property. I'd rather see this type of use than 17 homes out there, and I'm sure there's a lot of other folks that live in that area would as well. So that's just my comment.
Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson, and then Euler.
Sure. I also visited the property, and it is quite a beautiful piece of property, and I would tend to agree, but I want to make sure our traffic assumptions and the way we did the traffic study is what we would typically do for other properties. In other words, looking at the current zoning and the maximum potential build out versus this project. Is that typical of how we would review traffic for other projects?
So, and now I may have Katie Jackson step in here. She is an engineer with the Department of Public Works, but I'll take a crack at that question. You know, the Sayers really wanted to come knowing that there were traffic issues in the Granite Bay community, looking for ways to limit their operation. So one way of doing that was certainly to limit their hours to public tasting and appointment-only tasting. When we found some of the inherent limitations based on the septic design, that's actually the kind of critical factor that limits trips to the site. But they were looking at a way to stay sort of within the threshold of the Granite Bay Community Plan, knowing the traffic anticipated in that plan had already been analyzed under its own environmental document. Yeah, so certainly there was some you know, identification of consistency with that plan that they were trying to make by limiting operations, and staff believes that they have done that, and the analysis reflects that.
Thank you. Well, I understood that part. I just wanted to make sure that typically how we look at the baseline assumptions, you said it's less traffic than if they were to build out 17 homes, which would be allowed in the current plan. And that's a typical way we would look at the value. Great. And then, great. I think that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. Kirk.
Well, then, tearing off of Supervisor Gustafson's comments, the other issue, of course, that we deal with is not just the overall volume of traffic, but your peak hour trips. And obviously, the winery and tasting room are not generating a whole lot of morning peak hour trips, not a whole lot of people on their way to wine tasting at 7 o'clock in the morning. Might be 6 o'clock in the evening, but they're typically looking at your tastings on evenings and weekends later in the week. So it's not just the total volume of traffic, but when you're generating the traffic, and this project definitely minimizes peak hour trips, especially with the activities being primarily focused around the weekend. The other traffic related issue, I'm glad you clarified, because in our notes, it referenced a 50-mile-an-hour speed design. I do believe it's 40 miles an hour is the speed limit on Cabot-Stallman at that stretch.
40 miles per hour is the posted speed limit.
Right.
50 mile per hour is the design speed.
Right.
When the improvement plans for that access were approved and constructed, the design speed was actually 40 miles per hour. And Michelle Lewis can probably speak to that some more, but
okay,
that's what I know.
All I know is that the concern has been expressed about the as you travel to the east, or more importantly, traffic that is headed west on Cabot-Stallman Boulevard, cresting the hill, and then finding yourself in a situation where you have cars backed up onto Cabot-Stallman, something along those lines. Having driven it a couple of times, maybe in excess of the posted speed limit. I counted a full 10 seconds from the time I crested the hill to the time I reached the driveway at a speed that might be in excess of what was posted. So full 10 seconds of travel time in order to get there. So I'm comfortable that that issue has been addressed. Pardon me. The relationship of this particular project site to the appellant's house, can you identify for us? I know that we don't really have a zoomed in map, but can you identify where the appellant's house is on the map that we do have?
I believe the appellant's house is in the northwestern corner.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't know whether.
Not sure where you're pointing.
Here we go.
That one.
I think this pointer is a little finicky. It's on this side. Is that down south?
Okay.
Down here? Okay.
Okay.
Closer to the boundary line.
Okay. So as I'm looking at what I thought I was looking at on my satellite view, you identified you've got 400 feet to the property line. Having been on site, I will say having been on site well before this winery was ever contemplated, back when it was Ricky Ranch and Troop 121 used to go camping out here and hunt snipe in this area and all that fun stuff. I can tell you that is 400 feet of very heavily treed oak woodland between the winery location and that property line. And then it looks like you might have a little bit of room once you leave the property line before the house. But you mentioned that you could have up to 17 homes on the property. We're looking at a setback of 400 feet from this. If a single family residence were built, what is the front, side, or rear yard setback, on a 4.6 acre parcel?
Typically 50 front, 30 sides, and rear, 30 feet.
Okay. So we could have somebody's backyard with amplified music that the county has really no discretion over within 30 feet of the property line as opposed to 400 feet away. Okay. Thank you.
I have just one quick question about the hours. So the hours that are proposed are limited hours. Can the applicant change those hours? What do they have to adhere to?
In order to change those hours, they would have to revise their project description. We go back through a modification of the administrative review permit, analyze the impacts of that, whether they're traffic or what have you. And so it would require a modification of the administrative review permit.
So that, along with the number of events, the number of barrels of wine that could be produced, all of those would have to come back for a review, correct?
Yep.
Any changes? All right. Thank you. We will go ahead and open up the public hearing and, pardon me? Yes. So we're going to go ahead and hear from the appellant. Is that person in the room or online?
I'm here.
You are here. All right. Good morning. Come on up. Thank you.
I have a
Can you state your name for the record,
I'm
please?
sorry, this is Jackie Hoyt.
Thank you, Jackie.
I have a copy of some exhibits I like to provide you guys with. Thank you.
Thank you. Want me to-
I have one extra copy if the Sears want a copy of it. Okay. Let's see. As I said, my name is Jackie Hoyt. I live immediately adjacent to the west of the property, Sierra Winery. I have lived on this property since 2001. And I would appreciate if my comments and attachments are included as part of the administrative record. Before I get started, I want to address Mr. Euler. Yes, the winery is going to be about 400 feet away from our bedroom. And if there were homes there, they would be 30 to 50 feet away. But when we bought our property, we knew that 80 acres wasn't going to last forever. So we have bought into the fact that I'm okay with 17 neighbors and their amplified music. And the other thing I'd like to address is we are planning a large party next year. So a neighbor, one of our friends, which is a DJ, lended us his speakers that we plugged into a regular outlet, and we didn't even go all the way up on the volume, and we blasted the whole neighborhood. That lasted for a good 15 minutes before we turned it off. But the point is, a single family outlet can generate just as much noise as anything else, basically. So anyways, that was off of my, I'd like to start by saying that we're not against local ag business, wine tasting, or having ag-related events to promote and help our ag neighbors. We are against non-ag related events, especially outdoor events. Our biggest concern is the noise generated from these events. And I'm speaking on behalf of residents from Granite Bay, Auburn, Loomis, Newcastle, and Lincoln. We felt that it would not be safe during COVID to have everybody attend. Dr. Hamby, which is sitting back there, and I will be speaking for our group. Since this meeting was noticed in violation of Brown Act, this was done before Nikki and I worked out our issues, we felt that many residents had not wanted to take the risk with their lives to attend this meeting. And arranging time off from work to be here is also difficult. I had requested a continuous because of lack of due process, but since then, Nikki and I have communicated back and forth, and I'm okay with being here. First of all, I'd like to ask Supervisor Euler to recuse himself from this board because of conflict of interest. If you look at Exhibit A, Mr. Euler accepted a $2,500 contribution from Twin Rock Winery, Sear Winery, towards his campaign, and I don't believe he can be impartial. This is nothing against you, but as you said, a conflict of interest is not something that...
I'd ask council for their opinion.
Well, I don't know the facts. This is the first I'm hearing about it.
If you look at Exhibit A, there's a $2,500 contribution and many other contributions from other wineries, but I just only focused on the one we were dealing with.
She's asserting that a political contribution creates a conflict of interest standard.
Yep.
There's no conflict.
Thank you.
Yeah. I believe there is, but we were provided only 72 hours to read a 550-page staff report for a roughly 150-page MND. This is not given the public information in a manner that's easily understood. I feel that the county and the board is not working in our best interest. Since my involvement with this process, I have noticed that the board repeatedly has ignored community concerns and has granted privileges to campaign donors and special interest groups. It's probably a moot point. This is not an accusation, but an observation of past hearings, appeals, high number of active CEQA lawsuits, and quick look at the major campaign donor list. As an active CEQA project with the Winery and Brewery Ordinance ZTA, we ask again for the specific statute, ordinance, or authority that allows seers to segment from the EIR. I have asked that question many times, haven't been able to get an answer yet that satisfies us. The staff report says it was analyzed, but we have 3 legal letters that said it was not. With a septic tank capable of handling 200 plus people per day, plus 6 events, that's a mistake here, of 100 per year, the SEER facility is capable of future expansion, allowing this active project to be withheld from the cumulative analysis is the definition of piecemeal planning. We appealed based on the negative impact this project will have on the quality of our lives and negative impact on the value of our property. We were not asked to be involved in notice of preparation for this project. This would have mitigated many of our issues to less than significant level. We ask for appropriate mitigation and environmental review as part of the project as a whole. We have tried on numerous occasions to mitigate some of these issues with Mrs. Sear, but she has not been interested in working with us. Attached, please find the last text conversation, Exhibit B, between Mrs. Sears and myself. My goal was to resolve this among ourselves and not waste everybody's time. The other thing is that our road is not capable of handling additional traffic. I have attached the photo, Exhibit C, of Cabot Stallman right next to the main entrance. The photo was taken from my car with the oncoming traffic. And you can see that the road is dangerous. There's no room for any cars to pass or get out of the way. Not to mention the bicyclists that are on this road constantly. We have put together a reasonable list of items that will help quality of our lives and mitigate the issue which will result from living next to an event center. Even though Sear Winery is only asking for 6 events a year, that can easily be changed to unlimited events. I'm basing the assumption on a septic tank designed for over 200 people and a 12,000 square foot, 11,200, I believe, or something, facility. So I made a list, and I'm hoping this list can actually be addressed, looked at, and seriously considered. I invite you guys to come and view our property and stand in my bedroom and see how close the winery will actually be. You have obviously looked at their property. I would love that. I would extend that invitation any time of the day to you or you guys to attend. So the list is to relocate the structure to the middle of the 80 acres to reduce the negative impact on all the neighbors. This way, it would be about 20 acres away from every neighbors, and we'll all be equally impacted. No outdoor events or amplified music of any kind. Hours of operation of event. The hours of events itself was addressed, and I really appreciate that. But the hours of operation of the event, such as preparation and tear down and install of the tents for outdoor events, to be limited to the hours of 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. instead of 7 a.m. to 1 a.m. The other thing is, if you look at the plan, one of the maps that actually showed, I don't know which one it was, but it shows that there's a dumpster and a parking spot, 4 parking spots, that are within, I would say, 200 feet of our home. We're asking for those to be relocated and removed to another location. The Sears are planning to do landscaping around the building. Something that Mr. Euler used, I believe one of you said, it was a very intensely oaked area. It was. A lot of those oaks have been removed. We used to not be able to hear or see Cabot Stallman. Now we can hear, see, we can see their entrance gate with the lights. So it's not as awesome as when you used to be there. It's a beautiful property. They have done a great job, but a lot of trees been removed between us and Cabot Stallman. So what we're asking for the Sears is, with their landscape, to plant 2 rows of redwoods to cover the backside of their structure facing neighbors to the west to reduce the noise and the light pollution that will be created. The last item is a long one. It's a sensor to be installed for reporting purposes for 2 years to ensure the county noise and light ordinance are being complied with. My biggest concern is that we will have the 3 of us living right next to it will be the ones that would have to call the county, complain about our neighbors, have to spy on our neighbors. That's not what we want to do. And we figured if there's a sensor that's installed that will report to all of us, handled by a neutral third party, we can make sure that everything is done according to code. There's been a lot of things that have been done on the property that has not been reported, or the neighbors had to call the county and get the proper people involved in it. And we don't really want to be police. We don't want to be spying on our neighbors. You guys can read through this. It basically says they'll be located on the west side. The reporting would be the number of trucks entering the property during hours of operation, and especially after 10 p.m. if there's any. Noise in excess of ordinance. Light pollution in excess of ordinance, spotlights, overall lights. Data will be collected by automated sensor-based collection system located on the property, powered and internet capable. If necessary, property owners will install and make available for use of adjoining neighbor a Wi-Fi network over the entire property capable of use in the collection of information described above by the automated reporting system. Data will be collected and reported by a third party, agreed by appellant and property owner at no cost to appellant. Examples include sensor in the entrance of the property would record the number of cars and weight, sound decibel meter installed located next to the neighbors to the west of the winery, control and dimmable LED light system for outdoor spaces, including parking and front entrance. Basically, we're not against the Sears, we're not against their project. We are excited about the winery. I think they have done a great job with the property. It is beautiful. We're trying to maintain our lifestyle. We're trying to maintain as much of quiet and peacefulness that was given to us by right by purchasing that property. Any questions for me?
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments, and we will.
Dr. Hamby also has some comments.
Yes, we're going to take public comment. Oh, we have some reserve callers, but we've got other people in the audience, and we also have the applicant. So what's that? Yeah, did the applicant want to make a comment? Yes, so we need to take the applicant before we take the other public comments. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board and Ms. Schwab. Thank you for letting us talk to you. I'm Dr. Jim Sayre. I'm here with my wife, Angela. We're the owners of the property. We're also the applicants for this project, and also with us here is Jim Bob Kaufman, our architect. I believe Ms. Strigan and the planning department have done a very good job of responding to the issues raised in the appeal. I would mention that some of the things we just heard are not listed in the appeal, and I would ask Ms. Schwab if people could bring up new items that are not listed as the basis of the appeal, but I'll let you guys decide that. I would like a chance to tell you a little bit about us and what we have planned for this property. And I want to briefly address some of the issues that she's brought up. I'm trying to be very aware of your time and your need to be efficient in your agenda, so I'm going to summarize what was initially a much bigger presentation. We are retired medical professionals and wine aficionados, and we wanted to create a place to unwind, enjoy nature, and gather with friends and family. We spent quite a few years before we retired looking for a parcel of land to plant our vineyard, and we were delighted when we found a beautiful 80-acre parcel right in our home community of Granite Bay. We educated ourselves in the finer points of raising high-quality grapes and making fine wine. And I recently completed a 2-year-long certification from UC Davis in winemaking. We wanted to create a place where friends, family, and neighbors could unwind, relax, and rejuvenate while maintaining the agricultural setting and state of the property. The design of the entire property has these goals in mind: using organic and sustainable farming methods to grow grapes, creating calm and cool environments to escape from the pressures of our daily lives, and providing a space, both built and natural, for people to celebrate the chance to gather and learn. Rather than developing the land into another subdivision, we chose to plant it with grapes and a few olive trees in order to keep the open agricultural aspect of the land intact. Maintaining the agricultural heritage of the land has been a major goal of ours from the beginning. Growing wine grapes could be an ideal choice for the land because of the unique soil characteristics of the area. The layout of the vineyards was very much determined by the undulating contours of existing land. The vine blocks were laid out in open meadow spaces. In fact, many who visit the vineyard have remarked on the large trees and boulders that remain in the midst of the vineyard. We did everything possible to preserve the land as it was. The vines and trees are drip irrigated, thus reducing the amount of water used. I might comment at this point, in contradistinction to what you just heard from the appellant, we have done no unpermitted removal of trees. The vast majority of trees that are down on our property fall over as trees do in this area in the winter when it's wet and the wind blows. We have not removed any trees. We have not done any work on our property that's unpermitted. I want to digress for a minute to this idea of monitoring. I can guarantee you our neighbors monitor us all the time. All these accusations of unpermitted activity are just that, are accusations. They've been investigated and always found to be inaccurate. We have never done any violations of the ordinances, grading, water, any of those things, okay? I want to make that very clear, and that's part of our DNA for this project. We don't intend to violate any rules or regulations. The oak forests were preserved at all times when planting the grapes, and they provide both shaded and natural habitats for local wildlife as well as walking areas for visitors. The ponds that are on site were cleaned and improved with stone borders but overall they have remained in their untouched state. And all the property maintains a very natural, calming environment. We have wetland areas that are downstream from the ponds. Those have been left fully intact. They're just exactly the way nature made them. The northernmost, approximately 20 acres, was fenced to protect a year-round creek and to provide drinking water for our Wagyu cows, our sheep, our poultry, and a surprising array of wild animals. The property maintains a very serene, calm, and natural environment. We've planted some 20 acres of grapes and about 10 acres of olive trees and are currently in our third year of production with 3 vintages of wine produced off-site and in storage, waiting for permission to build our tasting room. The design of the winery buildings is based on the idea that visitors gather in small groups to discover our wines. Multiple rooms connected to porches and covered patios provide areas for people to relax and savor the fruits of the land. Gardens surround the building, providing an organic transition from built to natural. The design of the buildings uses Mediterranean design elements with Spanish tile roofs, covered porches, divided light windows, and doors, arches, columns, etc. The idea is to give the impression of an Italian wine estate, meant perhaps to evoke a visit to Tuscany, and it maintains the upscale essence of Granite Bay. It's important to note that this winery is not intended to be a giant Napa Valley, Mondavi-style winery. This will be a family-owned winery, and it's our retirement project. It will operate more like a private club. From the beginning, we've been sensitive to our place in the community and have voluntarily limited the scope of our operations in order to keep a small footprint. Tasting room and winery is surrounded by a large area of open land and largely screened by much forested area. We believe a winery is more than wines and vines, as a place for both peaceful contemplation and spirited celebration. Now, briefly, I do want to address some of the specific claims, at least that were provided to us in advance. I know the board is now well aware of these points, but I feel it's important for these things to be reiterated in this public forum. First, much of the written appeal deals with the adequacy of the county's analysis of the winery and farm brewery zoning text amendment. The ordinance does not apply to this project, and thus has no bearing. Second, traffic, as mentioned, an extensive traffic study forecasts much less traffic at this location and on Cabot-Stallman Road than were there to be 17 homes built here. And third, just to make it clear, I can't say this enough times, we are not planning an event center. Because we are not in the farm zone district, the proposed changes that come from the winery and farm brewery zoning text amendment, which allows more than the 6 events we're asking for, does not apply to us. This is not going to allow us to do more than 6 events. Our permit asks for 6 events. The ordinances allow us 6 events. We don't plan to do any more than 6 events. As far as noise, we will be bound by and follow the Placer County noise ordinance at all times. Whether we have a single amplifier music outside or not, we may not even have any music, but no matter what sound there is, we intend to be bound by the noise ordinance at all times. We intend we want to have the freedom that anyone else would have to create some noise that's within a noise ordinance without being monitored by our neighbors. The nearest property line to our winery and tasting room, as you can see from the map, is 400 feet, and that location is shielded by a small hill and fairly dense oak forest. The closest structure that can legally be used as a dwelling is at least 600 feet away. The bedroom that the appellant apparently refers to is, as far as I could tell, is in her pool house and not her house. The remaining property lines are much farther away than 400 feet. As you can see from the presentation, one of our property lines is 2,000 feet away from where the winery is located. And as far as safety, our existing interest was previously constructed under a separate permit and fully meets all standards for design, safety, and sight and stopping distance. In summary, Twin Rocks Winery will be a positive addition to the Granite Bay community and to Placer County. This project proposes a use that's consistent with all rules, regulations, and ordinances, and integral to production of wine in a high-quality design while preserving the agricultural land, open space, and rural character of a rare 80-acre parcel in the middle of Granite Bay. Again, I thank you for your time, and we remain available if you have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sayre. Appreciate it. Can I just ask you a brief question?
Yes.
So the location of the tasting room was located at that site on your parcel because of why?
Because there's a pond there that will add to the ambiance.
Okay.
And the remaining space on the property is taken up, is already planted in vineyards and olive trees and other uses.
Thank you very much. All right, go ahead, you can have a seat, and we'll continue with public comment. I know this gentleman is here, and then we've got people on the phone, but we'll have this gentleman come up first. We'll take comments on the phone. Is there anybody else in the room who wants to speak to this item? Sandy does. We've got a couple of people. If you would do me a favor and stand up behind him in line, separated out, socially distant, that would be helpful. And we'll ask people to keep your comments to under 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
I'll do my best to keep the comments under 3 minutes. Michael Hamby, 6905 Mystery Creek Lane, just living adjacent to the Sears property. Kind of watching this whole process, it took a significant amount of effort to be here, as you can imagine. I can understand, Mr. Euler, as I watched you, your disinterest in this process. It's common. I think it's disrespectful as I was watching you look at Jackie Hoyt. I do have concerns on the contribution that was given to his campaign, failed campaign, but I like also my records and this attachment to go in record. I hear and I saw comments made that some of the folks here were on this Sears property. That is commendable. Did you take a moment to step over the fence and visit directly with the Hamby Tiffs, the Hudsons, the Hoyts, and go through their properties and look at the concerns? That's a question of yes or no. I don't think that's true. The next thing I found of interest is regarding some of the comments that were made on the presentation by the young lady for the Sears. 17 parking or 23 parking spots, 203 people, 23 parking spots, 2 people, 46 are allowing 23. Where are we going to park? On Cabot-Stallman. I read an earlier comment, somebody here drove the road, saw the property, saw no concerns with the hills, the crests on Cabot-Stallman, just to the adjacent west and east side. Where are we going to park the extra cars? On Cabot-Stallman, on the culverts, or on the private road? If the county had included the immediate adjacent and contiguous properties in the early planning process and we'd be able to express our concerns, we wouldn't be here right now. So the great interest I have is how we've all kind of overlooked the various things, looked at the high glossy 8x10 presentations, etc., and found that all of this is completely within the realm or in the laws or in the rules and regulations of Placer County. Grand jury on multiple occasions identified lack of enforcement. CDRAs failed to identify the number of issues and the number of complaints that were told to the grand jury to correct. And Mr. Predretti challenged the grand jury to work on a mechanism to handle the code enforcement complaints rather than creating a definition of creating anything goes. The overall concept of that whole area has been compromised by this project. I found interesting that we heard just seconds ago, and I guess we can be grateful that none of us are held under oath, that no laws have broken. Over 3,000 dirt semi-loads were taken, dirt, and dumped on that property without permit. The Army Corps of Engineers, if I'm understanding correctly, have still not resolved the mitigation issues regarding filling in of creeks. It's being worked out. But for you guys to sit here and ignore the problems that have constantly faced the residents around this property is incorrect and wrong on your part, because you're here to protect everybody, not just the common interests or the special interests. Having chronic music playing outdoors is like kind of having noisy neighbors. As a board, you're responsible for guaranteeing every constituent a lifestyle promised by the zoning. It's not a big deal of a winery going in. It's a big deal about all the things that are associated to it. 20,000 square foot building here, 10,000 square foot building here, a parking here. This is easy in and out. What's the problem? Have you come out and visited with all of us and you say you weren't invited? Come on. This is a lot bigger project than that, you guys.
Wrap up your comments.
Noise is our primary concern, while many of those classical music measures, etc., that go into a winery. We're looking at a whole change into the entire environment of that area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next comment,
Funny,
please. Yeah.
just briefly, I was never invited by any of the other property owners to come out and visit those sites, so I want that to be on the public record.
Yes, thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, please move forward and state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name's James Rada, and I've got the property on the south side. Oak Pine Lane is one corner, and then where the wrought iron fence is, right there, right by the entrance. It's just south of that. So my main concern is the traffic coming down from going west from that big boulder. You got a 1/10 of a mile there, and those cars coming over that down toward Barton Road, they're coming fast. So I know you've done some studies, but if this winery is successful, as I think it will be, and I'm all for it, basically, those cars are going to back up, and you're going to have a problem with a kid coming over there 60 miles an hour trying to stop with those cars being backed up. So I wonder if you could have 2 lanes coming off of as you go down toward the entrance going west toward Oak Pine Lane or Barton, if you could create another lane to, for that guy that's coming over there going faster than 50, it would really be a help. I know you've done some studies, but I'm really concerned about the safety. And not only that, the young lady brought a good point with the bicyclists. I mean, Saturdays and Sundays, the bicyclists on Cabot Stallman, or that's just the main boulevard. What the heck's what's the main boulevard going? Auburn Folsom is crazy. I mean, both ways. I mean, you just got a lot of bikes on the roads right there, and so I mean the traffic right there. To take a hard look at that, and you may need a flag guy out there at the top of the hill to take them in. So anyway, that's all I have to say. I mean, it's I welcome the winery. It should be great for the community. Anyway.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comment and coming in person.
Quick question, staff, if I may, based on the gentleman's comment.
Yeah.
Is it anticipated that during the hours of operation, the gate is going to be open? During the hours of operation, whether it be for the 6 limited special events or normal tasting hours, the entry gate to the property will be open, correct?
This primary entrance is what I'm
Yes.
shown in black. Yes.
Yeah,
that
the
entrance
gate will be open. So the issue of us worrying about cars maybe queuing up past the depth from the gate all the way through out to the roadway, the gate's going to be open during the hours of operation.
Correct.
Okay. Just needed to be clear about that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Sandy. Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Sandy Harris, and I live in Granite Bay. I've lived there 43 years, and I live near this project. And for the record, I passed 3 bicycle groups on my way here this morning on Barton Road, which is 2 lanes, and it's faster than Cabot Stallman. Anyway, I have to give you a little history. Loomis Incorporated, and when they did that, the county had to come up with a new general plan for that area because we were under the Loomis Basin plan. So we put together a group of residents, and we worked with the county staff, MAC, and the community to develop a plan. I felt we needed a name for the area and lobbied to be named Granite Bay, and worked with the various agencies to make it happen. On July 28, 1987, the Board of Supervisors officially recognized Granite Bay name for the community. After about 13 Planning Commission hearings, which Robert remembers, I'm sure, and 2 before the Board of Supervisors, the original Granite Bay plan was adopted in May of 1989. The plan laid out areas for commercial, business, professional, low, medium, and high density. The plan encourages hobby farms, animal keeping, etc. Newcomers to our area appreciate the open areas, vineyards, oak groves, granite outcroppings, wildlife, etc. Around 2010, the county wanted to update the plan. I was part of that committee also, and we spent about 2 hours reviewing the plan and making suggestions based on community input. Except for state mandated changes, the plan stayed essentially the same, reflecting the desires of the community to maintain the rural atmosphere of the area. The plan was approved by the Board of Supervisors in 2012. With proper mitigations, this is a good fit for the area it is proposed in. It is gratifying to have a project that embodies the goals and policies of those plans and does not seek rezoning, general plan amendments, and variances for the project. And I think overall it's a good fit for that area, and it upholds the goals and policies of our community plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Yes, sir, go ahead. And then after that, we will move towards the folks who are calling in.
Good morning. My name is Jim Bob Kaufman, and I'm the architect for this project. And I just wanted to kind of clear up a couple of things that kind of get glossed over a little bit in the process of how this happens. Being an architect is a pretty exciting profession because we get to create things that people enjoy, environments that people enjoy. But the end product is the cherry. The hard work of it is figuring out how to get it before you. And that involves looking through thick binders of rules and regulations and ordinances and standards and other regulations that the county is going to require. And then it also involves coming and meeting with someone like Nikki, who then interprets what all of those are and tells us what we can and cannot do and what we can and cannot get passed before the planning authorities, as well as meeting with people from the building department who tell us what we can and cannot do in order to get it passed for the building department and the fire department and the health department and all of these other things. So what you're looking at on your screen here is 3.5 to 4 years of research and development and negotiation. And as Nikki would probably tell you, lots and lots and lots of questions on my part of how can we do this and why can't we do this? And are you sure that that's what you're going to ask us to do? And don't you realize that that's going to add time and money and effort for a project that is actually permitted on this piece of land with an administrative review permit only. And yet here we are in front of the Board of Supervisors. So when you hear comments from the community about, are there enough parking spaces? Is there enough turning radius? Is there room on the property for what we're trying to do? Were there considerations for subdivisions and other uses of the property? The answer is, of course there were. And all of the things that you're seeing and all of the designs and numbers and specifics of this project are based on what the county will allow us to do on this piece of property. So we're not asking for anything special. We're not asking for anything untoward. We're not asking for anything that we're not willing to do voluntarily in order to move this project forward. So I hope you'll keep that under consideration and recognize that everything that you're seeing today in front of you is by the book and has been negotiated and discussed with county authorities to make sure that everything is above board. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, and we'll move to our callers, please.
Caller, please state your name for the record.
Robert Dixon.
Go ahead.
I lived in Granite Bay for 20 years. I own a home on Auburn Road. I've known the property from Ricky Ranch when it was Ricky Ranch for 20 years. It's a wonderful piece of property. I think the winery would be an asset to Granite Bay. I think we need something like that. There's 2 other small wineries within 5 miles. I just think they've done a great job with the property. There's still hundreds of oak trees left. They got 2 beautiful ponds. I just think it would be an asset. I think Jim and Angela Sher are just good people, and they just want to have a nice little winery with some nice little events, and I think everybody benefits from it. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Please transfer the caller in.
You can hear what I said.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Yes, Scott Arpston.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Scott Arpston. I'm the neighbor on the east side, adjacent to the Sear property, and I am fully in favor of this project. I think they've done an excellent job preparing the plans, allowing for open space. I think their entrance is outstanding, much better than many of the other, properties along Cabot-Stallman. There's other properties with dead trees, been there for years. These guys take a nice approach to the project. I've been on the property and I've driven around. There's plenty of room for turning around vehicles, parking, all that. I see no issue with traffic. I see no issue with parking. When they have the gate open, I see easy entrance, easy exit. And I'd love to see a winery going up here, and much quieter area than 17 custom homes with cars and kids and all that kind of stuff. I think it's a very good project. They're doing a great job, and I'm fully in favor of it, and I'm right next to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Nikki Bruno, 5676 Rich Park Drive, Loomis.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So we are in support, we're a fellow winery, and we are in support of Angela and Jim's project. We've been out there, we've toured the site. It'd be a great addition to Placer County. And I couldn't say anything negative about the project. I think that it will be a great recreational area, great scenery. They've done a lot for the community. I don't know, I didn't see any parking issues, any type of ingress egress issues. As a winery here in Placer County, we are not open to the public, but we do have events, and it doesn't create any more noise than a person would be having a barbecue in their backyard with 10 people.
All right. Thank you very much for your comment. Appreciate it. Next caller, please.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Tony Patani, Patane.
Go ahead.
And what do you want to know?
Go ahead and give your comments.
On the winery?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we'd love to have it there. We love wines, and we always go up to Plymouth. And we're from Lake County, near Napa and everything. We have a lot of wineries, and we moved here about 3 years ago. So I have no problems with winery being in that location.
Great. Thank you very much for your comment, sir. Next caller, please.
They're getting the caller queued up.
These meetings are an exercise in patience. Looking to see if we have any other public comment.
Here they go. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Sherry.
Go ahead.
I've been listening to the entire administrative review, and I've heard a lot of false statements made from Mr. Sayre. We personally had our pond affected by the waters that come down from their pond into our pond. The trees have gone down, and the noise factor is a noise factor just with the traffic alone. I'm very concerned about the traffic factor. It does not seem that they've done the report up to par, because I've come over that hill on Cabot-Stallman where the rock is, and a dog was right by their driveway, and I could barely stop. So I can't imagine if there's cars backed up on that road that people will safely be able to stop not having vision over that hill. That's one of my big concerns. My other concern is noise, that pair are putting up the event center and putting up all the equipment, that can be extremely noisy. And I don't want to hear any noise outside of the hours. They promised that. So I guess proof will be in the pudding on that. But I'm also very concerned about drunk drivers, since it is a wine tasting. And I wanted to know if they had employees specifically for watching over that and making sure that everybody is of age so that we don't have a drunk driving problem on Cabot Stallman.
All right. Thank you very much for your comment. Appreciate it. Any other callers?
They're transferring him in now. Go ahead and transfer in the caller.
I like Zoom better.
I like in person better. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Nicole,
Go ahead.
I've heard the argument on both sides, and my question is, if there was events that the engineers were involved and they were red tagged, if I was told right, then I think it would be warranted that the board should really fully investigate before making a decision one way or the other, and just see what is going on with these loads of dirt. That's one concern. The second concern would be, yes, I agree. If the gate is open, cars can come down that road easily. However, if you're new, you've never been to a winery, you go, oh, is this it? Let's slow down. Hold on. Is this the right address? Hold on. And they're going to be stopped. And then that car is stopped, and 10 seconds is not enough stopping time for a 50-mile-an-hour car, as per Euler's estimate.
All right. Thank you very much for your comment. Next caller, please.
Please transfer the caller in. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. Cheryl Berkema, long-term resident of Granite Bay. I first wanted to address the traffic. So I have brought this up at multiple board meetings. Supervisor Euler has failed to do a traffic study. Every project that impacts Douglas Boulevard has significant and unavoidable traffic impacts. This is not acceptable. At a recent hearing at the Planning Commission, the Katuna project presented 35 pages of accidents along Douglas by the Katuna project. Where was that report in the MND? So I would say that there's been insufficient traffic analysis done, because otherwise there would have been something that said there's significant traffic impacts. That has not been done. Also, Supervisor Euler not only took a $2,500 donation, if you look at the data on that, and then you look at all of the MAC meetings that were canceled for both this project and the Winery and Brewery Ordinance ZTA, That is inexcusable also. To have a supervisor know about a winery that's 20,000 gallons, which is 1 gallon under the large. This appears to be a wolf in sheep's clothing project. Who is going to monitor, as the gentleman brought up, not only the noise, but production capability that's going on? At the winery and brewery ordinance, the Vintners Association actually sent a letter in that said there are many wineries operating without appropriate permits. They're illegal. That Mr. Pedretti was charged at the grand jury with overseeing and responding, and he still failed to do that with the winery and brewery ordinance. Who is going to monitor this 20,000 gallons? Traffic, also, 40 cars, is that 200 car doors slamming? It's not the same as 17 houses. The impact of an event having all these car doors slamming, traffic being at one particular time with peak load. The commercial size of this building is not a mom and pop shop little operation. Almost 20,000 square feet, 6,000 covered patio. That's bigger than most homes in Granite Bay. So I think that the size and scale of this are being underestimated severely. Also, the enforcement of the venture, I don't think that that it's unreasonable to request that some measures, since Mr. Pedretti has not put anything in place with the winery and brewery ordinance.
Cheryl, can you wrap up your comments, please?
Yes, it would appear that it'll be very easy to get a permit and a use permit that puts them into the large category. The timing of these two ordinances is very suspicious, and I would hope that the board would see that also. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other callers? All right, we're going to close public comment. And come back to any other questions from our board. Supervisor Euler.
Yes, do we know, I looked, but I couldn't see, the distance from the driveway to the ridge as you travel to the east of on Cabot-Stallman? Do we know approximately what that distance is?
Might turn to ESD. I do not know that distance.
Nikki, this is Michelle with
Great,
ESD.
perfect. Michelle Lewis is on the line from Engineering and Surveying. Excellent.
And
Thank
I
you.
can say that the stopping site distance was minimum is 430 feet for 50 miles per hour, and they were able to get 440 feet. So I don't know the exact distance from the hump to the driveway, but they have 440 feet stopping site distance.
Okay, that's interesting. I just, one of the beauties of the internet, while we were talking here, looked, and according to this particular site, it says if you're traveling 80 miles an hour, you need 80 feet of thinking distance and then 320 feet of braking distance at 80 miles an hour. So that's 400 feet that they identify for you to recognize a threat and be able to stop at 80 miles an hour. So having driven that road, but never at 80 miles an hour, as I indicated earlier, I did drive it faster than the posted speed limit and counted a full 10 seconds of line of sight that I had as I crested the hill before I hit the driveway. So I'm very comfortable with that. The other question I have, the gentleman, unfortunately, who left, asked the question about where are we going to park? This is 80 acres.
Yes.
Do we have adequate space for on-site parking in the 80 acres?
We do. There's actually 41 spaces. So it was mentioned incorrectly, but 41 spaces parked adequately. No parking is allowed on Cabot-Stallman.
Okay. And then I will reserve editorial comment for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson.
Yes, I wanted to go through Ms. Hoyt's letter and just ask a couple of questions. So the violation of the Brown Act, it sounded like she was satisfied. County Council, are we satisfied there was not any violation?
Yeah, let me go through this. This project was duly noticed, was adequately noticed within the 72-hour, plus there was mail notice 10 days in advance. What Ms. Hoyt is pointing out is I think goes under the category of no good deed goes unpunished. She was offered a Teams link should she not want to attend in person. She interpreted that to be a new way of participating in this meeting that wasn't noticed 72 hours in advance. It was not that at all. This has been completely,
I'm sorry,
it's
ma'am.
completely in compliance with the Brown Act on the noticing.
Right, and we've been using Zoom and various techniques for the last 5 months to get people into the meetings. And actually, I've had a lot of comments that more people are able to participate and listen in and communicate without having to drive here and participate in public. So that's been pretty effective for most others. It also said that they had to have a very short time to compose their thoughts on this. And the Planning Commission meeting following the 4 years of work and development on this project was May 28th. It was subsequent to that I was invited to the property to take a tour. I was not invited to any of the other properties and would have been happy to have gone to any of the others that were concerned had I been invited. But it was subsequent to that Planning Commission hearing. So we've had quite a few months of opportunity for that. And it also said there was only 72 hours to read the 550-page staff report for the 150-page mitigated neg deck. And of course, that was all part of the work that went prior to the Planning Commission, actually. So there's been months for that. I just want to make sure that's clear. I had a question on the events. So I know that we've restricted them to 6 events. My question is, on private property, on private residential property, is there any limit to events, weddings, parties, birthday parties, or do we put events on any private residential properties?
So long as the event truly is private, there is not a limitation. So once there's a commercial exchange, so you're paying for a venue for a wedding, or you're paying for a product from a commercial facility, then we begin to talk about.
There's no limits. And
Otherwise, correct.
Right,
no
and then they just need to comply with the noise ordinance for, I live in an area where we have lots of those. We also have those that are paid. And what are the limits for paid on private residential property, paid events like wedding venues?
What the planning division typically does is we would require a temporary outdoor event permit, some kind of permit to ensure that the provisions of the noise ordinance are met and it's got enough space to park people and so forth. So a TOE is probably that mechanism on a private property that's.
Okay, and there's no limit. They could apply for multiple events, but there used to be a rule of thumb. We were hold 2 or 3.
There is a limit. It's 2 per year, not to exceed 3 days in a row.
Okay. So private residences, if this property had been developed in another manner, would have had potential of far more events at 17 homes than the 6. And not to say that it isn't impactful, but it is still, I think, important for us to realize that others in the neighborhood could have multiple events that impact each other. And we've already covered my concern about traffic and their concern about traffic. This is actually less traffic generation than if the property were subdivided. There's also a number of suggestions here relative to how to redesign a project. And, I think the challenge for us as Board of Supervisors is, people have a right to use their property with the setbacks that we provide and the design we provide. As long as they're within that, we don't tell you how to design your home, where to put your bedroom, where to put your living room, any more than we would tell these folks. But with that, of course, we want people to be good neighbors. There is landscaping proposed. I know for myself on my own property, I've had to landscape my own buffer because of my neighbors, and it's been my choice to add landscaping to avoid looking at some things I don't care to look at on their property, but that ended up on my my end. And I think with the Sayers landscaping at their property, they certainly don't want their customers to have a negative view of their property any more than the others want to see that. And then I wanted to get to enforcement, my favorite topic of ours. So there were a number of suggestions about, installing these sensors and how to deal with the noise. If we had reported complaints of noise infractions or amplified music, wait, let me go back. First off, we said only normal electrical outlet would control the sound, but I do agree that sound can be very loud at times, and there's many factors with sound, as we've all learning about trap clubs and other things in recent history here. If we also have a Placer County noise ordinance. If there is a violation or complaints that come in, do you understand what our response is and how we then monitor sound? Sorry, Nikki.
No problem.
He keeps deferring to you.
That's okay.
I look at him, but you're.
Code compliance conducts an investigation. And so that division is responsible for verifying whether or not there was an issue. Of course, with noise issues, sometimes those occur on the weekends, so they have to investigate them after the fact. But I think we've talked about this in the context of the Winery and Farm Brewery zoning text amendment. When we're proactive, working with property owners and their neighbors about what the parameters are, the system we believe works. And so that's absolutely a kind of a piece of the puzzle here that will go into play if there are code complaints related.
Right, and they do have noise monitors. I know that code enforcement is trained on how to use those and go out and monitor if there is an issue.
They do, yes.
So we don't need to require installation of devices that may or may not work. We want our own independent sensors if there are issues, and hopefully those can be addressed very quickly. There was also allegations made by the one gentleman who left of illegal activity. Are we aware of any illegal activity or claims on this site against county ordinances? I don't know about other ordinances.
Sure, yeah, I can speak to that too. In fall of 2019, there was a grading violation for bringing fill onto the property to do some agriculturally related activity. And I don't have the exact dates. Michelle Lewis may be able to speak to this if you would like those, but there was a stop work notice placed. Engineering and surveying investigated that grading violation. The ag commissioner was actually out on the property not too long after to verify if it was agriculturally related. And there's documentation in the Planning Commission staff report related to this, but it was identified that it was ag-related and therefore exempt from the grading ordinance.
Okay, so it has been resolved.
That is our understanding.
Absolutely. Okay, and then finally, and there's also comments about lighting, but I do believe that's also relative to ordinances, that if there was an issue, code compliance could look into if there were complaints. And then I would finally ask County Council, was there anything else in Shoot Mahali's letter or any other concerns that you saw that we should be considering for the record?
Concerns, no. First of all, the Shoot Mahali letter was a letter that was transmitted and for comments on the winery brewery ordinance, not particularly missing something, this particular item. What I would also point out too is the one issue that has come up as to whether this project should have been combined with the winery brewery ordinance. The case law, there is no, the appellant has asked for a code section. There is no code section. There is a definition of project. And what the courts have done is they've interpreted what's considered to be part of a project. In other words, an integral part of a project that cannot be segmented off. And what the courts have defined is that in this Banning Ranch case that was decided in 2012, the two projects may properly undergo separate environmental review if those projects have different proponents, serve different purposes, or can be implemented independently. As you'll remember, what Nikki pointed out is this project was processed under the 2008 ordinance. It has separate utility. That's what staff concluded, and therefore it was appropriate to do a separate mitigated negative declaration for this project. So I do not see any CEQA violations with this particular proposed project. The only other thing I would point out, just to finish the loop on this issue, is the issue of the campaign contribution. Government Code 84308 states that local officials must disqualify themselves from participating in procedures on licenses, permits, or other entitlements if they've received more than $250 of campaign contributions in the previous 12 months. The contribution that's been pointed out by the appellant was transmitted in June of 2019. It's beyond the 12 months. I'm not going to make any more comments about that, but it was not made to the property owners of this particular property. But I think that's irrelevant because the code doesn't apply given the time frame of that contribution. Other than that, we've gone over the Brown Act. There is no violation of the Brown Act. I don't think I have anything else, but I'm happy to answer any other legal questions the board might
Just
have.
wanted to make sure if there was something that you saw of substance that we needed to be advised of, you would do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. And actually, just a point, something to note out, and that is Placer Vineyards is not a vineyard. It's actually a very large land development in South Placer County in the Roseville area. So just a point of clarification. All right. I think we've had questions answered. Any other questions or discussion or a motion? So you had something, Supervisor Euler, sorry.
Yeah, just two quick things. The question in regard to did we visit with the neighbors? I'm sure any member of this board, had they been invited, would have been happy to. I know that Sandy can attest to back in 1992, after I was elected to the Board of Supervisors the first time, the Granite Bay Community Association, which her dearly departed husband Carol was the president of at the time, invited me to come and speak with them. And I sat in front of 24 of the not friendliest people I've ever met, who then proceeded to tell me how I was going to act as county supervisor. So it was, I have a long history of meeting with people who I don't necessarily agree with. And along those lines, this notion that our board hears from time to time, that there is a correlation between contributions and votes. No, there's a correlation between votes and contributions. Planned Parenthood will not be giving to Jim Jordan anytime soon. The NRA will not be giving to Beto O'Rourke anytime soon because they understand that those candidates do not support their opinions. Going back to 1992, when I ran for the Board of Supervisors the first time, I made it abundantly clear who I was and what I was all about and what I support and what I don't support. And because I have always said I work hard for the business community in this county, I have earned their support. So I will gladly accept that support, and my votes are not reflective of contributions. Contributions are reflective of my votes. So with that, unless any other board members have any thoughts or comments, I'm more than happy to move on and make a motion. So I would move that we deny the third-party appeal filed by Jackie Hoyt, that we uphold the Planning Commission's May 28 decision to adopt the mitigated negative DAC and mitigation monitoring reporting program, and we uphold the Planning Commission's May 28 decision to approve the administrative review permits subject to the conditions attached to the staff report.
And a second by Supervisor Wygant. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. And opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone's time and public input. All right, it is 12:15. We have one small item to address before our 11:30 item. So I want to take the 11:25 item, which should be very brief, and we're going to take a short recess to take a little break before we take the update on the coronavirus. So with that, let's move to item 4A, which is the contest for continuance, appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of a vesting tentative subdivision map, conditional use permit, variance, and administrative review permit for the Lakeside Redevelopment Project, formerly known as La Lima. And who do we have?
I think we have Heather Beckman on the line, and if she's not, I can jump in. I am here. Can
Great.
you hear me or see me?
Yes, thank you very much, Lori. Nice to see you.
Okay. Hi,
Oh,
my
Heather?
name's Heather Beckman.
Sorry,
Oh,
Heather. I
Oh,
can't
that's
see.
okay. I'm a senior planner for Placer County up in the Tahoe.
And you just went silent. Let's try that
Can
again.
you hear?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Heather.
Okay, thank you. So as I was saying, today I'm seeking a 90-day continuance for the appeal, which is it's appealing the denial by the Planning Commission for Lakeside Redevelopment Project. And so that project is a small mixed-use redevelopment project that's primarily residential, located in downtown Kings Beach area. The Planning Commission heard the project on May 28th and denied all of the entitlements, and the applicant then appealed the denial. Since the time of that Planning Commission hearing, the applicant has been working with staff on looking at possible redesign considerations for the project site. And with that in mind, they're asking for an additional 90-day continuance so they can continue with their efforts in working with us on a possible redesign. And the applicant is on the line, or should be on the line, Mr. David Buquillan, if you have any questions of him.
Thank you, Heather. Appreciate it very much, and really do appreciate the fact that the applicant is willing to work with staff to look at some other options for this property. It looks like there are no questions from our board. Any public comment? No public comment. All right, so we'll bring it back to the board for any discussion or a motion.
Well, I want to thank Mr. Buquillan and staff for trying to work on these issues that are so important to the community on what happens on this very important piece of property for the Kings Beach Town Center. So with that, I'd make a motion to continue this item.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Yes, second is Wygant. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries with Supervisor Holmes temporarily absent. Okay, it is 12:20. We have the 11:30 timed item, but we need a little bit of a break, at least I do. So 15 minutes, let's do a 15-minute break, and we will come back at 12:35 for our COVID update. Thank you, everyone.
3, 4. Test 4.
Okay, great. All right, thank you, everyone. Welcome back, and we will move forward. Thanks for your patience. I know we're behind time, but we are going to take our COVID update, item 5A. So we have Dr. Sisson on the line, Jeff Brown, and we will turn it over to you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on coronavirus in Placer County. This afternoon, I'll be updating your board on the state's new blueprint for a safer economy and how it impacts Placer County, along with updates on case numbers and rates, hospitalizations, and deaths. If you could please pull up the slides. Thank you. Last Friday, the California Department of Public Health announced it was ending its monitoring list program and transitioning to a new blueprint to reduce COVID-19 in the state, effective yesterday. The blueprint includes revised criteria for loosening and tightening restrictions on activities. Instead of placement either on or off a monitoring list, counties are now assigned to one of 4 tiers based on risk level. Purple for widespread disease, red for substantial disease and risk, orange for moderate risk, and yellow for minimal risk. A county's movement between tiers is determined by 2 key metrics: case rate and testing positivity. Testing positivity is measured the same way as before. That's a 7-day average with a 7-day lag. Case rate, however, will now be a 7-day average with a 7-day lag instead of a 14-day total with a 3-day lag. The equivalent of the state's previous case rate threshold of 100 for this new metric is 7. Placer County Public Health will soon update its dashboard to include the new case metric. This slide summarizes the state's blueprint with a brief description of tiers and restrictions, along with corresponding metrics and thresholds. The purple tier is the most restrictive, with most non-essential indoor business operations closed, and corresponds to the previous county monitoring list. While purple is the most restrictive tier, some sectors that were previously closed in counties on the monitoring list, like hair salons and malls, are now allowed, as of yesterday, to open indoors with modifications, provided they adhere to maximum capacity requirements. The state has initially assigned Placer County to the purple tier. However, we expect to be reassigned to the red tier in a week if data hold steady. To make the initial tier assignments, CDPH used data from August 5th through August 11th and August 12th through August 18th. These dates correspond to when Placer was on the monitoring list. The first week of data, starting August 5th, placed Placer in purple, while the second week of data, starting on August 12th, placed the county in red. The state has indicated that the most restrictive tier applies, so Placer started in the purple tier yesterday. Normally, a county must remain in a tier for 3 weeks before it can advance to the next, less restrictive tier, and must also meet the thresholds for the next tier for 2 consecutive weeks before moving forward. However, for our initial placement, since Placer had 1 week of data in the red tier, the county is eligible to move to the red tier after just 1 week. If our data hold steady, we can move to the red tier on September 8th. Please move to the next slide. A move to the less restrictive red tier means that some sectors allowed to open in the purple tier, like retail and malls, can increase their maximum indoor capacity, while others that were previously closed will be allowed to open indoor operations with modifications and capacity limitations. These sectors include personal care services, museums, zoos, and aquariums, places of worship, movie theaters, gyms and fitness centers, and restaurants. Under the red tier, the state indicates that wineries, family entertainment centers, and card rooms must conduct operations outdoors only with modifications, while bars, breweries, and distilleries where no meal is provided must remain closed. Next slide, please. Please see the state's dimmer framework, which is available at the link on the bottom of this slide for additional sector openings by tier. Sectors that will be allowed to resume indoor operations under the red tier are advised to review state sector-specific guidance by visiting the state's COVID-19 website or the Reopen Placer website. Please take down the slides. Placer County's initial assignment to the purple tier has created confusion and concerns related to school reopening. The state blueprint indicates that a county must be in the red tier for 2 weeks before K-12 schools can reopen for in-person instruction. This would have meant that even though Placer County came off the monitoring list on August 19th and could have reopened schools today under the new blueprint, Placer County would have been unable to open schools until at least September 22nd. On Friday afternoon, shortly after the state's announcement launching the blueprint, I reached out to CDPH with my concerns and wrote a letter to the acting state public health officer explaining that Placer County was being penalized by the transition from one data monitoring system to another. A few hours later, Placer County received a response from the state indicating that schools would be allowed the option to resume in-person instruction as of today, as they would have after coming off the previous monitoring list. Let me say a few more words about schools. While our county was still on the monitoring list and before the blueprint was announced, Placer County Public Health released the state-defined school waiver application for elementary schools. Public Health has received 8 applications from private schools and approved 4 with California Department of Public Health concurrence. Directing applications to the state for final review is a requirement of the waiver process. Public Health has been advising each school as they seek to satisfy the state-identified requirements. The 4 remaining schools that have not yet finished the approval process now have the option to reopen for in-person instruction without needing a waiver. Placer County Public Health and superintendents continue to meet frequently to create a collaborative plan to ensure test results for ill students and staff are available quickly. Such timely testing of those with symptoms will assist schools in reopening safely in person and staying open. Public Health, in partnership with the Placer County Office of Education and select superintendents, has identified a private lab to provide timely test results. The Placer County Office of Education expects to finalize a lab contract by the end of this week. Public Health is committed to providing our school partners with data and information to help them make informed and balanced decisions and to support their safe reopening when school officials decide the time is right. Let's turn our attention to Placer-specific data, beginning with hospitalizations. Hospitalizations in Placer County continue to decline. We currently have 39 confirmed COVID-19 cases in Placer County's 3 hospitals, down from a high of 68 in early August. There are 11 confirmed cases in the intensive care unit. Let's move to cases. There are now 3,003 laboratory confirmed COVID-19 cases in Placer County. The 7-day average case rate with a 7-day lag, this is the new state metric, is 5.3 per 100,000 residents, which falls within the state's red tier for this metric. Cases in congregate living settings continue. Currently, 2 skilled nursing facilities report 12 to 27 cases each in staff and residents. This last week, a single facility added 23 cases. 3 additional long-term care facilities report between 2 and 6 cases each. Public health has provided testing and surveillance in these facilities and is now building the capacity of the facilities to take ownership over these critical tasks. 33 Placer County residents have died of COVID-19, including 1 in the last week. All of the deceased had underlying conditions, with many residing in long-term care facilities. Let's shift gears to testing. Placer County Public Health has received over 73,000 initial test results to detect COVID-19 infection. The most recent 7-day average testing positivity rate is 4.1%, which falls within the state's orange tier for this metric. I should note that when the tiers corresponding to the 2 metrics, case rate and testing positivity, do not agree, the more restrictive tier will apply. This means that if the case rate is red and the testing positivity rate is orange, the county is considered to meet red tier metrics. Although testing capacity has been strained statewide over the last 2 months, turnaround time and testing availability continue to improve. The state's testing contractor, OptumServe, is reporting decreases in lab testing times at Quest Laboratories from 110 hours 2 weeks ago to 68 hours at the end of last week. The 2 OptumServe sites, one in Rockland and the other serving the Tahoe region, are still open, and appointments are available for the same day at both of these sites. In summary, the rate of COVID-19 transmission in Placer County has decreased, and if data trends continue, the state will allow additional sectors to resume limited modified indoor operations in 1 week. We urge our community to continue to exercise coronavirus safe behaviors to help Placer County move to less restrictive tiers. To keep our COVID-19 case rate and test positivity rate low, wear a mask, avoid gathering with non-household members, stay 6 feet apart from people who aren't members of your household, and stay home if you're sick or you've been exposed to someone with COVID-19. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the update, Dr. Sisson. And first, just thank you for advocating on behalf of the schools. Very, very much appreciated, because we've heard from so many parents, families about their kids not being in school, and this just allows the opportunity for schools to open up once they're ready to do so. Questions from our board. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, we don't have, unfortunately, the handout of the slides. So if somebody would be so kind as to put the slide back up that shows the new requirements, what we're judged on, that would be helpful, because I don't have it in front of me. Oh, you have it?
Well, it was just emailed.
It was.
So I printed
Oh, you
it.
printed it? Oh, thank you.
She's just more on it than we are.
So looking at, yeah, that's the one. So we fall into the purple, more than 7 cases new daily per 100,000. And is this additive and more than 8% positive tests?
So you have to meet the 2 metrics, as I said. If they don't land you in the same tier, the more restrictive tier would apply. So if one metric is purple and the other is red or orange, you land in purple.
Okay. All right. So is there a minimum number of tests administered on a county basis per day? Does the state dictate how many tests must be administered on a daily basis?
No, that is not included in the metrics. There is, however, an incentive that is provided for counties because more testing can lead to more cases. So the state does make an adjustment for counties that test above the state average. their case rate gets adjusted down by a factor, and that maxes out when a county is testing at twice the state average. I believe the discount or the factor that's applied to that case rate is 0.6.
And so,
But right now, Placer County tests below the state average, so there are no adjustments being made to our case rate.
okay, what is the state average, and is this information that's published somewhere?
That information is not posted on the CDPH website, but I believe my understanding from conversations with the California Department of Public Health is the individual county data and the details of the adjustments to the case rate will be posted on the CDPH website as early as today.
Okay, so we got moved to these metrics, but there's no way for us to know where we are within those metrics in terms of our total testing. Not, this is not accusatory, it's simply inquisitive. Is that we have no idea right now of how many daily tests and what that quote unquote average is, how that average is determined. Is it per 100,000 residents, since everything else seems to be based off the 100,000 residents?
That's correct. It's the daily test per 100,000 residents. And that data has not been shared publicly, but it has been shared with local health officers last night.
Okay, so you didn't get this until last night?
Yes.
Okay.
That's when I received our data.
Okay. But is there a punishment for not meeting a minimum threshold of tests?
There is no punishment per se. However, if there is not a minimum threshold of tests being met, more than likely a county's test positivity rate would be high, because I would assume if you're not conducting quote unquote enough tests or very many tests, the people who are getting tested are more likely to be positive. So you would be more than likely inflating your testing positivity rate with a low testing rate.
Well, unless we back out what I've heard, and that is the number of false positive tests, that it seems to be extraordinary. I mean, I'm sure you saw the story, even Associated Press reported that we had 77 NFL players all test positive, and they were all false positives. So, again, I go back to this issue of are these positive tests only on initial positives, and if then they are then discounted by subsequent tests, do we go back, given that this is 2 weeks in arrears that we're being measured by, do subsequent negative tests go back and pull those positive tests off of the tally sheet that's being used against us?
Yeah, the only positives that are counted as confirmed cases are positives by PCR testing, which has an extremely high specificity rate, which means that it has a low rate of false positives. So the numbers that I've seen for the specificity of PCR are between 99 and 100%. So that means very few false positives. There are other tests out there. So I'm imagining the tests that you're referring to in those professional athletes were probably antigen tests.
No, they were actually tests for the.
Were they?
Yeah, they were actually tests for the virus.
Again, I'm not familiar with that report, but PCR has an extremely high specificity, and I would be very surprised to hear about that many false positives.
Okay. The other concern or question, however you want to categorize it, we go in these categories: widespread, substantial, moderate, and minimal. Minimal is less than one new case per 100,000 and less than 2% positivity, which means conceivably zero. So we go a week, we have 0 new cases and we have 0 positivity. According to this, we're still considered minimal, which means we're still in tier 4, which means that none of our businesses are open any more than 50% capacity, at least those that are impacted beyond substantial. At no point does a 0 test rate and a 0 new case rate indicate 100% opening of our businesses? Am I reading something incorrectly here?
That is correct.
So if we have no new cases and 0 positivity, we're 100% cured of COVID, none of our businesses will be open beyond our restaurants, wineries, breweries and distilleries, family entertainment centers, places of worship, movie theaters will still be restricted to 50% capacity.
Under the blueprint, that is correct. Although I would hesitate to say that 0 cases in Placer County would be considered a cure for COVID. I think that the state has been quite deliberate, even in its color coding here, to not use green, because they recognize that California really won't be green or completely open until what would have been stage 4 in the previous reopening roadmap, which is when we have immunity, most more than likely from a vaccine. So you will not see the state releasing those restrictions entirely until there is widespread immunity.
So I just want to clarify that I just heard you correctly. What you're saying is, based on your extensive interaction with the state of California Department of Public Health and their interaction with this governor, it is not the governor's intent to allow any county to open all their businesses to 100% capacity until we have a proven vaccine or until we have reached some level of herd immunity. Is that what I just heard?
That hasn't been explicitly stated, but I think reading between the lines, that is correct.
So is it your understanding, when we declared this state of emergency back in the first week of March, and we said we were going to temporarily shut down our businesses for 2 weeks, in your mind, was that ever contemplated?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I'm just wondering, when our board declared a local state of emergency and the governor declared a statewide state of emergency, the first week in March, where we specifically identified a 2-week period where we were going to shut down businesses, and we identified as the objective of doing that, not overwhelming the healthcare system. That was the stated objective in the governor's state of emergency. Was it ever explained when we as a board agreed to shut down that the only way we would be reopening from that shutdown was once this was entirely disappeared from the face of the earth?
I don't, when the state of emergency and the local health emergency were declared because there was an imminent and proximate threat from coronavirus. And I don't think anyone anticipated how long that threat would continue for. So I don't think anyone necessarily knew the extent of just how widespread disease would become and how challenging it would be to control. I don't think any of that really could have been known at the time.
So at this point, you identified our hospitalizations at 34, I believe, and our ICU at 11.
I believe the numbers may have just been updated for today. So yeah. I shared with you yesterday's because I didn't have this morning's, but I believe that this morning's hospitalizations are 34 and 11.
And of those 34, 11 are Placer County residents. Placer County, a county of 100,000 people, has 11 people in the hospital right now. I'm sorry, what did I say? I'm sorry, 400,000. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm on that. I'm on that per 100,000 metric that we had evidently now live by. So a county of 400,000 people have 11 people in the hospital, and of those, 2 are in the ICU because of COVID. And we still can't open our businesses. Okay, that wasn't a question, that was a statement, so that's fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. Supervisor Wygant.
Kind of mapping on to that, Dr. Sisson, I mean, not the specific questions, but generally, so just a little bit of information. More recently, I've been troubled by having a statewide policy built exotically upon data collection and processing. And as you know, we've been in conversations talking about our seroprevalence testing, and there's always error in data, but I have a real high level of confidence that in working with Dr. Parsonet that we'll have a really high degree of certainty resulting from the tests that we do. But I have more concerns about the data collection as it comes in statewide. So, so we had one system, I'm assuming built on, at least it was communicated, it was built on data collection. And then that immediately or recently went from that to a dramatic shift into another system, but similarly built on data collection and processing. And then recently heard a couple of anecdotal stories that may or not be accurate. One comes from a close personal friend, so I could probably follow up on that. And the other one's a friend of a friend, so I can get you that information if there's, but the stories are, I think there were 2 couples in each case. So 8 people that went in for testing for active virus and ended up leaving because the wait was too long. But then in both cases, I was told that these people who went in for tests but did not get tested got results from their tests that were never taken. One case, all of the tests were positive, and the more recent one, all the test results negative. So then it's my understanding, just based on news and the inference from the news, that the prior state health director no longer has that job, largely based on the integrity of the state data collection. So similarly, the insights that you just provided, Kirk, from his questions as related to your perception as to where we're going with this ultimately, which is herd immunity by way of vaccine or some semblance of that. Do you have any insights amongst your colleagues, state level, as to the data, and any perspectives on your part about the confidence of it and in it?
Yeah, and you know, I'm not familiar with those specific situations. If those were Placer County residents, I would be very surprised, because my team has not informed me of anyone that they've reached out to through case investigation and contact tracing who has reported that they were never even tested. That certainly would have been brought to my attention. So, you know, I have confidence in the data being collected by the California Department of Public Health, because that data comes from laboratories who they're using solid tests in terms of the PCR testing, which is highly sensitive and specific. Those are the only positive tests that are being reported by either Placer County or by the California Department of Public Health as positive cases. And when we have worked with California Department of Public Health, when we've had differences between the Placer County data and the state data, we've always been able to resolve those differences. They were based on different methodologies, but always based on the same total underlying number of cases. So I have strong confidence in the data coming out of the California Department of Public Health and through the CalReady system.
Okay, thanks. And I'll follow up more with these individuals, but if I get you their names and their experiences, can you look into that for me?
Yeah, absolutely. If they're Placer County residents, I'd be happy to look up those names. I don't have access to residents of other counties.
Yeah, they are Placer County residents, so thank you. I'll dig into that. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Dr. Sisson, and I want to thank you again for all your efforts on behalf of our residents. So throughout this pandemic, we've been reacting to, and with new information, new studies, new science, new data to set public policy, and we at the local level are reacting obviously to state concerns. With these new guidelines that just now came out, of course, many businesses and many of us as supervisors were hopeful that the old metrics were holding and we were on our way to being able to further reopen. But that set us back a couple more weeks. Has there been discussion at the state level? I'm hoping, but are you aware of any discussions going on about once a vaccine is applied, how quickly we can get those out to the public and what threshold of vaccination is going to be required to get the businesses back open? Because, I mean, we're being asked these questions by our business people who are trying to take care of their families. I've said this before, everybody keeps talking about it as profit. This is them paying their rent and putting food on their table for their families. And they ask me these questions, and then I think, well, of course, somebody at the state is thinking this through, and they've got the next decision to make as to when we can reopen these businesses. And I'm just searching for somebody planning this out, because we know the research is underway for these vaccines. We know there's, I don't know how many of them being tested. Once that happens, how soon can these businesses reopen? And what's the threshold for vaccination prevalence? And I personally have friends who say they're not going to get vaccinated. You know, they refuse to. So then are we not going to be allowing businesses to reopen if a certain percentage of our public doesn't? Those are the questions that are vexing me, because obviously Supervisor Euler went through it. It doesn't seem, even at the minimal level, that we're going to be able to really reopen businesses. I live and represent a district that when it gets cold, these businesses can't operate outdoors. And that is going to be dangerous. So this idea that, oh, they can be open outdoors and 50%, that isn't going to pay their bills either. So please let me know if the state is having any discussions on vaccination and what those thresholds would be.
Yeah, so if I can just, comment, you referred to the, setbacks, I think in terms of Placer County landing in purple. I will point out that in the purple tier, we are seeing modified reopening from when we were on the monitoring list. So this week compared to last week, there are more businesses allowed to be open in Placer County than there were before. So that's our hair salons and barbershops, which have been able to move indoors, and our Roseville Galleria as an indoor mall is now able to reopen indoors, although with common areas and the food court closed. So there have been reopenings, and we will see further reopenings as we move to the red tier. So I just wanted to point out that there is progress being made, although I'm hearing that you would like it to be faster. In terms of vaccine, the state has begun planning for vaccination. I know they just had, the California Department of Public Health had a site visit with the CDC to talk about what it might look like when vaccine becomes available. However, in terms of that timeline of how quickly it will roll out, who it will be rolled out to first in terms of priorities, that number has not been shared. Those discussions are still underway. I know that there is a task force of local health officers and the state who are working together to think ahead to vaccine rollout, but I am not part of that task force, so I'm not privy to the intimate details. There has not been any threshold published to my knowledge or even discussed for what level of residents we would want to see vaccinated. But again, in order to reopen safely, we would need a combination of natural immunity and acquired immunity through vaccination that adds up to the herd immunity threshold, whatever that turns out to be for coronavirus, but it's widely believed to be between 60 and 80% of the population.
So when 60 to 80% have either had it or are vaccinated, we might start to see businesses reopen.
Well, that's when we will see herd immunity. Yeah. I can't speak for the timeline of business reopening, but it would be logical that those would go hand in hand.
Okay, and then I forgot one other question, Dr. Sisson. Again, is the state having discussions on how to protect our most vulnerable at the highest priority? I mean, that is one of the factors that I think will be so important to moving through this, is making sure that we are taking care of the most vulnerable in our population.
Yeah, I think that has been one of the primary areas of focus at the state level and at the local level from the beginning of this pandemic, protecting our most vulnerable residents, those who are older, those who have underlying medical conditions. Certainly, you've seen a lot of effort put in for protecting residents of skilled nursing facilities, and yet we still see a nursing facility in Placer County that's had 23 cases in the last week. And so I want to point out that the best way to protect the most vulnerable residents is to keep the case rate low in the general population, because that is where the employees who work in these facilities come from every day and go home to every night. So if we want to protect the vulnerable, then we protect everybody by keeping our case rate low.
No, I understand that theory. I do think there are further steps you could take to help isolate the workers in those facilities by compensating them adequately versus penalizing everyone else. And it's just there's always carrots and sticks that we can use in public policy, and just trying to find that right balance, because right now it feels it's all jaded toward closures versus how we can carefully reopen and protect folks. And to invest additional funds in testing and opportunities for those that are the most vulnerable and the people that take care of them. So thank you very much for your time and all of your efforts on behalf of our citizens. I know you are being dealt the same deck of cards we are, which seems to move a lot and is hard for us to defend and to support always. And I find myself disagreeing with leaders that I have always or tended to agree with. So it's a very challenging time.
Thank you. Supervisor Euler, did you have another question?
Yeah, just a follow-up question and then a clarification of a previous comment that I made. Each year, healthcare industry does its best to be predictive in a flu vaccine, and we encourage people to get a flu shot. Is it considered a vaccine?
It is.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, if we measured the flu by the standards on this chart, would we ever open our businesses? If we measured the flu based on the standards of this, 1 to 3.9 new cases per 100,000 would keep us in the moderate. If we measured the flu based on the standards, same standards that we're measuring COVID, would we ever have our businesses reopened?
If you were to use the same case rates for flu as COVID, no, but I would point out that the mortality rate, the case fatality rate of COVID-19 is significantly higher than that of the flu. And
is
so
it when we
really
identify
can't
just COVID cases, as the CDC just redefined the definition, and only 6% of all the deaths are just COVID? If we take the just flu deaths, is that still an accurate statement?
Yeah, actually, I'd like to speak to that 6% figure, because that has been misrepresented. What the CDC placed on their website is that of all the death certificates that had COVID-19, only 6% of them had only COVID-19 listed on the death certificate. That does not mean that only 6% of those deaths are due to COVID. So I don't want to get too into the weeds on this, but when a death certificate is completed by a physician, there are several lines on the death certificate. There's the underlying cause of death, and then there are many steps that lead to that death. And then there are also contributing factors. So for example, if somebody has diabetes and heart disease, those would be listed, and they died of COVID-19, those would be listed as significant contributing conditions. But the immediate cause of death the underlying cause of death would be COVID-19. But there's a sequence of events that leads from COVID-19 to death. So in many cases, it's COVID-19 as the underlying cause of death, which causes pneumonia, which then causes respiratory failure or acute respiratory distress syndrome. So when you look at those comorbidities that are listed on the table, if you go to the CDC's website, which refers to that 6% having only COVID on the death certificate, you'll see that the comorbidities are in fact the actual causes of death in people who had COVID-19. So honestly, I'm surprised that the number 6% is as high as it is, because to me, a death certificate that has only COVID-19 listed on it is a death certificate that has not been properly filled out, because COVID-19 in and of itself doesn't kill people. It's COVID-19 which causes viral pneumonia, which causes respiratory failure, kills people. So honestly, I think that 6% is a very misleading number and has confused a lot of people. So all of those deaths are deaths due to COVID-19.
Okay. But for instance, here in Placer County, let's change it from flu to pneumonia. Because here in Placer County, of our deaths through July, we had more deaths that were listed as pneumonia without COVID listed as a coexisting condition than we did COVID deaths that didn't list pneumonia. So in other words, if you just took pure pneumonia deaths absent COVID and pure COVID deaths absent pneumonia, we had more pneumonia deaths than we did COVID deaths. Would we ever meet this standard if it were pneumonia as opposed to COVID?
Yeah, you can't really tease out pneumonia and COVID because, as I just pointed out, many of the COVID deaths have pneumonia.
I'm just going by the data from Vital Statistics that listed COVID, but not pneumonia, listed COVID with pneumonia, listed pneumonia without COVID. So that's all I'm going by. As it regards the tests, it's the PCR tests that you're saying we have the greater confidence in?
That is correct.
Okay. NFL.com has a story I referenced, and if I may just read briefly from NFL.com, on August 22nd, BioReference Laboratories reported an elevated number of positive COVID-19 PCR test results for NFL players and personnel at multiple clubs. They found 77 positive results of their PCR tests, all of which turned out to be negative upon further testing. So evidently it was the PCR test that gave the false positive 100% on 77 tests administered. So I'm sure there was something going on in that lab, but you can understand why folks such as us who are looking at this metric that says we have to have less than one daily new case per 100,000, and we still can't have our businesses all the way open, are now looking very critically at how we actually define new cases. It's obviously of utmost importance to us.
Yeah, and my understanding, just to go to that specific incident that you referenced, that sounds to me like an instance of contamination and not an issue with the test itself.
Well, and that may very well be the case, but here you had 77 NFL players who make the average minimum of $300,000 per year. So they had an incentive to go back and be retested, pardon me, to make sure these people were clear. If we had a similar such incident here in this county, we don't have the same impetus to go back and retest those positives. We're simply being counted as positives. So at least they were able to correct it. My concern is whether it's contamination or something else. Now that we are being based on this metric, I don't, it increases the scrutiny on our test accuracy as far as I'm concerned.
All right, thank you. Before we move to public comment, I just want to bring up and move to item 5A2, which is ratification of the letter dated August 26th, signed by me to Governor Newsom regarding the COVID-19 statewide response. You have a copy of the letter in your packet. And basically, we outline the very low, I outlined the very low case rate in Placer County. And then we also discussed the importance of public health immunity, which we just talked about, right? That there's this need to get some type of public health immunity, but it could take a very, very long time. And then specifically, I asked the governor for local control to make decisions at the county level, because what's happening in other communities is not the same that's happening here in Placer County. I did not receive a response, and obviously the new metrics are very clear that there's no interest in allowing local governments to have some local control over our individual jurisdictions and decisions that we make. But that being said, I think this letter clearly demonstrated our board's concern about what's happening. And I still would like to have the board ratify this letter. That way the governor knows that the letter is coming from our entire board, not just by me as an individual supervisor. So that's that. Now we need to take public comment. So we'll take public comment on these two items. We do have people on the line, but I do have people in the audience. So as those folks are coming up, Patricia, the gentleman, I don't know if you're here to speak on this item as well, but please come up to the podium. You will have, please limit your comments. So we have a 2:00 hearing. We will have a hard stop at 2:00. Thank you for everybody who wants to public comment, but we cannot accommodate those comments today because we've got a 3-hour hearing this afternoon. Patricia, go ahead. You can state your name for the record, please. Oh, hold on.
The board.
Now you're good.
And I wanted to thank Dr. Sison, if I'm saying her name correctly, for her comments and helping to explain the blueprint. When the blueprint came out on Friday, I didn't understand it. I found it hard to believe that we were allowed to have, 7 cases per 100,000. That seemed like a really challenging bar. So I'd like to thank you to the supervisors for your advocacy and efforts in keeping Placer County open. I appreciate your understanding of the importance of our small businesses and our economy. Over the past 6 months, the devastation to our economy, the unpredictability of daily life, and the inconsistent policies and procedures have been disruptive to business and just everyday life. I want a life that's predictable. I want to make choices about my life that are in my best interests, and I have the confidence and the capacity to make those decisions. I don't want or need a government telling me what I can or cannot do. I want businesses open. I want church open. I want salons open. I want gyms open. I want to be able to go to the library and look for a book. I want businesses and services to be open, and I want them to stay open. There's something really scary about, on Friday we have a new blueprint, and 2 weeks before that we had a different blueprint, and 2 months before that we had the goals and the benchmarks and the metrics keep changing. And I think it's really hard on a community to function with that lack of predictability. I believe that all businesses and services are essential, and they should be open and they should stay open. I believe in local government and local control, and I think you, as a board of supervisors, are smart and can make decisions that are in our community's best interest. I trust that my neighbors can make a choice about what they want to do or not do. I urge the supervisors to reopen Placer and keep it open. All businesses and services are essential. What I learned at coming to this meeting today is we've lost local control. The governor has taken over. The governor has now made this new, the purple, the red, we're not even, green is not possible. And I have to say I'm really scared. I'm shaking, and I'm shaking not because I'm nervous about speaking. I'm shaking because I see that my rights as an American citizen are vanishing. I can't walk into the library. I'm supposed to be grateful that they'll hand me a book if I call the phone number, if I order the book online. This is not what a community is about, and it's really troubling. So I don't know what we can do as a community. I am available and ready to work, make phone calls, do whatever it's taken to keep us open. I personally think to say that a yellow minimal is the best that we can do in Placer County or in California is pretty scary. That means 50% of our businesses can open. That means 50% of them will be out of business. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Patricia. Appreciate you being here. Yes, sir. Come on up. And then I don't know, Joanne, did you want to make a comment? Okay. Very
name's
good.
Michael Anchusi.
Go ahead.
Is the health department still on the screen to ask a question?
Well, you can ask a question, make your comments, and then at the end, she will answer questions, but she won't answer the questions right now.
As I understood it, there's a potential that we'll go to red September 8th.
That is correct.
Okay. If that's correct, having a business that, needless to say, it's broke me completely, but I've been able to stay open some way, somehow. Even with stage 4 cancer. I still pay the landlord 75%. Your health department cut a deal. The ABC wanted all their money. Liability insurance wanted all their money. I was not born with a silver spoon placed in a certain spot. And I'm getting to the point where I can't pour concrete anymore. So this September 8th is a big deal. But thinking Placer County is alone in this situation, there's a worldwide problem. And the only thing that bothers me right now is those people that aren't taking it serious. Not that it's not overdone, not that it's not mandated out of our hands, but going to an event, thinking it's fun to go party, thinking it's fun to get drunk, or think maybe something else might happen if they got real drunk, and being in each other's face consistently shows no respect for everybody else. So if nothing else, if we can at least adhere to a minor inconvenience for a small period of time and hope we get back local control that we deserved. But this is beyond just our little local realities. Those are individual desires. Those are individual wants. And this, unfortunately, is bigger than just the selfish individual wants. And we can all manipulate numbers. We can all take our own stance based on something. We have a little brain to play that game. But now's not time for games. Time is to get along, to make something happen, and to cure something that probably in the future, unfortunately, is going to exist more because we keep playing with Mother Nature. And we can't beat it. We've got to figure that out at some point. We are not bigger than Mother Nature. Anyway, thanks for all your help, and I'm looking forward to open.
Thank you very much for coming down and sharing your opinion. Really do appreciate it, sir. We'll go to the phone lines, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
My name is Joel, and I'll try to be as brief as possible here. I've been listening to this, and I really want to say thank you to Chairwoman Gore for your letter to Governor Newsom. I thought that was an excellent, well-written letter, and I appreciate everything that the board is trying to do to get us back open. You know, I cannot believe that I keep hearing we're following the data and the science, because if we were, we would probably rip our masks off and go back to being Americans again. I mean, I don't know what kind of data we're paying attention to. I thought, well, look, you know, if we really are, if it is true that the vulnerable is our primary area of focus, like Dr. Sisson mentioned for the state, then we should be giving them some sort of guidance to help them with this disease. So I looked on the website. I thought, well, we have a county health officer, we have a state health officer, we should have some guidance there. So I looked for anything about boosting our immune system, eating a healthier diet, exercise, sunshine, vitamins, nothing. Here's the advice from the very first lines of the California Department of Public Health, and I quote, "There is currently no vaccine to prevent COVID-19. The best way to prevent illness is to avoid being exposed to this virus," end quote. So basically, the advice is you can't do anything for yourself except avoid other people and wait for a vaccine. You've got to be kidding me. This is the advice we're giving to our vulnerable people, and we think we care about them? We're told to wear a mask and at the same time avoid touching our nose, our mouth, and our eyes. Is that even possible? Do we see the irony here? Because if we opened our eyes to this, we wouldn't stand for any of it. Governor Newsom thanked our outgoing health officer for, quote, never losing sight of the importance of health equity. Does he even know what equity means? It's the equality of opportunity. Where's the opportunity for our older population to arm themselves with some vital information to their health? Why isn't anyone, including our own health officer, looking at the 53 worldwide studies about hydroxychloroquine and zinc to help people that are in the high-risk category? Why isn't anybody listening to Professor Harvey Risch of Yale, author of 300 peer-reviewed studies, who said, and I quote, "The science is so one-sided in supporting the use of hydroxychloroquine that it's stronger than anything else I've ever studied in my entire career." Why don't we look into that if we're truly about helping the vulnerable? The best way to help the vulnerable is to keep the case rate low. Well, then why don't we give people information on how to do that, to arm themselves so that they don't get it? Are we all not afforded equal opportunity, equity, to have information? Or is this information only provided when it matches what our overlords deem necessary for us? I appreciate everything the board is doing. I appreciate your courage, but let's stand up to this ridiculousness and this unfounded claims about this disease and open up Placer County for all of us. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, this is Amber.
Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, everyone. And I would like to personally thank Beverly Roberts for her valuable time and the support that she's given me over the phone. I emailed Beverly a letter to share with the board on July 20th with the details of how my family's been personally impacted due to the unlawful lockdown. My family's California civil rights, federal civil rights, Patients' Bill of Rights, and basic human rights are being violated by a hospital system, grocery stores, and the government. We've been discriminated against, harassed, and intimidated. No pandemic or public emergency makes this legal. I would also like to personally thank Kirk Euler for sharing the data and the truth about what's really going on in our county. His YouTube video on August 24th breaks down the COVID deaths in our county. And I'm so grateful that you shared that. Over the past 5 months, there have been 1,300 tragic deaths in Placer County. 250 people died of heart-related conditions. 47 tragically died of suicide and drug overdose. 9 people have died of COVID, and if you add the 7, that pneumonia and COVID total goes to 16. That's almost 50% lower than the 33 COVID deaths that have been reported. I believe that these numbers are being falsified to scare law-abiding citizens into compliance with forced masks, temperature checks, faulty COVID testing, unlawful contact tracing, and eventually a forced COVID-19 vaccine. I want to make public announcement that I do not consent to any of these medical interventions. And I would like the board to look up this introduced bill, HR 6666. This is the TRACE Act. This bill would give the government the right to remove you or your children from your home on a positive faulty COVID test or even suspicion of a COVID infection. This would allow the government to put you in a COVID quarantine camp. Believe this. The governor has made public announcement that he's hired thousands of contact tracers. This is government overreach and it's medical tyranny. I have sovereignty over my own body and I choose what's best for my health. But with so much panic and confusion being created, no one is paying attention to the end game, which is total government control over health choices and forced vaccination, no matter what harm it will cause. I'm making a public announcement that I want the freedom to accept or reject vaccination for myself and my minor child. The state or federal government cannot force me or my child to be vaccinated without my express permission. And the bottom line is that there is no state of emergency. Our hospital resources were not and are not overwhelmed. According to California law, a local health emergency can only be called at the introduction of an infectious disease. The introduction of this disease was in March, almost 6 months ago. There is no emergency, and therefore all orders emanating from it are invalid and unlawful. Governor Newsom and our public health director, Dr. Sisson, are not acting according to law. My advice to citizens in our county is to turn off the news and to start doing your own research ASAP before it's too late. And I'm also asking the board to continue to stand up for the rights of your law-abiding citizens, and I appreciate all of the hard work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Is that me?
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Yes, this is Tony Mateer. I'm a franchise owner of Elk Diner in Auburn, California. And I appreciate the board of directors allowed me to address you. And I also found out that sometimes these meetings aren't a lot of fun, I bet. And also that Mr. Euler drives fast on the speed limit. He admitted it. Anyway, here's my question. Without the state's change of into the tiered system, we have been off the monitoring, and now the widespread purple list effective Wednesday tomorrow. Now it's another week. Here's the big dilemma. This weekend, the temperatures are again predicted to be over 100 degrees. The extreme heat combined with unhealthy air make it impossible to safely see customers outside. But we are constantly hearing on the news, avoid all outdoor activities. Why can't our county, since the states failed to do so, step up and do a waiver like the schools on the indoor dining ban? When outdoor conditions become so extreme and unhealthy, we hear follow the science, but we aren't. I care deeply about the safety of our customers, employees, and community, and do not understand blindly following a mandate that fails to address such extreme conditions as record heat, record fires, record continued unhealthy air. 100-degree plus temperatures and 150 poor air quality conditions create an untenable outdoor dining environment that I would not force my family or your family, our friends, or as well as my customers' employees to endure. I have a large air-conditioned restaurant where we can easily do socially spaced, limited seating inside. How does this make sense? I was told our option was to do takeout only, so we'd be forced to lay off employees again, operate at a very unprofitable level, and not be available to help customers who need a safe place to eat. This comes at a time when we should have been able to partially open already. I feel this new tiered program again fails to address the elephant in the room. When indoor dining is banned and outdoor dining is extremely uncomfortable and unhealthy. Most of California is not forced to deal with this, just the central North Valleys and foothills. Doesn't anyone care that the one-size-fits-all approach does not make sense in such a unique environment with such extreme conditions? The weather forecaster on KCRA Channel 3 just stated, avoid all outdoor activities and try to stay indoors where there's air conditioning. Oh, yes, that's inside the restaurants, not outside, because the current outside conditions are so bad right now. Right now, it's 90 degrees and a 152 unhealthy air quality. What about this week on Sunday? What's predicted to be 105 degrees at very unhealthy air? I believe in following the rules and laws of the land, but this seems so wrong at so many levels. It seems no one's willing to take a stand. Please at least consider a waiver on the indoor dining ban when outdoor conditions are so extreme. To me, 96 degrees plus and unhealthy air should allow us to have some kind of a waiver so we can let people eat inside where it's way more comfortable and safer. Thank you for listening to me. I don't understand why schools can have a waiver and restaurants in Placer County can't. I would love to see our county take a stand rather than blindly follow a state guideline that is one size fits all. Thank you for considering my my requests and for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comment. As we bring in the next caller, the interesting part is that myself and a group of mayors from this county specifically asked the governor to make some accommodations because of the horrible air quality due to the fires. And we received no response from the governor. And what's very unfortunate is the businesses like this gentleman have an ABC license, which means they have a state license. And dare I point out that most of the businesses that still are not allowed to open up are those that have some type of state license, other than the churches and the gyms. So sorry for my commentary. Next caller, but it is very frustrating. We definitely hear you, sir.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
This is Val Hotan.
Go ahead, Val.
I just had some questions. The woman that spoke previously eloquently stated a lot of facts on everything that's going on, and so but that being said, my question is, we are just monitoring this silo and not considering all the other things that are going on with, specifically in relation to our kids and going back to school. As she was saying about the suicide rate, drug addiction, mental health, other causes, they're all just destroying our youth. It's absolutely tragic. I hear at least 2 stories a day of tragedies. And this is not being considered. And if you look at one factor in a silo, no matter what it is, you're not getting a representation of what's going on. And I think we need to start, I don't think COVID's going away, and probably nobody does. So we need to have a plan on how to start living with it instead of sitting on our hands and waiting for it to go away. So I've seen, especially in the colleges, my daughter went to college, even though nobody's in class, all of the kids pretty much either have it or have had it, which I don't know if that's good or bad, but they're all nonchalant about it. They're like, yeah, whatever. Most of them are not sick, or they're sick for a day and then they're fine, because we've had 0 deaths under the age of 49 in Placer County. So I don't understand why we are even closed, why these kids suffering and their futures. This trajectory is going to go on forever. The depression, the crushing of all their momentum for school is going to go on for a very long time. And they say that we need to protect our vulnerable. I think our kids are the vulnerable. They are the ones, and everybody's taking a blind eye. And so I just would like to see us figuring out how to live with it, and then instead of pretending for this to go away. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Sean?
Go ahead.
Hi. So I just want to present to the board. I missed part of your conversation, so maybe you've already discussed this. But we have 400,000 residents, and if we make it to the yellow tier, that means 3 a day or less positive cases. Our current hospitalization rate is 7% of total COVID positive, according to the Friday report that comes out from the county health officer. So at that rate, 30 days would be 900 people. We're looking at 6 hospitalizations a month. 6 hospitalizations a month on the yellow tier. The yellow tier, which is the least restrictive, which, as you guys have pointed out, is 50% capacity for a lot of businesses. As it stands, it'll take Placer County until October 20th at the earliest to arrive at that tier, the least restrictive tier. I would like to consider that maybe the Board of Supervisors take some action to open up sooner. And, I understand people are dying and people are getting sick, and it's a difficult and challenging thing to have COVID. But there are lots of other challenging, difficult things. And there are lots of other vulnerable populations besides just the ones who are suffering from the effects of COVID. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your service to the community. I think it's time for some strong leadership, and I'm excited to see what the Board of Supervisors does with all the information that you have.
Thank you for your call. Next caller, please.
No more callers.
All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. Any further conversation? Supervisor Gustafson.
I appreciate all the comments and concerns and issues expressed on both sides of this. The one thing that we do have some control over is how we respond with our CARES Act funding and Placer shares. And given the new metrics, I'm just wondering, as we look at the grant requests we get from small businesses, how we factor in those that are continuing to be closed and are closed longer than others. I know the applications are due the end of this week for the first round, but I want to encourage us to continue to think about other allocations we can make to help these small businesses, and especially those that even if we get to yellow are still far from being whole. And so any advocacy we can do on that part, anything we can do with our future funding, here's an area where we can help. The only other area I can think of that we can help is in our vulnerable populations and what additional resources we can put in the for the skilled nursing facilities to help their staff stay safe. And if that's quarantining their staff and rotating shifts and more staff, I mean, what do we do to help? Are there other steps, more rapid testing? I was asking about that last meeting. Can we do the instant testing? Are there other things we can do to help protect our most vulnerable in our skilled and congregate care facilities? So I would just ask us to continue the things that we are in control of is how we expend those dollars. So,
Thank you.
I just want to make one clarification. The Placer Shares program, the applications are actually due on the 7th.
Okay.
So they have till basically the end of the day on Monday.
Okay.
So we have a little more time.
Over the weekend, they can get that filled out. But I just look at this. These are now changed metrics again, and which weren't taken into, they're somewhat similar, but maybe a little bit different than previously. And should that be factored into how we allocate those dollars? I know it's not much for those small businesses that are impacted, but every little bit will help. And it's the one thing that we're in control of. So.
Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, I made reference to this previously in regard to the business closures. And, it was Washington Post on July 23rd that reported that Yelp had done a survey and they estimated that of the 135,000 businesses that were closed because of the pandemic, 55 of them are now done permanently. And we hear that number and we think, well, gee, that's a shame, but well, obviously other businesses will just pop up. And this is where we miss the key ingredient of the supply chain that's necessary to provide businesses. And take, for example, our Tahoe area. We have our businesses in the Tahoe area remote that are fed by a supply chain that is not from the community. It comes from outside the community, whether it's Reno or Sacramento. The businesses up there get supplied from outside of the area. Well, you lose half the businesses. What happens to the cost of supplying those businesses within the basin? Now, all of a sudden, it has doubled to those remaining businesses. So those remaining businesses that were holding on by their fingernails see their inventory costs going up just by virtue of their distribution costs having to go up. That assumes that the supply industry, the supply chain is willing to even to continue to serve into the basin when you lose that many businesses. And so it's more than just, oh, gee, we've lost a few restaurants. We are losing the ability to keep the remaining restaurants alive in Tahoe. And that will only spread from there. So this is far more than we've lost a couple of restaurants. We are losing an entire ecosystem up in Tahoe of our businesses, and we've got to get this county reopened. And this pathetic BS roadmap does not provide for that.
I just wish he would say what he really thinks once in a while.
I've always been bothered by your lack of straightforwardness, Kirk. I just wanted. So Todd, you and I, building on Cindy's comments, but not disagreeing with Kirk's. You and I have spoken about. Well, I'll back up a little bit. I'm troubled in tracking our mortalities that they have spiked dramatically more recently as compared to early on, something like 3 times more in the last few weeks as compared to the time before that. And it bothers me because I would hope and think that we would get smarter about knowing that the population at risk is very narrow and well-defined. So I guess I'm asking more information like, what have we done as relates to nursing homes and the population that we know at risk? And then maybe have an inventory of options asking what more can we do? Because if we can't address that well here in Placer County, it would be really disappointing to me.
I think we could probably work with our health department to find out what's happening, other things that measures that could be taken. I think that would be great. We've heard that from a couple of our supervisors. All right, so in front of you, do you all want to affirm the letter that was written last
This is
August 26th? Well, it's a ratification, so you can choose to ratify it or not. Yes.
I move ratification of the letter.
All right. And second, so motion by Wygant, second by Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. What good that will do, very clear based on the changing goalposts and challenges to our community. All
I
right.
hope we get a response at some point to one of the letters we've written.
It would be great to get a response to one of the letters, many letters that our board has responded. Yeah, that is the response. And to your point, actually, which is really concerning, which I didn't understand, I appreciate you pointing out, is that even if we get to that yellow, which is almost impossible, then only 50% of our businesses can open up, of those that have licenses. No words. Well, there are words, but we don't want to use those words in public. So we have a 2:00 hearing. I think that, I know we've got some staff, but we need a 5-minute break so that we can start on time with our hearing. Thank you, everyone. We'll take a break and be back at 2:00. Oh, I guess I should put my jacket on. Are we ready to go? Let me look appropriate, even though it's hot here. All right, welcome back to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting. We are on item 6A, which is the Placer County Conservation Program, which was continued from our last week's August 25th board meeting. A long time in coming. Thank you to the folks who had to postpone because of our technical difficulties last week. So with that, Mr. Ray McKenzie, you get to kick us off.
Move approval.
It'd give us 3 hours of our day back, but probably not appropriate. I think we get sued, so.
So good afternoon, Supervisor Gore, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. Greg McKenzie, your Placer County Conservation Program Administrator, here today with the long-awaited, much anticipated, often debated over the past 19 or so years Placer County Conservation Program for your consideration. With the chair's consent, we thought today we would start you off with an abbreviated version of the Placer County Conservation Program video. Some of you, especially Supervisor Holmes, being at multiple MAC meetings over the past couple of years, has seen this video quite often. But nonetheless, we thought it would be good for newer board members and for the public to see it one more time.
It doesn't get better than life in Placer County, California. We have the blessing here of an amazing quality of life, and so much of that is because of the incredible, diverse, and scenic natural landscape. That quality of life has created a demand for the Placer life that has us outpacing most other California counties in growth. People want what we've got. And all of those people need places to live, work, eat, and play, and need infrastructure like roads, schools, and everything that comes with that. And that can lead to challenges. For decades, governments have struggled to find that balance between the competing interests of conserving our natural environment and economic development. Placer County may have found that middle ground, a way to build a bridge between these competing interests and conserve more land than otherwise required, while making it easier for those who want to develop to bring quality jobs, housing, infrastructure, and more without it being so expensive and time-consuming that it's no longer worth it. This is the Placer County Conservation Program. A plan more than 15 years in the making, the program conserves roughly 47,000 acres of land in western Placer County, guaranteeing it forever as habitat for sensitive species, agriculture, and open space. The Placer County Conservation Program streamlines the process, significantly reducing time and uncertainties for people or businesses that want to build in the areas planned for the most growth, the unincorporated areas of South Placer and the city of Lincoln. But it conserves significantly more of the best land and the natural resources than otherwise would have occurred, and all of it in Placer County forever. The Placer County Conservation Program protects land by using development fees and grant funding to purchase it, or by purchasing a conservation easement, which compensates property owners for their development rights without actually transferring ownership of the property. In either case, this would only happen with willing sellers. And growth is a very realistic part of our future that we really need to plan for wisely. We have to handle that in a very smart way that maintains our quality of life and the natural resources that we are so blessed to enjoy.
Terry Davis, Sierra Foothills Autobahn, Ed Pandolfino, Friends of Auburn Ravine, and Bob Shattuck, who's also a member of our biologic working group, along with Terry Davis, who are in our audience today, and Marcus DeLuca as well, who are in the audience today, who have been recent members of the biologic working group, helping us through the process. So joining me also in the room today, we have Aaron Gabby with ICF. He will be providing more specific information relative to how the Habitat Conservation Plan, Natural Communities Conservation Plan works. Lauren Clark with Salix, who will be covering the County Aquatic Resources Program. Also, he'll cover the general plan amendments and code amendments associated with the conservation program. We have Bob Spencer, hopefully on Microsoft Teams and the presentation link, to provide an overview of the cost and funding program. We also have on the MS Teams link Heidi Meckelson with ICF, who will be covering the environmental impact statement, environmental impact report, and at the end I'll provide a summary and follow up with a recommendation. So also joining us on the phone today or through the presentation link, representatives from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, U.S. EPA, and NOAA Fisheries. At the end of the PowerPoint presentation, once we've cleared that, I'll ask for your permission to have them speak to you, provide their comments to you relative to this effort we've been going through for the past many years. So there are 8 items on your recommendation today, starting with a resolution certifying the final EIR and adopting the findings of fact, statement of overriding considerations, mitigation monitoring reporting program, a resolution to approve the Placer County General Plan Land Use and Natural Resource Amendments for the general plan, a resolution approving the Placer County Conservation Program, including its implementing agreement. So it includes the Habitat Conservation Plan, Natural Communities Conservation Plan, County Aquatic Resources Program, Cultural Resources Management Program, in lieu fee program. We have an ordinance adding Chapter 19 to Placer County Code in order to implement the PCP. An ordinance amending Chapter 17, also zoning to implement the PCP. An ordinance adopting revisions to Placer County Code, Chapters 12, 15, 16, and 18. A resolution approving a nexus study and establishing both the development fee study and the open space and fire hazard management fee schedules. So 2 nexus studies for those. So let's talk a little bit about conservation planning in the state of California. It begins with habitat conservation plans being a federal plan under the Endangered Species Act for the U.S., state natural communities conservation plan for California. This effort has been going on for many years. Obviously, we've been at it for the better part of 19 years. San Diego County at it for longer. Some of our local areas to our south and west, Yolo County, Sacramento County, both recently adopted and have been permitted and are currently implementing habitat conservation plans. And so, as you see from the map on the left, there are multiple other counties currently engaged in habitat conservation plan implementation, including Santa Clara County, East Contra Costa County, and others. So how did we get here? 1994 general plan. That general plan included a implementation program, 6.11, that said develop, adopt, and implement a natural communities conservation plan and a habitat conservation plan to address species and their habitat. And it went one step further to say we will also endeavor, and here we are today with a county aquatic resources program to cover the wetland side, because our species largely in West Placer are also dependent upon the waters in Western Placer County for their habitat. So 1994, fast forward to 2001, Placer Legacy Planning Agreement. That's a planning agreement with all the state and federal agencies who we're working with and have been for the past many years to bring forward this program. Placer Legacy included multiple goals, Placer Legacy being the general plan umbrella program under which the PCP fits under. And it included habitat conservation plan, watershed level planning, and acquisition of fee title and conservation easement interests in Western Placer County to further those goals. So we're consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan and Placer Legacy. 2005, a notice of intent to prepare EIS and EIR was issued by us as the CEQA lead agency and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as the NEPA lead agency at the federal level. And through that process, and Supervisors Euler and Wygant know those maps well, those maps on that screen are actual maps that have been copied into that slide, 40 some odd different iterations of the conservation plan strategy that were vetted with our ad hoc committee. Many of them came forward to your board for consideration through multiple workshops, which we can talk about a little further as we get into the remainder of the slides. So the plan area, where are we talking about? Are we talking about Lake Tahoe? No, we're not. We're talking about Western Placer County, basically from Highway 49 west to the Sutter County border, north to the Yuba County, Nevada County border, and south to the Sacramento County border. The PCP does not include the cities of Rockland, Roseville, Town of Loomis, or the city of Auburn. The area in dark green that says RAA on it is the reserve acquisition area. So it encompasses roughly 70,000 acres of Western Placer County, in which we have told the agencies through our conservation strategy, this is generally the area where we will go seek to conserve and mitigate for effects of growth and development and public infrastructure projects that have effects on species and habitat. That's the area generally that we will go seek to conserve and mitigate. The lighter green area that says EXR are areas which have been or have been acquired by conservation interests, such as the Placer Land Trust or Placer County. That would include the property we purchased in 2018-19 being the Bradley property just east of Sheridan. It includes mitigation banks by Wildlands, Westfelt, and other mitigation bankers in those green areas. That roughly represents about 16,000 acres of existing conservation in Western Placer County. This is the area we will seek to provide connections to through the dark green between the light green areas to provide connectivity for our future conservation mitigation activities. So it's not just the county. We have partners in the program. We have Placer County Water Agency for their infrastructure, water infrastructure, and maintenance and monitoring and O&M and everything that goes into making sure their water facilities function and serve the purposes they need to while meeting the requirements of the state and federal agencies. City of Lincoln, also the South Placer Regional Transportation Authority. They're also partners and will be required to adopt this program. So what is a PCCP, Placer County Conservation Program? It's a habitat conservation plan at the federal level under the Endangered Species Act. It's a natural communities conservation plan in the state of California under the state acts. It's also an in lieu fee program, and for the purposes of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. EPA, the State Water Board have already signed on and approved, as your board has, our in lieu fee program for wetland mitigation. So from the video you saw, there are lots of different permitting requirements for projects in any jurisdiction in California, including Placer County. So projects come in, go through pre-application review with staff, they work their way through the CEQA process, you end up with a CEQA document, ultimately goes to the Planning Commission. Many of those projects come forward to your board for approval. Those approvals contain within them conditions on covered activities, things that they're required to do as projects going forward. There's also mitigation measures. And typically those conditions and mitigation measures point the applicant, despite your approval, onto another round of entitlements. So they then, if they have wetlands, they're subject to Clean Water Act, subject to the state board's requirements for 401 certification, water quality certification. Typically, because our species are water dependent in Western Placer County, they end up triggering Section 7, sometimes Section 10 under the Endangered Species Acts, streambed alteration requirements from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, stormwater runoff requirements. If you're triggering CEQA and NEPA, you're triggering Historic Preservation Act, Section 106, the National Historic Preservation Act. And ultimately, that project comes back to you all with different conditions, different set of avoidance minimization measures, and it doesn't look like what you approved. And so the applicants get caught in this loop of trying to satisfy multiple different agencies with different agendas, different mitigation requirements. That's where the conservation program comes in to provide a consistent set of conditions on covered activities, a consistent set of avoidance, mitigation measures, minimization measures that apply to projects that are covered activities in Western Placer County. We've negotiated all of these conditions, all of these mitigation measures, how the fee program works, how the conservation strategy will work with the state and federal agencies that were on that earlier slide. That should save time, should save money, should make for much more effective conservation and mitigation in a landscape level conservation program. That's where the conservation comes in. So, in the timeline of all things Placer County Conservation Program, showed you the date. 2001 largely is when we got started. Placer Legacy Group, then on to the Biological Working Group. That was a working group of members representative from environmental groups, to land trusts, to the development community, to attorneys, to the ag community, and multiple others over the years. I actually served on that committee for many years before coming into this role. So I spent lots of time working with my predecessor, Lauren Clark, who will speak to you in a few minutes, working through these many issues to get to this point today. We also had independent science advisors who worked and helped us and the agencies to arrive at the avoidance, minimization, mitigation measures, the conservation strategy for oak woodlands, for vernal pools, for vernal pool grasslands. Had the interagency working group, which is all of the state and federal agencies. And so I actually went back, because we had a week of time, went back and looked at every staff report that came to your board. I stopped at counting at 72 different times over the agency, over the years that the agencies would appear, we would appear, Lauren would bring forward into a workshop, different land conservation strategies. So 72 times. I did not include budget adjustments or anything like that, just the kind of the meat and potatoes of the conservation program. So fast forward to a couple years ago, we spent time doing lots of outreach with the MACs, Fish and Game Commission, County Ag Commission, County Planning Commission, City of Lincoln Planning Commission, multiple meetings that were organized by Terry Davis, one of our biologic working group members with environmental groups and public interest groups. Once we got to the draft EIR, which I'll talk about in a minute, we had multiple workshops, including the City of Lincoln, including at the Planning Commission, PCWA, and finally moved forward to having everything available, ready to roll out. A public review draft was released June 21st, 2019. That was released for 60 days to the public in the Federal Register, State Clearinghouse, and locally with our clerk. All of those documents, all of the draft documents, from the draft EIR, EIS, HCP, NCCP, County Aquatic Resources Program, those are available to the public in the non-COVID times at libraries, at the county, at the City of Lincoln, at PCWA, Sparta. So all the draft documents were out and available for public review. Since then, we have been working with state and federal agencies to respond to approximately 49 different comments that came in during the draft stage. We had Planning Commission hearing to accept comments on the draft EIR, EIS, worked with agencies, responded to those, developed the final EIR, EIS, and released it on May 22nd, 2019. Same locations, US Federal Register, the county, city, but with COVID, all those documents had to be released online. So we released those, made those publicly available, sent out links to everyone showing that we had a stacked, searchable, downloadable PDF of all those documents on our website. Ultimately, in July, we ended up in front of the Planning Commission. Planning Commission voted 7-0 to forward a recommendation on to you for approval. That's what brings us here today. That final set of documents And the findings for CEQA include responses to comments received as part of the Planning Commission and leading right up to this board meeting, everything that we could get up to a point when we had to print documents for this board, we responded to those comments as best as we could. So there's a very long section in the CEQA findings addressing comments on the final EIR EIS. And ultimately, we saw you last week on August 25th, and here we are today. Continued item to September 1st. So with that, I'm going to turn it over next to Aaron Gabby with ICF. He's going to walk you through the particulars of the Habitat Conservation Plan, Natural Communities Conservation Plan.
Thank you, Greg. Chair Gore, supervisors, thank you very much for having me today. I've been assisting the county on this plan for 11, almost 12 years now. So it's really, I'm really grateful to be able to present this portion of the PCCP, the Habitat Conservation Plan, Natural Community Conservation Plan to you. It's really rewarding. So thank you for having me. The plan was developed and will be implemented under some basic guiding principles. First and foremost, to protect and enhance the ecological diversity and function of Western Placer County while allowing appropriate and compatible growth. The plan also aims to sustain natural communities and that are representative of the Placer County landscape and restore and enhance those that have been degraded over time or that will be degraded and lost through covered activities. And the plan will also ensure the stability and sustainability of the population of covered species that rely on those natural communities that will be protected and maintain connectivity between these habitats across the landscape. Historically, the landscape has been fragmented, and it is important for the ecology of the covered species and the other organisms and biodiversity to be able to move across the landscape. And finally, the plan will address the cumulative impacts of the intensive land use and urbanization that this plan proposes to permit. Greg already talked about the general components of the plan area, so I won't go into details, but I will mention one aspect that he didn't mention, and briefly, that is just how the plan area is divided into the valley and the foothills to reflect the natural differences in the ecosystems and also differences in land uses. And so the plan itself has different guidances for the valley and the foothills. We really talked about Plan Area A, and so the plan area extends a little bit beyond that, just small aspects of the plan. So to the east of Plan Area A, we call these areas that aren't part of Plan Area A, Plan Area B. To the east is the Big Gun Conservation Bank, where some credits were purchased to offset impacts to California red-legged frog. To the west are streams and canals, where some conservation actions will be implemented to benefit the salmonids, or the fish that need to migrate upstream into the plan area, and also the non-participating cities. So Plan Area B, again, is in this darker tan, and there will be the plan will permit some activities to occur in that area, and I'll discuss those in a minute. The plan will provide for the application right now to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and California Department of Fish and Wildlife is for incidental take permits. And those are permits to take covered species. And the covered species, or the species proposed for coverage, are listed here. I won't go through them, but they really include birds, reptiles, amphibians, fish, and invertebrates. And most of these are already listed either under the Federal Endangered Species Act or the State Endangered Species Act. The few that aren't currently are under review, and the ones that aren't might become listed over the course of the proposed permit term. And these are species that commonly need to go through the permitting process that Greg described. So thus, they're included as covered species. As a natural communities conservation plan, the plan also addresses these natural communities or ecosystems. We can think of them as habitats that the species live in. The ones that are characteristic of the Western Plant Area include grasslands, vernal pool complexes, which are the wetlands and the grasslands together, aquatic and wetland complex, which is kind of a complex term for wetlands and marshes, riverine and riparian, similarly complex term maybe for streams in the riparian woodlands adjacent to the streams, valley oak woodlands and oak woodlands. The plan also addresses semi-natural communities, such as rice and field crops. These agricultural land uses provide habitat for some of the covered species and are an important component of the plan, and also, of course, for because of the economic importance and agricultural heritage of the Western County landscape. And also included are what we call other agriculture or orchards and vineyards, which provide fewer habitat values, but again, are also important to the agricultural landscape of Western Placer County. Activities are typically implemented or under the jurisdiction of Placer County and the city. Those includes roads, facilities, capital improvement projects, operation, maintenance, and other private land development activities, again, that are subject to local discretionary review. The plan also covers the conservation actions that will be implemented by the Placer Conservation Authority, Joint Powers Authority that has been created to implement the plan. Similarly, the plan will also cover Placer County Water Agency, water infrastructure, operations and maintenance of the water system, and also a couple of key projects of Sparta's. The plan doesn't propose to cover everything, and the plan has to make clear what activities aren't proposed for coverage. Those include the activities under the jurisdiction of the non-participating city. It includes the routine and ongoing agricultural activities, as well as expansion of cultivated agriculture into natural lands. Those projects that already have their federal and or state endangered species permits, they don't need to go through the plan. It also does not cover general plan amendments to rezone for more intensive land uses, either in the valley or the foothills. And there are a suite of minor activities, usually activities on small parcels, that are not also proposed for coverage. At the core of the conservation plan is the conservation strategy, and at the heart of that is the reserve system. Greg mentioned, or maybe it was the video, 47,000 plus acres that will be protected over the permit term in the reserve acquisition area on that map, primarily the dark green area. And the overarching goal is to protect a large interconnected reserve system and enhance and manage those lands to maintain habitat for the covered species in the natural communities. It also addresses the streams that provide habitat for the covered fish and also provide important ecosystem services such as maintaining water quality. And as part of the in-stream or the stream system conservation strategy, the plan will aim to remove or modify barriers to fish migration into and through the Western County Plan area, screen water diversions, and improve in-channel features to provide important spawning habitat for the covered fish. The plan also focuses on wetland conservation and restoration to ensure no net loss of wetlands that would be lost to covered activities. And it also includes avoidance and minimization measures that will be applied to specific resources addressed by the plan. So this table of numbers is just a summary, the overarching summary of what will be protected under the plan. In the far left column are the natural communities and semi-natural communities, including agriculture. Moving to the right are acres of each of those natural and semi-natural communities that are already protected. Those are the ones in the very light green on the map. And in the middle column, or the middle column of numbers, are what will be protected through the plan. So I won't read the numbers, all of them to you, but of primary importance to this plan are the vernal pool complexes, primarily in the valley and the oak woodlands. Valley oak woodlands are important because there's very little of them left in the valley, and the oak woodlands in the foothills. And so all told, more than 47,000 acres will be protected by this plan, and in combination with what's already protected, upwards of 63,000 acres of land will be protected for future generations. Greg mentioned there are conditions on the covered activities. These are just generally the typical best management practices that are required for, say, construction projects or operations and maintenance activities. And the plan subdivides them into categories based on the types of resources they're applied to or the types of projects that the conditions will be applied to. General conditions on covered activities might include those that benefit water quality. There are conditions on covered activities that are intended to avoid and minimize effects on select natural communities, the stream system, and that includes a buffer around the stream system, as well as other wetlands and other important natural resources, as well as those conditions to avoid and minimize effects on certain covered species. And there are also those that apply to certain regional public programs. Again, those are the typical best management practices, some design guidance criteria. And then finally, to the far right, are those that apply to the reserve system themselves. And these are very specific, that allows very limited recreation on certain areas. And where it's allowed, there are very clear guidelines on what types of recreation could be allowed on those limited areas where recreation may be implemented. And finally, the county will be responsible for implementing the plan. So there's some key items here that we've bolded to highlight some important steps and aspects of implementation. There's the implementing agreement. Greg mentioned earlier today will be one of the items. That is among the permittees and the wildlife agencies, and that specifies the plan roles, responsibilities, and provisions. The plan, the HCP and CCP, will be implemented by the permittees, all of them. However, the plan, the Placer County Placer Conservation Authority, or PCA, was created to implement the HCP and the County Aquatic Resources Program on behalf of the permittees. And when it comes to authorizing others to get coverage under the plan, each permittee will be provided take authorization under the state and federal permits, and the county or the city or others may extend take authorization under the permits for projects and activities under your jurisdiction. Those can be private development, for example, consistent with the HCP, NCCP, and the implementing agreement. And the county will be responsible for tracking and reporting to the PCA, HCP, NCCP compliance. And so really, ultimately, the permittees collectively are responsible for compliance with the state and federal permits and ensuring success of the plan. So with that, I'll pass it on to Lauren Clark.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, I must say it is a real pleasure to be before you on this particular item. On this particular day, Lauren Clark with Salix Consulting, here to talk about a few items before you as part of the actions. The first step will be on the County Aquatic Resources Program. One of the early lessons learned, not only in Placer County, but many of the Northern California counties that are developing these conservation plans, is you really need to deal with many of the state and federal regulations not just focus on endangered species. Frequently, that's the driver to the debate and the dialogue, but you need to really capture how the other regulations talk to each other, but also importantly is how local government interacts with those same resources. And the County Aquatic Resources Program was developed to do exactly that. We're dealing with aquatic resources of Placer County, not just waters of the US, waters of the state, but issues of importance to Placer County, both in terms of policy and also in terms of our environmental regulations, particularly CEQA. So what you find is overarching is Placer County, through its general plan and its community plan, has dealt with these resources, wetlands and riparian areas, for well over 25 years now. Endangered Species Act programs at a landscape scale, such as habitat conservation plans, often interact with these resources, aquatic resources, because that's where many of the endangered species are present. However, many of the plans that have been developed, particularly in the 90s, didn't take on the federal regulations around wetlands specifically. And what you ended up with was a good, solid habitat conservation plan that did not communicate necessarily well with local government and didn't communicate necessarily well with the endangered species issues. The CARP is trying to put that to rest. This board and your predecessors looked at this issues as far back as 1992, 93, when policy was beginning to be developed. And the themes in the CARP today are the same themes that were adopted in that general plan. No net loss of wetlands, not just waters of the US, but aquatic resources as they are present in our community. Mitigate wetland loss, replace it through compensatory or restoration actions. Avoid and minimize, and then finally compensate. We've matured over the years. We've done a number of things over the years, but the CARP is representative certainly of a long history with this county and how they have dealt with aquatic resources. There's broad consensus over the issue of where do we conserve, where do we set our priorities. There was a lengthy discussion in the early years of this plan about do we avoid the small patchy resources that often get left behind, particularly under certain federal programs. Between the science advisors, stakeholders, and where all of the regulators have reached consensus today is that the stream system area, which is the stream itself, but also a buffer area around the stream, is the highest priority for conservation, not only of the stream, but those aquatic resources that might be adjacent to that stream. So that runs through the plan and even runs into the code amendments, which I will also talk about. There are different types of permits that'll be issued to the county, particularly from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The Placer Conservation Authority and PCWA will receive a regional general permit. That means they will still engage with the Corps on an abbreviated schedule to get their authorization. Small projects within the county and city of Lincoln will be able to get their wetland permitting done at the local government. So the county of Placer will be able to issue authorizations to fill waters of the United States through Placer County's process as granted to us through these permits, the programmatic general permit that's coming from the Corps. Larger projects that don't qualify for the PGP will apply for a letter of permission, which again is an abbreviated process over the status quo that will rely upon the conservation strategy of the HCP and NCCP. In terms of the general plan itself, there was a lot of good work done by this board in the 1990s and again in 2013 when you updated the policy document. But now that the PCCP is about to be adopted, we find ourselves in a place where we need to reflect that. So we have a new goal that reflects the idea that the program has now been adopted and that projects need to be consistent with that program. We also have 9 policies in the natural resources chapter that need to be amended. There's some terminology changes, there's approach changes in terms of how we deal with these resources, and these 9 policy amendments will tackle that as well. And then there's the county code itself. From chapters 12 through the new chapter 19, there's a whole series of amendments necessary. So on day 1, this program is ready to be implemented. First up is in chapter 12, 12.16 is where the county's tree ordinance currently resides. It's in the road and highway chapter. What is proposed here is a repeal of that in its entirety and then shifting that to the new chapter 19. Article 15.48 is also known as the grading ordinance. And in this case, and this theme runs through all these code amendments, we're updating definitions. There are brand new definitions that come out of the new chapter 19. as well as the program itself. There's a new grading permit with a different threshold. If you grade within the stream system, used to be 250 cubic yards, now it's 25 cubic yards. And it establishes a linkage between the grading permit itself and the need for PCCP compliance. You can't get your grading permit until you comply. Article 15.60, which is the Cultural Resources Preservation chapter, article of Chapter 15. There was a number of changes here. So rather than deal with a messy strikeout and update document is essentially another repeal and replace, but the substantive changes are to reflect the fact that within a program like the PCCP, and in particular federal wetland statutes, there's a relationship to cultural resources impacts that need to be addressed. So we are getting the county code prepared for a point in the future where the county will start to tackle those issues on behalf of the Corps of Engineers. There's also updates, again, in definitions and terminology and departmental responsibilities as they have evolved over the past couple of years. Chapter 16 is the subdivision chapter of County Code. Again, definitions, linkages made between approval of tentative maps and parcel maps and minor boundary line adjustments and the need for PCCP authorizations, and also linking any extensions of time on those maps to extensions of time of those PCCP authorizations. Chapter 17, like the others, definition update, an update to the plan development ordinance, because now there's a new form of open space that may be set aside that can factor into the open space calculations of the PD ordinance, a watercourse setback update to differentiate what happens east of the PCCP area from what's happening within the PCCP area itself, which is the stream system boundary requirement now. And again, linking extensions of time to entitlements granted through Chapter 17 zoning, and then also creating a linkage for the enforcement procedures of Chapter 19 in the enforcement procedures of the zoning ordinance. Chapter 18, environmental review, has one substantive non-PCCP change, which is to update the county's environmental review ordinance to deal with tribal consultations. It's something that's been sort of on the back burner that needed to come forward, and there was a good opportunity because we are managing these new cultural resource issues with the PCCP. Again, definitions are being updated. We also found that there were 2 categorical exemptions in state law that were not yet reflected in county code. So again, an update to make sure we're consistent with CEQA. Chapter 19 is the new one. And the first article, 19.10, is the PCCP implementation chapter. It is the ordinance that puts the county in the position of not only regulating these resources on behalf of the wildlife agencies, but also your ability to collect fees, receive land dedications, and most importantly, and the reason why we are all here today, is the very last bullet on the screen, which is to allow the county to authorize take and impact to aquatic resources for covered activities as well as endangered species. Article 19.30, excuse me, is relatively short. It basically is the new chapter or new article in county code that will allow you to collect the open space and fire hazard management fee. This is applied to small parcels in the foothills that are not receiving coverage through the PCCP, but receive some of the benefits of its implementation, primarily the open space and fire hazard management benefits. And then lastly, as I mentioned, the repeal and replace of 12.16, the county's old tree preservation ordinance, now known as the Woodland Conservation Ordinance in Chapter 19. Very minor changes made because of changes in CEQA that were required. Also a linkage to the PCCP requirements. It is my understanding that CEDRA is looking at a more comprehensive update of the tree ordinance that may come to this board at a future date. And with that, if we have Bob on the line, we will turn it over to Bob Spencer.
How do you do? Bob Spencer with Urban Economics. Thank you very much. Pleasure to see you, board. I also want to recognize the length of this project. I looked at my tenure on it going back 16 years, the last 8 of those most intensively. I would truly say that of the hundreds of consulting projects I've conducted over the last 30 years, this is one of the most memorable and one that I will certainly am getting, expect to get the most fulfillment out of as we move forward today. So with that, I'm going to talk about the development fees and funding plan. If we could go to the first slide. The objective of the funding plan is to, first off, demonstrate that there's adequate funding for the 50-year permit term, that all the annual costs are covered, and that in addition, there's an endowment to fund costs in perpetuity post-permit term. A majority of that funding is going to come from a development fees, of which there's a schedule of fees in your packet. So we had to develop a nexus analysis for those fees in compliance with the Mitigation Fee Act. And then finally, the funding plan has to demonstrate to the wildlife agencies what their funding objective is and what the conservation share of the plan is, because there's more than just mitigation in this plan. There's a conservation share that has to be funded by sources that are not related to mitigation. So I'm going to give you an overview here. The next slide, 3 topics: costs, funding plan and development fees. We could move forward. First, talk about the cost model. And the next slide, which identifies the factors that went into the cost model. Of course, land acquisition is a major one, management and monitoring, the cost of restoration projects, and then program administration. These have all been dealt with at a very fine-grained level to build the total cost estimates for the plan. We've had a peer review of the cost model, both by the county landowners group and by a finance committee of stakeholders. The next slide talks about the types of costs. We've got 50-year permit term costs, capital costs, operating costs. There'll be a reimbursement component for plan preparation costs coming back to the county. And then, of course, the post-permit costs I mentioned previously, estimating what those are going to be on an annual basis in perpetuity. The next slide provides a pie chart of the cost model. You can see that most of the costs, to no surprise, are related to land acquisition. Second largest category, wetland restoration, about a quarter of total cost. That's a more expensive activity under the plan on a per acre basis. There's management and monitoring costs, which will be ongoing. Compliance administration. The endowment takes up about 8%. The endowment is something we will build over the 50-year permit term. We won't touch it. And at the end of 50 years, it'll be large enough as the plan to then fund costs in perpetuity. We have a contingency line item built in. And of course, there's the plan preparation cost, the last sliver there to repay the county for its investment in the plan. Now I'm going to talk about the funding side of this, having talked about the cost side. We could go to the next pie chart. Funding plan is primarily composed of mitigation funding related to mitigation fees. There's the land conversion fee, which is over half of the funding for the plan. There's a special habitat fee I'll be talking about also in a little more detail in a second. And there's a small amount of other mitigation funding that'll take care of nearly three quarters of the plan's funding requirements. The conservation side, non-mitigation or conservation side of this plan will be covered by state and federal and other sources. We'll have earnings off of the endowment over the 50 years to help build that, and a variety of other funding sources to round out the total funding side of this for the $1.2 billion plan. We can move to the next slide. So now I'm going to talk about the fees, 3 different types of fees. First, the land conversion fee. The nexus we developed for that, if you could click down through the slide components. First is, let's look at all 3. Valley versus foothills. We've got different costs between valley versus foothills, so we needed to build a different nexus, different fee structure. We wanted to look at low-density rural residential because these fees are applied on the total parcel acreage. If you're a low-density project in a rural area, you're not going to have the same impacts per parcel acre. And then finally, we wanted to look at the nexus between impacts and fragmentation and subdivision activity, because you get much larger impacts in that case. If we go to the next slide. You've seen this map of the foothill versus valley. This will also divide the fee structure. There'll be a foothill and a valley fee structure. If we go to the next slide. The land conversion fee takes into account the nexus or mitigation issues I just referenced. Rural residential development tends to have less direct impacts, less fragmentation impacts, so tend to have a lower fee there on rural residential uses. Small lots have more direct impacts but don't have the fragmentation impacts, so those fees will be in between rural residential and then all other development, which you can think of as your typical subdivision activity, has the highest level of impacts and will have the highest fee. And as I mentioned, impacts will also vary between the foothills and the valley. Lower costs in the foothills, so lower fee structure, higher costs in the valley, higher fee structure. Next slide. I think we've got here a summary of the land conversion fee schedule. Follows along the relative level of impact I was just describing, with lowest fees for rural residential development, highest fees, all other your typical subdivision development. You can see the fees are higher in the valley versus foothills, and they will be imposed mostly per parcel acre. In some cases, there's an additional dwelling unit fee to ensure that impacts are fully funded. Next slide. The next fee is the special habitat fee. We keep going, and that is to take care of very sensitive habitats that Lauren alluded to, stream system, wetlands specifically. These are subject to regulatory oversight, have significantly higher cost per acre. So it made sense from a nexus perspective to have a separate fee. The next slide. The fee, there's no difference between the foothills and the valley in terms of special habitat impacts in their costs, so there's no separate fee structure there. It's paid in addition to the land conversion fee. So you're paying for, if you will, a basic level of impacts that all development has through the land conversion fee. If you also affect special habitats, you'll pay this fee in addition. And then finally, I think the next slide has a summary of the fee schedule. You can see these fees are significantly higher per acre, although for many projects, the impacts are measured in tenths of an acre. So the project level financial impacts are not necessarily as great as might be indicated by these fees. You can see they cover a variety of special habitats, from vernal pools to aquatic wetlands, and then various impacts to the stream system, whether directly to the riverine natural community or whether there's encroachment on the stream system, and then a specific fee if you're impacting cell-mounted stream channels. Next slide. Finally, Lauren also briefly mentioned the open space and fire hazard management fee. If you go to the next slide, this is to cover activities in the foothills that are not covered under the plan, but nonetheless represent development, typically in existing urban areas, that will benefit from plan activities. These activities include open space acquisition and fire hazard management in the foothills. So to ensure that everybody benefiting from the plan pays their fair share, we're suggesting adoption of an open space and fire hazard management fee as well. The next slide, I think, provides a summary of that fee at about $2,300 per dwelling unit for residential and $2,800 per acre. I think that that wraps up my presentation, and I'm going to turn it over. Before I do, I'd like to thank the leadership of Greg and Warren before him, and Supervisors Euler and Wygant for their long and steadfast support. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure working with you.
Thank you so much.
And next up, we should have Heidi Mickelson from ICF on the line, hopefully.
I'm here, Greg. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, thanks, Bob, and good afternoon, everyone, Chair Gore and Supervisors. My name is Heidi Mickelson. I'm a project manager with ICF, and I wanted to start by just thanking you for accommodating my participation remotely here today. I'll be providing you with a brief overview of the EIS-EIR that was prepared for the project to comply with CEQA and NEPA. Let's see, I can't see the slides, but if you could advance it to the CEQA-NEPA joint process slide. Oh, perfect, there it is, thanks. Okay, so because this project requires the issuance of both federal and state permits, it's subject to both CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, and NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act. The document that we prepared for this project is a joint environmental impact statement and environmental impact report, or an EIS-EIR, and that meets the statutory requirements of both laws. Given the broad nature of the covered activities and the types of permits that would be issued under the PCCP, the preparation of the EIS-EIR was a collaborative process. It involved collaboration with multiple local, state, and federal agencies. ICF prepared the document under the direction of the county, which is the lead agency under CEQA, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which is the lead agency under NEPA. Several other public agencies listed here acted as cooperating, responsible, or trustee agencies and were closely involved in both scoping and reviewing the analysis. Next slide, please. So the goals of CEQA and NEPA largely overlap, CEQA having been largely modeled after NEPA. The fundamental goals are to provide an objective and comprehensive evaluation of a project's potential effects on the physical environment, to identify the significant adverse effects of a project and avoid or mitigate those through mitigation measures or alternatives, to disclose the information to the public so that the public can be informed and can participate in the decision-making process, and to disclose the information to the decision makers so that they can be informed about the environmental effects of a project and weigh those considerations in their decision-making process. Next slide. Okay, the EIR, EIS, as you can imagine and probably know, is a pretty lengthy document. So I wanted to take a moment here to point out a few key components. The first is the executive summary, and this is at the beginning of the EIS-EIR. It provides a summary of the project and the alternatives, and it includes a table summarizing all of the impact conclusions and the mitigation measures that were identified in the analysis. I also wanted to note that the EIS-EIR process began with a detailed screening exercise of 12 different alternatives, which were eventually narrowed down to the 4 that were evaluated in the EIS-EIR. And that alternatives screening analysis is included in Appendix E. The 4 alternatives that were chosen for evaluation were the no action alternative, in which the PCCP would not be implemented and the covered activities would proceed on their current trajectory without programmatic permit coverage. The proposed action, which is the project that you have before you today. A reduced take, reduced fill alternative, which would reduce the conversion of vernal pool complex and other communities associated with wetlands or other waters, and a reduced permit term alternative, which would reduce the permit term from 50 years to 30 years. Each alternative was evaluated in an equal level of detail in the EIS-EIR, and for those of you who might be more familiar with CEQA, this equal treatment of alternatives is one of the key differences between CEQA and NEPA, and the reason why this joint document takes this approach. Next slide, please. The proposed project or the proposed action under NEPA is defined as the issuance of the ITPs by the wildlife agencies, together with subsequent adoption and implementation of the plan by the permit applicants, consistent with the permits, and approval and execution of the implementation agreement. So what this means is that the EIS-EIR evaluates whether issuance of the programmatic permits would change the environmental impacts of the covered activities compared to what they would have otherwise been if they had been carried out without the programmatic permits, which is essentially the no project alternative. And because the covered activities include projected growth within Placer County and the city of Lincoln that has already been evaluated in those respective general plan EIRs for those cities or jurisdictions, the conclusions of those general plan EIR analyses are carried forth into the EIS EIR. And that's the basis for many of the significant impact findings that you'll see summarized in the next slide. The EIS EIR also evaluates the effects of implementing the conservation measures, which are unique to the PCCP. So this slide is a list of the environmental resources that were evaluated in the EIS EIR. It corresponds with Appendix G in the CEQA guidelines, and it also includes topics unique to NEPA, such as socioeconomic and environmental justice impacts. As you can see, it covers a broad range of environmental topics, including, but not limited to, biological resources, air quality, transportation, and recreation. Next slide. So this summarizes the impact conclusions for alternative 1, which is the no action alternative. And this one assumes that the covered activities continue to proceed under existing conditions without programmatic ITP coverage. As I previously mentioned, the conclusions for the no action alternative carry forth the conclusions from the Placer County General Plan and the City of Lincoln General Plan EIRs with respect to planned growth in those communities. As shown here, the EIS EIR identified several significant and unavoidable impacts for the no action alternative, including impacts to biological resources. Next slide. This summarizes the impact conclusions for alternatives 2, 3, and 4, which were all the same. You can see that alternatives 2, 3, and 4 would have fewer significant and unavoidable impacts than the no project alternative, and the impacts to biological resources would be mitigated to a less than significant level under these alternatives. Next slide. Okay, the draft EIS EIR was published for a 60-day public review period, as I think Greg mentioned, from late June to late August 2019. Notice was provided under CEQA through the county's website, the state clearinghouse, and the county clerk, and notice was provided under NEPA in the Federal Register. We received 49 comment letters on the draft EIS EIR, and these included letters from public agencies, landowners, nonprofit organizations, and other stakeholders. The county prepared written responses to all comments received, and those responses are included in Appendix I of the final EIS EIR, which was released on May 22nd, 2020. The final EIS EIR also includes minor revisions to the draft EIS EIR, mostly consisting of consistency edits and clarifying text. The revisions that were made in the final EIS EIR did not alter the analysis or the impact conclusions in the draft EIS EIR and did not warrant recirculation under CEQA or NEPA. And again, as Greg mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, a number of comments were received after the release of the final EIS EIR. And although it's not required by CEQA or NEPA, the county has provided written responses to these comments as well. And I believe those are attached to your staff report. None of the comments received after the release of the final EIS EIR raised issues that were not already addressed in the EIS EIR or the responses to comments on the EIS EIR. Next slide, please. Okay, and lastly, this slide just provides a link to the documents that are online, including the PCCP, the draft EIS EIR, the comments received on the draft EIS EIR, and the final EIS EIR. If the board votes today to certify the EIS EIR and approve the project, the county would then file the Notice of Determination, or NOD, which would begin a 30-day statute of limitations for any potential CEQA challenges. And with regard to the NEPA process, the next step would be for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to adopt the EIS EIR and prepare the Record of Decision, or ROD. And similar actions under both CEQA and NEPA will be required from other responsible and trustee agencies that need to issue approvals for the project. And that concludes the CEQA NEPA portion of the presentation. I'll hand it back over to Greg to close out the presentation.
Thanks, Heidi. Again, Greg McKenzie, Placer County Conservation Program Administrator. I'm going to leave you with a pretty picture on your screen is the 300-acre Markham Ravine mitigation project authorized by your board for acquisition. It's an interesting project. It's actually one of the first collaborations between a county and a private mitigation banking company towards implementing a habitat conservation plan, wetland mitigation in advance of the approval of the PCCP. So this 400-acre site was irrigated pasture, had Markham Ravine running across the top of it. It was restored by Westervelt to native grassland and vernal pool and riverine riparian habitat. Over a year ago, it's actually gone through its first year of monitoring with the state and federal agencies. It actually looks better than the picture shows at present. So we're looking forward to moving that project forward, hopefully in the not too distant future. And that's in addition to the other 400-acre property I mentioned previously, the Bradley property, which you all approved for county acquisition. About 2 years ago, we acquired the 400 acres, and it is a preservation site with roughly, let's say, 30 acres of vernal pools, California black rail habitat, very well occupied, good piece of conservation preservation ground for the county. So already in our inventory for the conservation program. With that, and with the chair's consent, I will invite members of the state and federal agencies to provide you as panelists with their comments relative to the program. If she is still available, I don't know if she is, but Dr. Jennifer Norris, who for many, many years was at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as the field supervisor, recently moved over to the Natural Resources Agency as a deputy secretary. And she asked for a few minutes today, but I know we had a limited time with her to capture her. So, oh, good, she's still on.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely, yes.
I just wanted to say hello to my old friends and thank you all for your hard work on the PCCP and commend all the staff that worked so hard on this plan. I had the privilege of 7 years of participating with this group, and I'm just really proud. This is the best conservation plan that I've ever been part of. It really demonstrates what can happen when people come together and cooperate. And I just hope you vote to approve. I won't take much more of your time.
Thank you very much for your
Hi, everyone.
comment. Appreciate it.
Okay, next on the line, I'll just run down the list if that's okay. Eric Tattersall with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Hi, Greg. Thank you, everybody. Chair Gore and supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Especially it was nice to see Jennifer Norris, my old boss. I haven't seen her in a while. So hi, Jen. My name is Eric Tattersall, and I'm an assistant field supervisor in the Sacramento Fish and Wildlife Office of the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. Habitat conservation plans represent some of the most important work we do for conservation at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And the PCCP represents the new standard for these plans. I've worked on many large regional scale conservation plans, and the way the PCCP has coordinated multiple state and federal regulatory agencies and their permitting requirements has literally rewritten the book on how this should be done. Now, personally, I've been involved with the PCC for the last 15 or so years. And yes, that has been a long time. But something like the PCCP has never been done before, not to this degree, not with this many state and federal agencies, and it does take some time to get it right. In my very first PCCP meeting, Supervisor Wygant was there, explaining his vision for what this could be. And I remember thinking, you know, this makes a lot of sense. A better coordinated effort to streamline and implement all these different environmental regulations and achieve better conservation that is all led by and valued by local governments. This just makes sense. This is better government. And then I saw when Supervisor Wygant's vision really took hold, and it was repeated back to me by various stakeholder groups, including local environmental conservation organizations, different members of the development community, and many others. Well, we just had to get creative and figure out a way to make it happen. One of the most important requirements for the successful completion of a regional scale habitat conservation plan is the drive and support of local government leaders. We call them local political champions. And for Placer County, we are fortunate to have two, Supervisor Wygant and Supervisor Euler. I cannot recall a time when their message or support for this planning effort ever wavered. Without their leadership and vision and their desire for what this plan represents, I do not believe we would be here today. In fact, I'm sure we would not. As Greg, Aaron, and Lauren and others have already mentioned for the PCCP, the development of a single conservation strategy intended to satisfy the regulatory and conservation needs of all these state and federal agencies has pushed the boundaries of what has been done before and has produced a plan that simply represents, in my opinion, a better way. The PCCP is an example of successful collaboration among federal, state, and local governments to balance development and conservation needs during the next 50 years. In closing, I will add that representatives from the Department of Interior in Washington, D.C. have taken notice of this vision in Placer County, have consistently and strongly supported this effort, and are awaiting word of the decisions of this board and that of the other applicants with respect to the final outcome of the PCCP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Eric. Appreciate your comments and your time.
Okay, next on the line, hopefully from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Jeff Drogensen.
Hello and good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jeff Drogensen. I'm Chief of the Habitat Conservation Planning Branch for the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I'm going to echo a lot of what's already been said here. First of all, I want to say congratulations on getting to this point. It's been a huge effort for a very lengthy period of time. Like's been said by so many others, I've worked on this plan for a lot of years, since 2006. And speaking for our executive leadership, they certainly support the amount of time that CDFW staff has been involved in the PCCP. As you know, for the state side, it's an NCCP along with the conservation strategy and integration of the aquatic resources plan. The department considers NCCPs and the resulting permit under Fish and Game Code Section 2835 as the highest priority conservation that we can provide for the habitats. As you've heard, NCCPs fulfill the mission of the landscape conservation planning, conserving larger preserve areas, higher habitat quality, including connectivity between preserves. It gives a lot of needed local control and the benefits of streamlining permits for covered activities. Staff and management from both the region, our regional manager, Kevin Thomas, and our director, Chuck Bonham, have continuously prioritized the development and review of NCCPs. You can be proud, as Jen and Eric have pointed out, this is the most comprehensive NCCP developed in the state today. As has been mentioned, PCCP incorporates CDFW, Fish and Wildlife Service, and National Marine Fisheries Service protected species, in addition to the programmatic streamlining permitting for Clean Water Act, Waters of the State, and the Lake and Stream Bed Agreement, Fish and Game Code 1600. Specifically for CDFW, implementation of the PCCP, including the aquatic resources, will greatly streamline the lake and stream bed permitting process for covered activities, which is a huge step forward for your plan. Like Eric said, none of these plans ever get done without the local champions. And Supervisor Wygant, Supervisor Euler, you have pushed the PCCP along for so many years. Job well done. Thank you very much. Also, great job to your very competent staff, Greg and his predecessor, Lauren, as long as with so many other county and local jurisdiction staff that have participated. So again, congratulations to you and to all the other permittees that are going to benefit from PCCP. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, for your comments.
Okay, next on the line, hopefully from the US EPA Region 9, Sam Ziegler.
Hey, there I am. Now I just lost my speaking notes, but I've got those too. Good afternoon. My name is Sam Ziegler, and thank you for inviting me to speak on this topic today. I'm assuming you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Hey, since 2017, I've been managing the wetlands section in the Water Division at EPA Region 9 in San Francisco. Before that, I managed our watershed section for 10 years, and as a staff person before that, I worked for EPA on a wide range of water quality programs in California. In all of those positions, a primary goal of mine has been to champion community-based watershed protection. The PCCP is an outstanding, if not one of the best example of community-based watershed protection. While I haven't worked directly on the PCCP, I have long been aware of and excited for this effort. Currently, Joe Morgan of my staff and previous staff, most notably my former colleague Paul Jones, have been heavily involved. EPA has been working to protect vernal pools since the late 1990s. At that time, EPA and 6 other federal and state resource agencies signed an interagency agreement to coordinate on vernal pool protection. And an important focus of that agreement was the effort to advance habitat conservation planning in the areas experiencing heavy growth in vernal pool landscapes. Key aspects from the PCCP for EPA have been the development of the in lieu fee program and the Clean Water Act 404 permitting strategy. The permitting strategy will provide a significant incentive to developers to adhere to the PCCP avoidance and minimization measures. Region 9 supports the proposed PCCP and integrated aquatic habitat planning, which accounts for multiple community requirements through a rigorous and public process. Successful implementation will rely on frequent interagency communication across all levels, as well as open and transparent public participation. The PCCP is in no way a license to pollute, or under the PCCP, proposed projects will be held to the standards required by regulations under the Clean Water Act. And in closing, I want to reiterate EPA's support and congratulate all of you who have worked for the past 20 years to advance this effort. This is a big deal and an important step for environmental protection through coordinated planning, appropriate development, and local control. So good job and thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Sam.
Okay, thanks, Sam. Next up, hopefully she's there with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Nancy Haley.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, everybody who has worked on this, the agency, the supervisors. We have finally come to quite an end point. Well, almost. As soon as we can get the permits rolling, then we'll be good as gold. USACE is definitely in support of all of the agencies working together toward this multifaceted approach to planning, growth, and large-scale avoidance in the PCCP watersheds, and support the streamlined permitting. We've been working on this project together for a very, very long time, and it's nice to see something like this come to fruition when you've been with the Corps for 30 years and you all have been around for just as long. It's really nice to see something come to fruition. So thank you and congratulations, everybody, and thank you for your support.
Appreciate your comment, Nancy. Thank you.
Okay, and last but not least, with the National Marine Fisheries Service, NOAA Fisheries, Ellen McBride.
Yes, I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone and supervisors. It is a real pleasure to be here. I'm the Sacramento River Basin Branch Chief at the National Marine Fisheries Service. So thank you for being here today to vote on the culmination of 20 years of effort to bring this HCP and CCP to completion. It's my very real pleasure to provide some words of support on behalf of NIMS. I started working on this plan 10 years ago as the senior staff biologist at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Sacramento field office, where I got to know the plan extremely well and collaborated with county staff to hone the HCP, including the new hurdle of incorporating the Corps' permitting requirements. We hammered out robust conservation approaches and negotiated beneficial biological paths forward that would also meet the needs of the permittees. And now, from my position at NIMS, I can say that the PCCP is a great benefit to fish conservation in Placer County, helping us move toward our recovery goals. This plan has had impressive engagement from the applicants, the permitting entities, and signatories, as well as stakeholder groups. Tremendous effort on behalf of the county has been put forward over the years to keep all the stakeholder groups well informed, encouraging their full participation in the process. I want to thank the county staff, who were always ready to work through issues, answer questions, and provide a new draft to review. And I want to thank Greg McKenzie and Lauren Clark for their tireless efforts to always bridge possible gaps in communication to keep the plan moving forward, and for having dogged determination to make this plan work for the benefit of all. And finally, I give special thanks to Supervisors Wygant and Euler, who always asked the tough questions about the plan, but firmly believed in its potential to deliver both conservation and developer benefits. NIMS is in full support of the Placer County Conservation Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
And with that, I will turn it back over to you. I will ask all the state and federal agencies to stay online in case you all have questions. But I will wrap up and request that you consider the testimony received today, the findings in the staff report, the CEQA findings of fact, statement of overriding consideration, the responses to comments, the 8 items included for your consideration today, and the public testimony that you will receive. And we request your approval of the Placer County Conservation Program.
Thank you, Greg, very much. All right, we'll open the public hearing. Let's see if we have any questions first. Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, thank you. This is another historic moment in Placer County history. I've been involved since actually before I got elected, because I remember sitting in here before I was elected and this project came up. And so I've been kind of on the sidelines, but been kept apprised of what was going on. The best thing that I did when we had to appoint someone to help Supervisor Wygant was this point Supervisor Euler, because I knew he had the bandwidth to help this guy. Basically, that's what. But it's Lauren and Greg, just a tremendous job working with all these, and the high praise that we got from federal and state staff. The one question, I'm not sure about the Placer Conservation Authority. Has that been formed?
Yes, sir. Your board considered the Joint Power Agency formation, I believe, back in January of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
So the Joint Power Agency was approved by your board. It was subsequently approved by the City of Lincoln. County Council then subsequently filed the correct papers with the Secretary of State's office and others. And so the Joint Power Agency is in place. We actually need to get our first meeting scheduled before the state and federal agencies issue permits.
And what's the makeup of the Placer Conservation Authority?
So currently we have 2 Board of Supervisor members, Supervisor Wygant, Supervisor Euler. We also have an alternate member, being Supervisor Gore on the JPA, and then 1 member from the City of Lincoln.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Other questions from supervisors? No, all right. So we will go ahead and open the public hearing for public comment, and we'll start with folks in person. So go ahead, Mr. LaDuca. Nice to see you in person.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Marcus LaDuca, 3200 Douglas Boulevard. As a member of the Biological Working Group Stakeholders Group for nearly 16 years, starting in early 2004, and having attended the previous 2 years of meetings, I could tell you it's been a long, long road, or as the Grateful Dead would say, what a long, strange trip it's been. To tell you how long ago we started this, Mr. Wygant at that time had no gray hairs on his head, and I simply had hairs on my head. I would like to first express my thanks to your staff and your consultant team, particularly Lauren Clark, Jennifer Bayous, and of course, Greg McKenzie. As one of the members of the stakeholders group, and I represented landowners in the North State BIA, I was one of those folks who read every page of every document that they gave us, no matter how many versions, and gave them lots of comments and basically drove them crazy. But at the end of that 19-year process, you have, with the other members of the stakeholder working group in the audience today, here arm in arm, including Terry Davis and I, who went at each other sometimes with staff just sort of serving as observers and trying to mediate our disputes. But what you have before you today is a legacy project. We talk about long-range planning. This isn't something that's going to have an effect in 25 years and just in 50 years, the permit term. But generations from now, our great-great-great-grandchildren are going to be thankful for what that 19 years of effort of this board, your predecessors, your staff, and your consultant team that put in all the work to preserve and keep this county special. And again, your staff went way above and beyond. This is way beyond yeoman's effort. This was a labor of love. And they put up with all of us. And they worked with a lot of agencies that, as you've heard, this is something that's unprecedented in the United States. You should be very proud of what is before you. And I urge you today to unanimously support the recommendations of the Planning Commission and your staff and approve the PCCP. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Marcus. Next comment, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Davis, and I went to my first PCCP meeting at least 20 years ago. It was hosted by Sierra Business Council, a little outreach to the environmental community in Placer County, talking then, how about an HCP, NCCP? And I'm afraid they weren't received really well because we'd had this bad experience with the Natomas Basin HCP. Things went wrong. And but I was appointed to the Biological Working Group in the beginning, one of two environmental representatives. I represented the Sierra Club. And it certainly was interesting all these years. It was bumpy at times. I came in as a skeptic. That was the direction that I was really getting because a lot of criticism of HCPs as they existed at the time. But the PCCP evolved. It's amazing. Over time, I got to the point where, I was a strong supporter or even a cheerleader. And I ended up going around to environmental community groups and answering questions by email and just trying to convince the environmental community, that the PCCP really served our core values. Had to get it through their heads. And so it feels really personal to me, this whole process and just being here, even though I had a small role, only a small role. I think this is a proud day for the county, for sure. And this is a win-win for all interests. And win-wins are rare enough, but one that leaves a natural heritage of natural habitat for future generations in perpetuity. I mean, that's something. And I just want to thank people. I want to thank the ad hoc committee for sure. And Robert, I've known you since you were on the Planning Commission. That's been a while back, but you always stood for balancing growth with protecting natural habitat. And, you championed Placer Legacy, you championed the PCCP. A lot of people don't know that you were working on getting Sierra Nevada Conservancy going, and when, not on the radar screen of a lot of folks. But this is really fulfillment of your vision. And that's just great. And I thank you for that. And Kirk, when you were appointed to the ad hoc committee and you were sold on the idea that this made good economic sense, I was just certain that we were unstoppable, with you on there. And I tell you, I know that there were some interest groups that were really queasy, but they felt that with you on the ad hoc committee, that their concerns were going to be heard. And I just think that was hugely important. So thank you. I want to thank Lauren Clark. What can you say about Lauren? I don't even think we'd be here if it wasn't for Lauren. Lauren was like an encyclopedia of the plan. He was just amazing. He had it all in his head. And he could explain any issue. He'd get over problems and find solutions, which was terribly important. And he was trusted by everyone, trusted by all interests, to Lauren. And I want to thank Greg McKenzie. He stepped in to this lead staff role. It was like seamless. He just took on the remaining issues, the loose ends, just took us right through it, and met with all the key interest groups, the MACs, everybody, and just kind of steered the ship into port. So thank you, Greg. I want to thank the wildlife agencies. They kept requesting changes. I know it drove some people crazy, but I think it made the plan better, just kept making the plan better. That was the main thing. And finally, I want to thank the consultants who were also great all through. So with that, just thanks everyone. Glad we're here. Glad today has finally come.
Thank you, Terry, and thank you for your participation in the process. Let's see, it looks like Joanne, come on up, and then after that, Bob, you can get yourself ready.
It takes me longer than it used to.
That's all right. We're happy that you're here.
Before I even start, I just want to thank everyone in this room, because everyone had something important to do about what we're talking about today. Every person here made a very valuable contribution. And Mr. Holmes, I want to thank you for inviting me to come today. Jim remembered that I've been doing this a long time too. I was chair of the Citizens Advisory Committee for Placer Legacy from 1998 through 2000. That program won the Governor's Award for Environmental and Economic Leadership in 2002. Through Placer Legacy, the county has successfully protected thousands of acres of land, from the rice fields of Western Placer to the shores of Lake Tahoe. You have done well over the past 20 years. Today, the board has an opportunity to begin the implementation of one of Legacy's most important objectives, a program that will protect fish and wildlife in Western Placer County through the implementation of a landscape scale conservation program. The Placer County Conservation, or PCCP, is exactly what we envisioned back in 2000 when Placer Legacy was adopted by your predecessors. I strongly support the staff's recommendation to begin the implementation of this important program. Through the PCCP, the county will continue to demonstrate its environmental leadership while at the same time balancing the need for economic development. I want to thank the board for their leadership, especially Supervisors Euler and Robert Wygant, to help develop and guide this effort for the 13 years they've worked together. I look forward to the county's future success with Placer Legacy and the PCCP. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joanne, for being here. Appreciate your comment.
And thank you.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, I'm Bob Shattuck, 6589 Laurel Crest Circle in Roseville. Here to support the proposed recommendations. If you move forward with these recommendations, I really believe this will be a major achievement for Placer County. But as somebody who's watched this process from the very beginning, and unlike the others, I was a small child at the time. I do want to take time, just as I did, to applaud the bold undertaking here. First of all, I want to applaud the tremendous amount of goodwill and good faith that was displayed by all sorts of people involved in this process all along the way. It's really been extraordinary. I do a lot of work throughout the region, and it's unprecedented. It was really, really a positive, constructive process. Also want to really thank and applaud the people who did the heavy lifting. Your staff did a tremendous job. The staffs of the agencies did a tremendous job. Actually writing this plan was very hard work. The quagmire of regulations they had to reconcile is absolutely unbelievable if you've never seen the mess or the charts. But it's just incredible. They really did a great job with the heavy lifting. But mostly, I want to applaud the sustained leadership that made this possible, and that's this board. And I got to tell you, this plan could have and should have failed at least a dozen times. I've never seen such stubborn leadership. This thing.
Can I coach you on that in the future? Stubborn leadership?
Yeah. But I mean this, but for that leadership, this process never had a chance. And so I do want to applaud that as well. And so I would recommend that you move forward with the adoption of the recommended actions so we can get on with timely implementation. We've waited a long time and we're ready to get going. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate the comment. Anybody else in our chambers? Okay, do we have anybody on the line? Yes, we do.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments. Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
This is Jeff Darlington. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Jeff.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having me on the phone today. My name is Jeff Darlington. I'm the Executive Director of Placer Land Trust, and I'm commenting on behalf of Placer Land Trust to express our strong support for the county's adoption of the Placer County Conservation Program and the associated actions before you today. The PCCP is the result of a very well-designed and implemented planning process with over a decade of community involvement and input, as well as expert economic conservation advice. Thousands of hours of input from private citizens, as we've heard, real estate developers, business leaders, conservation leaders, various government agencies have together resulted in a very comprehensive plan that will benefit our county for decades through balanced growth and conservation. Placer Land Trust is very, very pleased that the PCCP will continue the practice of achieving land conservation only in cooperation with willing landowners. I want to commend the county and thank everyone who's put in so much work on the program, and thanks in particular to Supervisor Robert Wygant for bringing this plan forward to where it is today. The overall benefit is a streamlined, more certain, more predictable, and less expensive process for both conservation and development projects in Placer County. That is a true win-win. It'll benefit both our local economy in addition to our environment and quality of life. Placer Land Trust and Placer County have partnered for decades to provide public benefit through land conservation, and we remain committed to being a reliable partner to the county in achieving its conservation objectives. So in conclusion, I strongly support the adoption of the PCCP, and we very much look forward to its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. This is George Cameron.
Go ahead, George.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is George Cameron. I'm a land use attorney, who I think many of you know. Been involved in projects like this in the region for close to 30 years. And I apologize for not being able to be there on such a momentous occasion in person today. Although, as many of you know, I've been there in person, testified before you on PCCP several times in the last few years. I just want to provide a very short statement because you've had so many great, gracious members already testify today. And just to let you know that we're providing comments here today on behalf of the Lincoln Village 3 Landowners Association that are the ones that have holdings in the Lincoln Village 3 area of the city of Lincoln, encompassing about 2,040 acres. We've been involved in the process for about 15 of the last 19 or 20 years, not as long as many that you've heard today, but certainly long enough to get a very good understanding of the process. And we wanted to just simply say to you that the PCCP has evolved tremendously over that time frame. Our clients were not highly enthusiastic about it in the beginning, but it has come quite a long ways. It's turned into a very thoughtful, comprehensive, and we think biologically and financially viable mechanism to effectively and efficiently offset the impacts to covered species, waters of the U.S. and wetlands, other habitats, and open space in general. And we'll do so in a much more efficient manner and hopefully a much more expedient manner than the prior project by project review that landowners have had to go through for many years up to this point in Placer County. So with that, I'd like to just echo the thoughts said earlier to commend you and especially Supervisors Wygant and Mueller for their patience in the process and their leadership in the process and their dogged determination, to quote Bob as well too. And also thank your staff, Greg McKenzie and Lauren Clark in particular, who've been involved in the process for so many years as well too. And of course the staff of all the other agencies that have had input on the process and have of course permitting authority and very important roles in this process overall. And with that, I'd like to just say that the Village 3 Landowners Association requests that the Board of Supervisors today please approve and adopt the PCCP in its current form. We think it is quite a milestone. It is extremely unique and incorporates all of the aspects you've heard from so many other speakers about to make it a very special, one-of-a-kind conservation program on the cutting edge of anything being done anywhere in the United States. So we ask for your support and approval today. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
This is Jeff Short with the North State BIA, calling in support of the PCCP's adoption. I'll try to keep it short. I think that many of the other commenters have already hit all the highlights, so I just want to note the diversity of support for this concept. You know, the developers and builders that we represent, because of how it'll streamline development within the county, to the way it more holistically takes into account environmental concerns for their protection. It's good for everyone all around. So just wanted to reiterate our support and urge your adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't know I was in the queue. Good afternoon. This is Larry Welch. I'm a 30-year resident of Placer County, a member of the Placer Community Foundation Board of Directors, and a prior member of the Placer Land Trust Board of Directors. And I was also privileged to be one of the original members of the Placer Legacy Citizens Advisory Committee. I'm excited to be here today to have my full support to adopting the Placer County Conservation Program as submitted to the board. For the past 30 years, I have witnessed and experienced firsthand the many challenges associated with achieving quality economic development while preserving open space and ag land in our county. Based on my experiences as a business leader and as a passionate community volunteer, it's my strong belief that adopting the PCCP is a once in a generation, truly a once in a lifetime opportunity to achieve both significant economic and environmental benefits for all citizens of Placer County, both now and forever. To me, today's choice is clear. Adopt the PCCP and ensure our county is guided by a thoughtful, long-term regional plan, a plan that provides for responsible growth and protects tens of thousands of acres of open space and agricultural land, or continue with our current approaches to development and preservation and hope that somehow we end up with equal or better outcomes than we would have by following a carefully crafted Placer County Conservation Program. So in closing, I thank everyone. I won't repeat all the names for all of the hard work over the last 20 years. And I ask you to vote today to approve and adopt the PCCP as presented to the board. It's our best chance to grow responsibly while preserving the county's natural wonders forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Hello, this is Cheryl O'Connell. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. I am in support of the PCCP. I am a program manager, and my only concerns are that there were no issues whatsoever. A 20-year program, and nothing's been called out for issues. I have several concerns. One is that the timing of this during a pandemic where the public has not really been socialized, no news media. The public largely does not know this program is happening. The oversight of the program, the implementation, I think, is the actual problem with the PCCP. Currently, the Sunset Area Plan and the PCCP were developed in parallel. The concern that was never even mentioned is that the Sunset Area Plan Placer Ranch is currently under lawsuit by the Center for Biological Diversity, largely due to the wetlands that are the wetlands vernal pools that are going to be destroyed. So in a program that's supposed to preserve, the very first act is to destroy thousands of acres of vernal pools. So I have a concern about that. Also the significant and unavoidable, those things add up. There's a cost to them in both the environment and to the taxpayers. CRA has currently not been a very good steward of protected resources and endangered species in Placer County, yet they'll be implementing the program. They've undervalued the cost and restoration of protected trees in the county for the in lieu fees, and by several times. What this does is it costs both the environment and taxpayers. We are actually being cheated out of the value of these resources. The CRA also has failed to report on tree preservation and restoration. Why would we end up going to a huge program without knowing how many of our current trees have been destroyed? What's the plan to restore them? Thousands of acres of trees. I've seen it happen time and time again in projects. And so the concern is, where is the mechanism, the committee that's supposed to oversee this citizens committee? That should be in place prior to anything being accepted. We always say that we're going to do that, but yet there's no mechanism in place. 20 years in the making, it seems like we could have all the wonderful people that have worked on this as part of a citizens committee to manage some of the implementation on this. I also think the agreements with the permittees. So the regional transportation is a conflict of interest. It seems like Placer Parkway approval, they're not a wildlife agency. They're being measured on putting transportation in place. Why would we have a transportation agency be a permittee who is being judged on implementing transportation? That doesn't make sense. And I think that moving forward on the Sunset Area Plan and all of the corresponding projects that go with it are really what's happening in the background. It's a shame that was put into place because it really doesn't belong there. I would urge the permittees to be wildlife agencies and not potential conflicts of interest. So I hope that there will be more thought to the mitigations, the monitoring, and enforcement of current procedures before we look at things where we have multiple agencies now. I think CDRA should be managing this themselves, actually. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments.
Marilyn Jasper, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Marilyn Jasper, speak on behalf of Public Interest Coalition. First, gratitude galore to all who stayed the course with the PCCP. I echo Terry's gratitude for both Lauren and Greg's amazing work and their diplomatic handling of difficult situations. Second, there's one aspect of the PCCP that I did not hear mentioned today. Apologies if I missed it. During a few meetings of the biological working group, there was some language that dealt with enforcement. It might not be called that now, but it was along the lines that should the decision makers, I'll say the conservation authority, make mistakes or shall we say be unduly influenced in a unhealthy or inappropriate manner in their managing the PCCP, that there can or may be strong consequences of action taken by the federal or state regulatory agencies. Maybe that oversight enforcement was deleted, but if it's still in place, if there's time, a short mention of it might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn, for your comment. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record and give your comments. Good afternoon, caller. Please state your name for the record.
Hi. Am I the next caller?
Yes.
Is this someone else in front of me?
No, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Leslie Warren. I'm calling as a resident of Placer County. There's three issues that I addressed in the draft and final EIR that I do not think were resolved, and the response to comments were woefully inadequate with regard to these subject areas. So I'm bringing them forward in the public hearing in hopes that there can be some remedy before the Board of Supervisors takes action. One of them is the fact that significant wildlife corridors pass through the Placer County Conservation Plan area, and the plan area is bisected by a 1,000-foot wide barrier called Placer Parkway. In my comments, I asked that the Placer County Conservation Plan specifically address methods necessary to allow wildlife passage through, over, and under that parkway. And the EIR consultant has studiously avoided addressing this, as has the county. But I feel like unless it becomes an integral component of the PCCP itself, for cost-saving measures or other reasons, the Placer Parkway will become a barrier, essentially making two conservation plan areas and not integrating them into one whole, which I think is essential to it having values that we're wanting it to have. Number two is the fact that conservation and recreation are being merged in parts of the PCCP. And I believe that a conservation area should be exclusive of human, dog, bicycle, equestrian influence, so that we don't bring in noxious weeds, we don't disturb wildlife that may be nesting or migrating or living there. I think we should not include any properties as part of the PCCP that are proposed to be recreation, even if it's, quote, passive recreation, because human passage through a wild space is shown to affect wildlife behavior for over 2 weeks. So it could cause a nesting bird to abandon the bird, and it would be nest failure, something of that nature. That was another issue inadequately addressed in the comments, in the response to comments. And my third issue is that the formulas for implementation of the conservation plan are onerously complicated. And I think before the methodology for bringing properties into the PCCP and establishing costs per property, there should be some literal tryouts where not a staff person like Greg and Lauren can rewrite this in their sleep, but a successor staff person that might be taking this over would try to implement this formula and see if it's practical, or if there's some other methodology that might be applied that will make this PCCP more user-friendly. As it is, I feel like it's interpretations by different staff that may succeed. Greg and Lauren could result in unequal application of fees and etc. So those are my comments. Thanks for your time, and I hope the EIR consultant will be instructed to go back to work and better respond to not only my comments, but many of the comments in the EIR I think were very superficially addressed, and we need a thorough response because those are concerns of citizens who took the time to comment. So thanks again for your time.
Thank you, Leslie. Next caller, please.
No more public comment.
All right. Thank you, Sue. We'll close public comment. Appreciate everyone's input. Greg, if you want to come back up, or you can stay there because you've got a microphone. You don't need to move. Any questions that were raised that you want to go ahead and address?
I look to council if there are any in particular that I may miss, but relative to public engagement, public involvement in the process, as the one speaker raised, the good news is we're able to get the draft EIR, EIS, all the draft documents out pre-COVID. And so those were out, they were available and still are available actually today on our website. So all the draft documents were there. They've been there for over a year. Our public engagement over the years, and including the last couple of years, were on the slides provided. And so we went through great lengths to ensure that the public was engaged, in addition to the biological working group who brought in interests from the Sierra Club, from Sierra Foothill Audubon Society, from the Placer Land Trust, from the development community you heard from. And so that process, 19 years worth of public engagement, leads us here to today. Unfortunately, yes, we are separated from the public to some degree. Good news is today we're actually able to have some in the hearing room. So I think that was positive. Relative to bringing properties into the future reserve system, that is a process. Hopefully the state and federal agencies are still online if you have any questions, but hotly debated, very difficult negotiations to get through as to how we are going to bring properties in, how those are going to be approved. It's not simply just acquiring a piece of property. Even the two properties we've brought in as jumpstart properties have been through the state and federal agencies for review and approval as being consistent with the conservation program. Both of those came forward to your board as well for approval, such that we could bring them in, acquire them, and bring them into the reserve system. Ultimately, whether it's issues of recreation or issues of transportation and the effects of those things on these properties, we have to acquire those properties such that they advance the goals of the program and the species. They just can't serve our needs. They have to serve the needs of the conservation program, meet the species goals and objectives at the end of the day. And so the state and federal agencies, although they are giving us authority to extend our permits to public and private projects, they still have a role to play in the process. And so that leads me to the last point, which is relative to enforcement that has been taken into consideration. And again, the state and federal agencies are not divorcing themselves of this process. We're required to report to them on wetlands, report to them on endangered species, report to them on how we're doing relative to our take limits. We're required to report to them on getting ahead and staying ahead of effects. So lots of reporting to do. If we fall behind, if we fall out of compliance, they still have the ability to revoke those state and federal permits. So with that, I'll leave it there. Look to council if I missed anything that she wanted me to address or that she'd like to address, or that we have Chris Beal from the Resources Law Group here as well, who's counsel to the PCCP.
Thank you, Greg.
No, I think Greg's got it all. Just to touch briefly on Ms. Warren's 3 issues, I would point to the record, pages 967 through page 971, which in fact does respond to each one of her issues. In rereading this again, it's my opinion that these are adequate responses for the environmental record. While there may be disagreement on the response, it doesn't mean that it isn't adequate, and I do find it adequate.
Thank you very much. All right. And, you know, I do have one clarification. Clarification, is that the correct word? It's 4 o'clock. So the question about conservation and recreation, would you address that for us?
Certainly. And the agencies are on board, and you know, the question may be best addressed from the perspective of why is recreation addressed by the PCCP? It's addressed because of our experiences with recreation and Hidden Falls. State and federal agencies have been out to Hidden Falls. They've seen how Hidden Falls operates. Hidden Falls is a jumpstart property for the purposes of the PCCP. If we want to count it at the end of the day, we have to negotiate a management plan. We have to address recreation. We have to record a conservation easement on those portions of the property that meet the species goals and objectives. We have to be able to show that that property furthers those objectives. So recreation is addressed 2 ways in the program. One is recreation on reserve system lands, those lands that we bring into the reserve system. Working with the agencies, after taking them out to Hidden Falls, after they experienced it as just general public out on Hidden Falls, we have a long list of what can and can't be done within the reserve system. We have to negotiate that management plan to address those issues of, well, what if recreation is going to occur? Out of a 47,300 acre reserve system at the end of 50 years, on the reserve system is allowed 50 acres. So if you do the math on what that 50 acres is out of 47,000 acres, it's a very small percentage of where recreation will be allowed. You know, we have other trails and other lands in the county. Another jumpstart property, the Harvard-Bear River property the Placer Land Trust owns. Not open to the public today, has trails on it. They may not allow for recreation on it in the future. If they do, if it comes into the reserve system, subject to a management plan, subject to conservation easement, and it must further those goals and objectives. We did include recreation as a covered activities within the program. And that recognizes the fact that recreation will occur with or without the conservation program. If we didn't adopt the PCCP, if it wasn't permitted, I would suspect that recreation trails would continue on in the county with or without the conservation program. So we have strict limits on how much we can cover, avoidance, minimization, mitigation measures. If you're going to build a trail, where do you build it? How do you avoid wetlands? How do you avoid the stream system? How do we make sure we don't impact species? So there's probably more in the plan than we had anticipated because of the agency's experience around the state and wanting to make sure that recreation didn't go at the detriment of the conservation of species and habitat.
Thank you, Greg. And then one other question. You already touched on the issue of enforcement from the agencies and the reporting that that PCCP, the administrator, will have to do, have to report to those agencies. As far as the question about the Citizens Oversight Committee, would you please address that?
Yes, so the Joint Power Agency has within its formation, and the PCP has within it, the Habitat Conservation Plan, Natural Communities Conservation, a requirement for a Citizens Advisory Committee, 12-member Citizens Advisory Committee, much like the Biologic Working Group, divided between different interest groups throughout the plan area, be it ag, be it recreation, be it landowners in general, be it development interests, environmental community, who will come and help the JPA look at the program, implement the program, help us along with science advisors who will continue on in the future to look at issues of, hey, how are we doing relative to keeping up with the pace of development? Are we ahead of that pace? Are we trending towards falling behind? But at the end of the day, that Citizens Advisory Committee pops up as one of many objectives in the first couple of years of things we actually need to get done. First, we need to have a meeting of the JPA. That's the first step. I'm sure that Citizens Advisory will start soon thereafter in terms of getting it formed. It may take some time to bring people on board.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the response to the questions that were brought to from the public and you responding. Supervisor Gustafson.
I don't have any questions, but I thought being the newest member of the board, I would go first so that those who really have the legacy can add some concluding remarks. And rebut what I say? Oh, you don't know what I'm going to say?
As long as we give them a timeline.
Yeah, yeah.
Time limit.
I really feel the need to acknowledge on behalf of the citizens of Placer County, all the work and vision and leadership and commitment and dedication that has gone into this for these years. Sitting on the outside of the board and watching this discussion and being from a little higher up the hill, not really understanding the significance, sitting in this seat now, I really do. And I'm so thankful for the leadership of Robert and Kirk on this effort. It's tremendous effort. I was able a number of years ago to serve on a statewide commission that worked on the Marine Life Protection Act and where we preserved huge areas of the coast for fisheries. And that had the full support of the Packard Foundation, the state of California, bringing all the scientists together. And we had huge resources to travel the state and do that. When I look at what we've done here in Placer County without all of that financial support, but through the vision and leadership of this board of supervisors and my predecessors, I'm just so proud to be here. And on a day where we started the morning under a lot of attack for our lack of vision and leadership, I want to end it with just commending so much of my peers and what they've done here. So good job.
Thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. Supervisor Wygant.
I'd be remiss in not thanking some people. So certainly everybody in the room, huge amount of work and way far and above. But I want to especially thank some people who served me particularly well during some of my darker moments during this whole 20 years. And so it's not that others didn't contribute as much, at least with me. So the idea started with the Retreat Board of Supervisors back in 1997. Our planning director at the time, Fred Yeager, was burdened with assimilating all of the input that he got on that retreat and bringing back a work plan. One of the brilliant moments that he had for us was to turn all of this over to Lauren Clark, who was a person I kind of knew out there in the planning department, but a senior planner and a lot younger. And Fred gave Lauren complete autonomy and authority to run with the ball. But he did support him during some of the most difficult times, and there were many. There were a lot of people who thought we would fail for sure, and some who wanted us to, but we kept plugging away. So in the beginning, Fred also recommended that we be very transparent and collaborative. And so some were smart enough to talk Joanne in with a bunch of lies to chairing the Citizens Advisory Committee, which had some incredibly diverse views on it. Terry was one of those developers or people on there who I know actually thought they didn't like each other until they started to work together for a couple of years. And Joanne did a just fabulous job of keeping that in motion. And what came out of that was the Placer Legacy policy that the board adopted readily in this really long string of 5-0 votes that were difficult for years. We had 5-0 votes. So I agree with Terry that I doubt we would have been successful without Lauren and his efforts and all the attributes he had. But one of the most amazing things is he has the audacity to retire young. And then Greg McKenzie comes along with different energy, different perspective, different skill sets, but he plugs into that perfectly transparent, that we didn't skip a beat. So then in addition to that, I need to thank Tony LaBeouf, who was special counsel and tremendous help to me and was never afraid to sit me down quietly in a room alone and describe for me some things I didn't want to hear. That happened more than once. So I'm sure he's smiling down upon us. And Chris Beal came to us very early on because of a recommendation from Tony that we needed to get outside counsel early as compared to late. And even though that was a big investment, without that advice, I think we might have failed. And then Chris in and of himself with his advice was tremendous. And last but not least, I have to thank my colleague Kirk Hewler, who, when he decided he wanted to come back here, of course, we talked about this and he had done some tremendous review and study of it all and knew a lot of details. And I think Kirk had that healthy skepticism, and you are exactly right. He was great in offsetting and second guessing me enough. But the worst part about all of that is at the end, we started completing each other's sentences. And that still keeps me awake at night. So if folks from the regulatory agencies are still on, all of you that testified were of critical and pivotal help. All of you, I think, had you not been there, we would not have succeeded. And then there are some others from the agencies, some of whom retired, some in Washington, D.C. who are not on, but they were also, it was a grand vision from the beginning, which is why it was a challenge, but I think it was also the reason why it stayed together. We finished up with at least as big a picture as we had hoped for. And so I'm just really pleased and needed to make those thank yous. I'll save all the stories for later.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Holmes.
I just wanted to remind Supervisor Euler of a very tenuous moment we had probably in 2007. And we had a colleague that his famous words were, somebody's ox is going to get gored. He kept bringing that up. And we almost lost it because one of our colleagues got confused and it was 3-2 vote to save it. And I remember you coming up to me and saying, thank you.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, I do have a question because I saw something in the presentation today that frankly causes me a little concern. And I want to make sure that this is cleared up if I'm going to vote for this. When did the purple become dark green? It's supposed to be purple. It's always been purple. Why are we dark green? Where did that?
Thank you for wearing your purple shirt today.
Every PCCP related meeting for the last 13 years has had the purple tie and the purple shirt, and there's no purple on the damn map.
So to address your question specifically, when I started taking over for Lauren, plus or minus about 5 years ago now, the first thing I did was to go, okay, I think we've let the purple map live its existence. It's been hotly contested, debated, lots of board workshops. If you go back through the staff reports, you will see all of those debates about the purple map.
Every map still in my office is purple. Every one.
And so
all right, I'm over it.
Time with final documents to make the shift.
I'm over it. Okay. So Supervisor Holmes mentioned the infamous January 23rd, 2007 board meeting. If I knew then what I know now, I'd have said hell no. I don't second your motion, and I'm not going to serve on this committee. I do thank you for trusting me back then. It was, you had just come off of a reluctance a few meetings before to actually even appoint me to the board. So your confidence in appointing me to the ad hoc, I'm not sure if that was confidence or retribution, but you stuck with it anyway. And to Robert's point, I think we ultimately ended up making a good team, because as we talk about the Placer County Conservation Plan, I would frequently remind folks, yes, but it's the Placer County Development Plan. Because without the development, we don't have the conservation. So I just want to offer a few thanks as well. But first, I need to start by just saying a lot of people have said this is a visionary plan. And the combination of all of the permits is really what makes it that way. And it is that way because of Robert, pure and simple. And I can say that having lived through 13 years. There were so many times in this process where we were assured, if you just let off the aquatic species stuff, we could just be on our way. And Robert would have nothing of it. And every now and then, he'd get a little frustrated, and we'd have people like Marcus and Terry Davis, of all people. Terry, wasn't that long ago, I didn't smile when you came to the podium. I had a different look on my face. But the letter that you signed, along with the Audubon Society and AKT, and I forget who the fourth signatory was on that. It was some of the development interests. Was it Bob on behalf of the BIA? Was it on Lennar on behalf of Lennar? That's right. So the Audubon Society, the Sierra Club, and Lennar, the largest developer, and AKT, the largest landholder, all signed that letter reaffirming Robert's vision that this is only going to work if we fold in the aquatic species with all this. It's the only way we provide the relief that the development community wants. It's the only way we provide the meaningful conservation that the conservation community wants. And it was that vision that Robert had that saw us through 43 maps, some of which had 2 and 3 addendums to the maps. It was the vision that Robert had that saw us through some interesting meetings with Lincoln. Tom Cosgrove, God rest his soul, stood firm on behalf of what he thought was in Lincoln's best interest, and it made for some really interesting conversations with Tom and Primo back early on as we were working on those maps. And it was Robert's vision that ultimately got the agencies over what I think beyond the combination of the aquatic resources in this, beyond was their biggest concern, and that was Roseville. Roseville's lack of participation in this plan. Boy, we hit the skids for a little while. They were just so concerned because they just saw Roseville's a non-participating agency, and they're the growth city, and they're just going to run everything over. And it was Robert who was able to convince them that, no, our board has the fortitude to say, this is our plan. We are going to implement this plan. And if you are not a member, a participating agency in this plan, I'm sorry, but future growth means you've got to participate with us or there won't be growth. And so finally help get the agencies to understand that ultimately this was in our control, and they placed their faith in us as we move forward, again, because of Robert's vision. So I want to say thank you to the people that I mentioned who did play such an important role. Warren was unbelievable in helping bring all of the parties together. There were numerous times where Robert and I were not necessarily on the best of terms over some things, and Warren could always see that and sense that and help us guide. And I thank Chris Beal, but we've thanked him enough through the checks we've written. So I'm not even going to. No, Chris has been invaluable in the legal advice that he has dispensed as we've moved forward. And I know I joke about how much you've cost us, but I do believe the advice we got from you ultimately saved us millions in the end as we go to implement this plan. I'm very confident of that. So thank you for that. With that, Madam Chair, I have no other comments other than to say I want to thank all of my colleagues, both on this board and past boards, for their faith in Robert and me to move this thing forward to this point.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. All right. It looks like we have an opportunity to move this forward. So who wants to, we're going to take each of the motions separately. So who wants to read and who wants to second? Oh, turn your, it's on.
And maybe we could split them. That would be good. I move we adopt a resolution to certify the Placer County Conservation Plan final environmental impact report, environmental impact statement prepared pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program supported by the finding of fact and statement of overriding considerations.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Adopt a resolution to amend the Placer County General Plan to revise sections 1 for open space, habitat, wildlife resources, section 6 for wetland and riparian areas, fish and wildlife habitat, vegetation and open space for the preservation of natural resources.
Is there a second? Mr. Euler, just second and enjoy it. All right. Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Motion carries.
Adopt a resolution to approve the Placer County Conservation Plan consisting of the Western Placer Habitat Conservation Plan, Natural Communities Conservation Plan and Implementing Agreement, Western Placer County Aquatic Resources Program, Cultural Resources Management Plan, Western Placer County In Lieu Fee Program, ILF.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Move we adopt the Western Placer County In Lieu Fee Program. I did that, I'm sorry. 4, we adopt an ordinance to add Chapter 19 to the Placer County Code in order to implement the PCCP and establish the Placer County Conservation Development Fee, establish the Open Space and Fire Hazard Management Fee, replacing Chapter 12, Article 12.16 in Chapter 19, Article 19.50.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Adopt an ordinance to amend the Placer County Code Chapter 17 in order to implement the PCCP.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Adopt an ordinance to amend Placer County Code Chapters 12, 15, 16, and 18 in order to implement the PCCP and render terms and provisions of code consistent with the PCCP.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Move we adopt a resolution to approve the Nexus study and the fee schedule for the Placer County Conservation Program development fees.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
And finally, move we adopt a resolution to approve the Nexus study and the fee schedule for the Placer County open space and fire hazard management fees.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Look at that. We got it passed. Thank you Thank you very much, gentlemen, and those of you who joined us online. We really appreciate all the hard work and the effort. I wish we were not finishing up additional meetings right now or additional items so that we could socially distance celebrate. But thank you all for being here. Thank you again for all of the hard work. Now there's more work to be done because now you've got to implement it. Yes, Greg.
That was going to be my closing. Thank you.
Is your mic on? Okay.
Thank you, the board. Thank you, the staff. Hopefully you can hear me, but I'll keep it short. This is not the end, it's the beginning. Implementation begins as soon as our local partners adopt and vote to move forward as well. So we have PCWA, Sparta, City of Lincoln, permitting by the state and federal agencies to go. So look forward to that. Looking forward to working with you all as we bring more and more forward. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Greg. All right. Congratulations. Yes. All right. Let's move to some of our department items. So we'll move to item number 9A, and that is the bridge replacement project on Dowd Road over Raccoon Creek. Award consultant contract to Knight Construction Management. And Kyle, are you on the line? You are. Okay, we'll bring you in and we'll take your presentation.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the board. I know it's been a long day for you, so I'll be brief. My name is Kyle Friedrich. I'm in the Department of Public Works, and I'm assigned to the project for the Dowd at Raccoon Bridge Replacement Project, and I'm here today to request that we adopt a resolution ordering RFP number 20046 for contract number 1237 to Knight Consultant or Construction Management for project inspection, material testing, survey, environmental, construction management services for the Dowd at Raccoon Bridge Replacement Project in the amount of $937,174. Execute the agreement and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute any amendments in compliance with the Placer County or with the Public Contract Code up to 10% of the original contract amount. This project is located in rural Lincoln. The bridge that we're replacing is roughly 80 years old and is classified as functionally obsolete. This classification makes it eligible for the Highway Bridge Program funding. The estimated $6.4 million for construction is 100% reimbursable through this program, and the county anticipates beginning construction of this bridge in spring of 2021. For the CM services for this project, the county utilized the procurement department and solicited it out for a global solicitation of proposals. 7 were received. A panel of 5 members of the county Public Works Department, as well as 1 member from Sac County, participated in the evaluation. In the end, 3 firms were interviewed, and after input from all the panel members, Knight Construction Management was selected and recommended for this project. So at this time, I'd like to open it up if you guys have any questions for me.
Thank you, Kyle. Looks like there are no questions. We'll open it up to the public if there aren't any comments from the public. We will close public comment, bring it back to our board. All right, motion by Holmes, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Kyle.
Excellent. Thank you.
Next is item 9B, French Meadows Forest Restoration Project, award multiple vendor contracts. Good afternoon, Brett.
Hello, honorable board members and board chair and members. Sorry about that. Brett Story, Environmental Utilities. I'm here before your board today to propose that you approve the final 2 agreements for mechanical work on the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project for this calendar year. On January 28th this year, your board approved the modification number 3 to the supplemental project agreement with the U.S. Forest Service Tahoe National Forest that allows for this work to continue on federal lands. This is year 2 of 4. There was a last-minute change by one of the contractor bids. They actually requested to reduce the amount of work so as to ensure its completion. So I apologize for a couple of errors in the staff report. The title is fine and the motion are going to be fine, but in the background section, the staff negotiated an amount of $1,653,303 as opposed to $1,833,289, and for acreage of 429 rather than 496. To date this year, a total of $7,757,261 have been awarded in contracts, including the $1.653 million of this item. Access to the approximately $8 million is in secured funding available from multiple sources: the Forest Service CAL FIRE grant from several avenues, the Nature Conservancy grant, Middle Fork Project funds, and Sierra Nevada Conservancy grant, along with timber and biomass receipts. The grant funding for this project is budgeted in the Community Agency Support Appropriation for the adopted fiscal year 2021 budget. So today I would ask you to approve 2 awards for RFQ 20036 for the 2 project implementation agreements listed to perform mechanical thinning and biomass removal for the French Meadows Forest Restoration Project, and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute the contracts and any cost increases in compliance with the Public Contract Code up to 10% of the individual contract amounts. A, Kevin Wentz, doing business as Wentz Logging, in the amount of $411,677 to perform mechanical thinning on 124 acres. And B, to CTL Forest Management, Inc., in the amount of $1,241,626 to perform mechanical thinning and biomass removal on 305 acres. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Brett. Looks like there are no questions. We will open this up to the public. Any questions from public. And we'll bring it back to our board.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Holmes, second by Supervisor Gustafson. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great job, Britt.
Item 9C, which is Martis Valley Trail Project, permission to award and execute construction contract.
Madam Chair, I have a quick question.
Yes.
I wanted to ask County Council. My husband helped design the trail. He was under contract before it was, the project was, before I was on the board. He is not involved with the contractor. Do I need to recuse on this?
No, you do not.
Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Yes, you are. We can hear your voice, so go ahead and you can begin.
Yes, I'm Greg Kevaney. I'm with Placer County Tahoe Engineering Design. And I am here to present the action requested to authorize the Director of Public Works to award and execute a construction contract not to exceed $4 million to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the construction, bid number 20090 for Martis Valley Trail Segment 3B, and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute any amendments in compliance with the Public Contract Code up to 10% of the original contract amount. This, for a little background, this is part of the Martis Valley Trail project. It's just over a 3-mile segment that we would request to have awarded as soon as possible. We have an apparent low bidder on deck and ready to go. Have not determined that they are the actual bidder at this stage, but we're working on that. So we hope to start this season. And the funding at the current stage consists of CMAQ funds, TOT funds, and Parks funds. And again, we just asked to authorize the Director of Public Works to award.
Thank you very much, Greg. Looks like there are no questions from our board. Any questions from the public? All right, we'll bring it back to the board.
Move approval.
All right, I have a motion from Supervisor.
Just under discussion, a quick comment.
Yes.
I think since trails actually introduce humans into nature, we shouldn't build any trails. And we have to separate humans from nature. So I don't know that I can support this item. I just
You got me into trouble.
All right, let's see. We have a motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by, who was that? Supervisor Wygant, you're okay with having trails? All right, a motion and second. All those in favor? Aye. And opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you very much, Greg.
Thank you.
Next, item 9D, tree mortality removal, Project 11, authorized purchase order with P31 Enterprises, Inc. Good afternoon. I believe this is Alice.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Oh, great. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Alice Atherton, Associate Civil Engineer in the Department of Public Works. I am requesting the board adopt a resolution authorizing a purchase order under an existing master services agreement with P31 Enterprises Incorporated for the removal of dead or dying trees in an amount not to exceed $840,543 and authorizing the purchasing manager or designee to take all actions necessary to execute and implement the purchase order and to execute change orders in an amount not to exceed $84,055. There are 1,176 trees in bid package 11. These trees are located in all 17 divisions within the county, and this work will be performed on private properties within the county right-of-way and in the Tahoe National Forest. The average price is $715 per tree. With a 75% reimbursement from the state, this gives us a cost of approximately $536 per tree to the state and approximately $179 per tree for the county. Work will begin immediately and will be performed this summer and fall within 60 calendar days upon notice to proceed and the contractor beginning work. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Alice. Looks like there are no questions from my colleagues.
I do.
Oh, you do have a question. Go ahead,
Sorry.
Cindy.
My question, Alice, and it's really not to you as much as it is to Todd. It would be great to summarize all the financing, grant funding, and projects we have done in the forestry realm, because we do it through various departments. And with California on fire, I think it's so important for us to be able to report to our constituents how much we're doing in this regard, because it's sometimes hard for me to keep track of all the various contracts and the various departments. So it's not a question to you, Alice. It's just you'll probably end up having to do some work to get it to Todd. So,
And if I could just echo that, I strongly support that also. But in terms of the Excel vision, that really a cost benefit. I know there's going to be a range of costs, but if we could start building a recovery plan here for Placer County, maybe that can set an example for the state.
yes.
Thank you. All right. Questions from public? No public comments. We'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Move approval.
Motion by Gustafson, second by Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Alice.
Thank you.
Item 10A, Collins Drive Property Tax Revenue Exchange Agreement. Vanessa Lieberman. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair Gore, members of the board. My name is Vanessa Lieberman, and I'm a management analyst in your CEO's office. The item before you today is a resolution to approve a property tax revenue exchange agreement between the County of Placer and the City of Auburn for the Collins Drive annexation area, and to authorize the CEO to execute the agreement. On July 22nd, 2019, the City of Auburn approved a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Placer County Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO, to annex the Collins Drive annexation into the city's boundaries. The annexation area is approximately 45 acres that includes 4 parcels. 2 parcels will be subdivided into 69 lots for the development of 65 single-family residential units. In an effort to discourage unincorporated islands, the 2 remaining parcels include the vacant Auburn Public Cemetery District parcel and the Union Pacific Railroad parcel. Prior to LAFCO consideration and pursuant to state law, the county and city must agree to the apportionment of revenues to support delivery of services once annexation occurs. Staff and consultants from both the county and city engaged in fiscal modeling discussions to determine an appropriate share of property tax revenue. At full build out, the city and county are fiscally neutral, with both jurisdictions having a surplus at a property tax sharing percentage of 50-50. The City of Auburn took the tax share agreement to their council on August 24th, and it received unanimous approval. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vanessa. My only question is, could we make all tax sharing agreements this easy? Probably not. All right. So no other comments from my colleagues. Anybody from the public? All right. We'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Second.
A motion by Holmes, second by Gustafson.
I'm just wondering, would it sweeten the deal or screw it up if we threw in the domes?
I could try. It's not too late.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Vanessa.
Thank you.
And Jane is in person. We have item 10B, which is Placer Shares, the fiscal 2021 budget amendment.
And I'm sorry, Bonnie, I just
Yes.
need to, I announced that I'm going to have to recuse myself. I'm on the Sarah Business Council Board.
Oh, all right. You will recuse yourself. Thank you. Go ahead, Jane.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable board members. Jane Christensen from the CEO's office, here today as a follow-up to the July 28th board action authorizing Placer Shares, the county's CARES-funded small business and nonprofit grant assistance program. It's recommended the board approve a few technical steps needed to execute the program. 1, approve any requisite budget amendments for the $8 million Placer Shares program. 2, authorize the transfer of $8 million of county CARES funding to the Sierra Business Council, the county's third-party administrator. And 3, authorize the county executive officer and or his designee to enter a sub-recipient agreement with SBC for disbursement of the Placer Shares grant program. Happy to answer any questions. Again, these are technical steps to follow up on your previously approved action.
Thank you, Jane. Cindy, comment, please.
Yes, earlier today when we were doing the COVID update, Jane, and we have new metrics from the state on reopening, and some of those business reopenings are even further challenged. So I just suggested that it was one thing that we are in charge of is how we distribute this money to businesses and to, I was suggested that we keep an eye on those that are now further impacted and maybe longer impacted again in our criteria, and working with SBC to consider that as those projects.
Certainly. In a 2:30 check-in this afternoon, what we're finding is the grants are largely coming in the areas that the board designated as being amongst the most needy, but we certainly are well aware that that need continues. And for the board's information, as of this afternoon, we have 756 applications in, and applications are being accepted through Monday, September 7th. So please apply.
Thank you, Jane.
Thanks.
And I would guess that the list that, we just talked about is the list that we prioritized, right? Okay, that's helpful. Okay, no other questions from my colleagues? Any questions from the public? We'll bring it back to the board for a motion. Motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Holmes. All those in favor? Roll call, please. Yes.
Holmes? Wygant recused. Bueller?
Aye.
Gustafson? Gore?
Aye. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you.
All right. Last item of business is closed session. County Council?
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider 2 items of existing litigation, 1 item of anticipated litigation, and 1 item of real property negotiations.
All right. I have no idea how long this will take. And then I think we have 1 final public comment at the very end of the meeting. So we will come back to take that comment after we finish with closed session. Thank you.
He called me, because we're in closed session. I was like, I have some comment. No, you don't.
And we're back from closed session, and I will have county council report out.
The board met in closed session to consider two items of litigation, existing litigation. In both items, the board heard a report. No action was requested and no action was taken. On the initiation of litigation, the board heard a report and provided direction. On real property negotiations, the board heard a report and provided direction. This concludes the report out of closed session.
Thank you, Karen. With that, we will conclude our meeting and adjourn to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is next Tuesday, September 8th, here at the lovely Placer County Board of Supervisor Domes. Have a nice evening, everyone.